Dear all, hello everyone. Dear audience and honorable guest speakers, I would like you to welcome to DevCon 6, the annual Developers 6 conference. I'm your host, Jaberia Khalid, and I am SURT's host. I'm responsible for the research engine optimization and growth. I'll be the steering of the event today and will be with you for the next 5 hours. Before formally starting the event, I would like you to request all to please stand up for the national anthem. This conference is continuation of our efforts to provide free technology and programming related awareness through trainings. This will be the sixth year in a row that the Code Movement Pakistan will be featuring a stellar lineup of tech speakers from around the world. We are excited that both local and international speakers are going to deliver the tech talks today, and we hope to have a great learning experience. In order to have a seamless virtual ex- in order to have a seamless virtual experience, audience can type their questions in the chat window on YouTube as the conference proceeds. Um, Now let's formally get started with the event today, and let me invite Mr. Rahil and Afzal, co-founder of Core Movement Pakistan and CEO of Dutton Square, to enlighten us with his views and to formally start the conference. But before we get started, let me introduce you to Mr. Rahil Afzal. Rahil Afzal is known as an entrepreneur of startups and big things. And he's a renowned name who has been in industry for almost 17 years now. As for Datum Square, he started from a single person and now is, mashallah, hiring over 150 professionals. He is known as the master of startups and entrepreneurships. Please, Mr. Rahil, do us the honor.
Thank you very much, Javeria, for handing over this mic to me. And I welcome all the audience who are watching this conference. And hopefully, this conference will be very beneficial for you if you like take interest and if you listen all the talks attentively. And along with that, I would also like to thanks all the organizers that include Rahil Khokar, Abdurrahman Aftab, Ali Hasnan, and all the media coordination teams, and also our outreach partners. They really helped us to like spread the word about this DevCon. Um, Guys, I was invited few days ago in Ministry of IT, and they had some very encouraging statistics for us. And they told us that Pakistan's revenue that we generate through IT exports and through IT related services, it has increased a lot. And they told us that it has increased from $1 billion from 2019 to almost 2 billion dollar the year that ended on 30th June 2021. And in the first 4 months, we have already crossed 800 million dollar, which means that the year that will end in 2022, the revenue will already increased like 50%. If not 4 billion, it will of course be between 3 billion to $4 billion. uh, and why I'm sharing this stuff with you, the reason is that Pakistan's IT industry is based on the services based industries. Almost 90%, almost 90% of our IT exports are based on IT services, which means that we don't have products. We don't have products. Instead, we sell our services. Like, we help others to build their products, right? And which means that 90% of our industry is based on the IT services. It's mean that all the revenue that will be increased, it will create hell lot of opportunities for our developers, because when you sell services, you always need developers, you always need techies, right? So if revenue will increase, it will automatically create new opportunities for our developers. After COVID epidemic, you may know that a lot of organizations in US, they fired their local programmers and developers, and rather they outsourced. They started to look for the outsourcing destinations, because of the lockdown situation. It was like equally difficult for them to manage their in-house developers who were working from home, or the developers sitting in the other countries. And it has opened a lot of new opportunities for our Pakistani developers. So if you are a student and you want to go for any field in IT, you should choose development stuff. And if you are a developer working in the old technologies, you should always look for the trendy technologies, for all the trends that are emerging at this time, and this will create a lot of opportunities for you. We have been conducting developer conferences for the last 6 years. Now this is the sixth one, right? And every time we decided the topics, we always look for the emerging trends and technology. Data security IT services is uh, directly coordinating with US market, which means that we always have more knowledge about the trends that are in the market, or trends that will about to come in the future. So that's why we always come up with new and emerging ideas, so our developer community is equipped with the emerging technologies. So I will not take a lot of your time. I would like to hand over the mic back to Javeria so we can formally start our conference today. And I would request everyone to please be attentive, listen all the talks, and choose the best field that you think will be helpful for you. And I'm telling you, if you do this, the future is yours, because in not in years but in months, you will see lot of new um, uh, opportunities for you as a developer. And we are about to see a huge shortage of talented developers and IT professionals in our Pakistani market. Over to you, Javeria, and now you can formally start the conference. Thank you very much, everyone, for inviting me, and thank you very much, all the audience. Over to you, Javeria.
Thank you, Rahil Saab. It was quite a motivational speech, short yet but motivational. Agenda for today, we have 8 speakers today. And first of all, I would like to invite Mozma Zahid. Um, and then there would be Mashood Rastagar, Syed Hasnan Ahmed, Sharoon Amin, Abid Jamil, Kadir Khan, Mohammad Paneed, and George. Now, everyone is from tech-based background, and I hope you get as much as information as you can. Now, moving towards the conference. Well, thanking every one of you on my behalf as well, all the sponsors, all the guest speakers, and all the audience for joining us today. And all your questions will be in the chat window on YouTube. You can ask, comment, and discuss whatever you have in mind, and this will be a learning point for everyone. Okay, so. Let's get started with Mosma. I would like to invite Mosma Zahid. She's Principal Engineer Manager at Microsoft Azure, and she has been speaker for data engineering and architecture for 14 years now. She's known as advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion, and she is also a president of a non-profit organization, namely Pakistan Women and Community. Please, Ma'am Mosma, it was an honor to enlighten us with your views.
Thank you, Javeria. Thank you, everyone. I have some slides that I wanted to share. If you can put that on as well, that would be great. And I see them on the screen. So I'll be using the comment section here to look at your comments as they come through and answer any of the questions. Again, thank you for inviting me for this amazing conference. My name is Masama Zahid, and I am going to talk about moving from dev to DevOps. I will try to go over what is DevOps, how you can gain these skills in the DevOps industry. I will also be talking about what is a typical tool set or life cycle looks like for DevOps, and I do have a lot of resources towards the end of the talk. Again, throughout my conversation here, if you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the chat. I'll be happy to answer them. Starting a little bit about myself, as I was introduced, I am currently a Principal PM Manager in Microsoft Azure, which is our cloud computing platform. I've been a tech speaker. I'm originally from Pakistan, currently located in Seattle, Washington. Really passionate about data, cloud computing, and AI. I have been doing this for a long time, about 14 plus years in the industry in Pakistan and outside of Pakistan as well. And a fun fact about me, I've worked and lived in 3 different countries, 3 different continents in 5 different countries. And this is the link where you can definitely connect with me afterwards as well if there are any questions that I'm not able to get to with the limited time that we have today. So let's talk about the topic in hand today, which is what is DevOps. So starting with a very high level, this is the definition. If you go and today search on the internet, you will find this is a Gartner's definition of what is DevOps. I'm not going to read out the definition here, but just to give you a level set that it is not a set of tools or frameworks that you go and do and deploy today, and then you are a DevOps engineer. It is a cultural mindset in the way you build software and how you deploy that software, test that software, and eventually monitor that software over time. It is a cultural change. It is not going to happen in a few days, a few months, and sometimes even years for organization to get there. It is something that is really, really growing. It is growing at a very fast speed in the industry. If you have skills that are DevOps engineer skills, you would be really, really in demand in that sense, because a lot of companies are looking for engineers who have those skills. I also wanted to highlight one thing which a lot of people get confused, that if you are, let's say, a software developer, and let's say you know a little bit about operations, if you're a system admin or IT admin of your company, you can combine them two together and it will be DevOps. That's not the case. If there's one thing that you will remember towards the end of today's session, is that it's not dev plus ops is not equal to DevOps. I also want to put this disclaimer up front, that this presentation is not about any particular framework or tools. So if you have any questions about specific tools or frameworks, I will not be able to answer that today. Definitely reach out afterwards and I'll be able to provide you some resources as well. What I'm trying to talk to you today about is what is DevOps, how you can get the skills in it, what are the key skills, where the industry is going, where is IT industry kind of leading towards, what you can do in this, and how you can learn the skills to actually be more in demand in this industry. So this is the famous kind of the life cycle of DevOps. Some of you might have already seen that. If you've not seen that and you're seeing it for the first time, you would understand that this is not as simple. It's not that you build the code and you deploy the code and you're done. That's not the case. DevOps is a life cycle. It's basically an infinite loop between when you build the code, then you test the code, you deploy the code, and then you actually make it operationalize, you monitor it, then you go back into the planning life cycle, you build on the next feature, and then it's basically a continuous journey. There's a term that is used in the DevOps industry, which is called continuous integration, continuous development, which is CI/CD. A lot of people use that term to define of how you build basically pipelines of deploying your code, starting from the code development to the testing, to the deployment, to automation, and eventually doing that at a large scale. It is important for you to understand these concepts if you are thinking about DevOps, because a lot of people coming from software in industry or software development background actually gets hung up on this idea of that I know my code, I know how to deploy it, I know how to test it, and that's all. So DevOps is actually way beyond that, and it is not much about like how you build those features, how you build the code, but actually how do you actually build the code to deploy it in different environments, and how you actually scale those, and how do you actually monitor those things. And I'm going to again talk about more of these things in my later slides, and also provide you some resources. So why we are talking about DevOps, right? There is no confusion in the industry right now that why we need it. A lot of these organizations, these big tech companies, even mid-sized startups are doing DevOps at larger scales. The reason you want to do that is the three high-level things. There are technical benefits of doing this. There are business benefits of doing this, and cultural benefits. A lot of people forget about people aspect, right? The technical benefits involve that you will have a continuous software delivery. Your product that you are shipping, any service that you're shipping, will be up to date. You will have more frequent releases, and people will be able to come and see the latest features as soon as they are done and they're deployed. So that is the biggest advantage that you'll get, and definitely there is a business advantage associated with that. There will be faster resolution of problems because you will have testing as part of your pipeline, and you will go through that. Business benefits are pretty obvious, that as you deploy more often, you are ahead of your curve, you're ahead of your competition. You can actually deploy it at a large scale. You can test different things early on. You can find issues early on, and basically it will be much beneficial for your business to grow and actually gain the market that you want to go into. Cultural benefits is, I know as software developer, a lot of you might be software developers. No one actually wants to sit down and do manual work, right? So the more automation you have in place, the less manual work you have to do. And then that means you have more work to do, innovative work, more time to actually do more innovative work and do the things that matter the most for you. So there are a lot of those benefits. And again, if you have a debate in your team or organization about going toward DevOps, please think about these benefits of what it will bring to you, and of course I will talk about some of the numbers as well. So some of the numbers I wanted to share. This is a survey that was done. I couldn't find any specific data for Pakistan in terms of the DevOps industry, and then what's happening. But this is something just to give you some comparison of US, Brazil, and Mexico, what's going on. So this is a survey done by a third party. I had to have a link there that you can go into more details. But a lot of these companies actually deliver code at a frequent basis. Like, what is the frequency of your release? 6%, which is very less, is about once per day. or once per week. You'll see majority of them fall into two categories. One is either once per week or once per month, or they do once per month or once per quarter. That's where you release most of the features, most of the new advancements into the code. And that's where you'll see a lot of companies doing that. This is the US, and again, as I said, US, Brazil, and Mexico's data. The other thing that I wanted to highlight was that in the overall software industry, the time spent, the manual time spent by a software developer to actually deploy this code is very costly. It is very costly because if you're manually sitting and waiting for your code to build and then to actually test and actually to go to any other environment, you're doing performance testing and then eventually monitoring it, you are spending hours of a software developer lifecycle that you could be doing something else with. So 27% of that is the manual time spent in US currently. Again, this is based on a recent survey done with a subset of industry kind of leaders, industry companies. If you can quickly multiply it with the salary, and you can get to a bigger, higher number of what it costs you as an organization. You can today do that for your organization. If you are in a company or a startup, figure out what your average dev time is spent on manual tasks, and then multiply with their salary, and then multiply with the number of hours they're spending, and you will get to a number of what it is costing you today. And if those tasks were automated, what is the cost and how much savings you will get as a business? And that is the money you can spend on other things. You can spend on hiring new software developers or other team members that you really need for the growth and expansion that you're getting to. So I hope by now you know understand why it's important, why it saves you time, what are the benefits. So we can talk a little bit more about what is needed to actually get there. A lot of questions about skills. Like I get this question a lot from people who reach out to me as a mentee or otherwise, like why that if I'm a software developer, I want to transition into DevOps engineer, what should I do? A lot of people get hung up on the tools. They talk about like, I want to learn Jenkins, or I want to learn Chef, or I want to learn Maven, or Kubernetes, or things like that. They get stuck on the tools but not understand why. If you don't understand the why of DevOps that I was talking for the last 5-10 minutes, you're not going to transition your company and change the mindset into a DevOps culture. It's not going to be effective in the long run. And I know this from experience of working in several organizations and several types of teams in startups and big tech like Microsoft. I do want to mention that as a DevOps engineer, your goal, this is the most important key thing that you should remember, is to reduce the time of finding, is to reduce, overall improve the quality of the code and the software development lifecycle, but to reduce the time of that is spent manually on these deployments. That is the goal that you are going after. Very basic, not going into any of the tools. These are some things if you can start looking into as a starting point. I do have resources and courses at the end of the slide deck that I will be sending off afterwards as well, that you can have. That you can go to and take a course, and it will give you an end-to-end project to actually go and deploy things as well. So starting with, if operating system wise, if you can start with Linux, understand Linux commands, how they work, how you use different kind of scripting, either bash or shell, to deploy things, that would be a good starting point. If you want to understand version control, because you have to version your code using Git or some other place, that would be another starting point to understand what is DevOps engineer life like. Then the industry is going toward containerization and container orchestration. So Kubernetes is a term that you might have heard, or you might be an expert in it. This is an area which is growing like very, very fast, and there's a lot of demand. If you have those skills, I can promise you that you're not going out of job in the next 5 to 10 years for sure. So if you want to start with that, again, learning those skills or mastering those skills, that would be a great thing. Then building these automations, as I talked about, CI/CD pipelines, which are continuous integration and development pipelines. There are several tools. There are like hundreds of tools that you can use. Again, I don't want to go into a specific tool and say that go start with that. but understanding of your business, what your software developer like life cycle is for you when you deploy your code, and then figuring out what's the best match for you and your organization would be a starting point for you. And last but not least, I'm biased. I come from cloud industry, so a lot of companies are moving away to actually own their own data center. So you don't want to maintain the infrastructure in-house. A lot of companies don't want to do that because it's costly, it takes time. Cloud providers provide you the infrastructure and you have hundreds of options to actually go and deploy that. So cloud understanding of how things can be deployed in cloud would be great skills to add as well. So this will be my very high level kind of skills that you would need if you want to start a DevOps journey. Also, a lot of people get hung up on the titles. They get this hung up kind of, oh, I'm called a system engineer or a system admin, or let's say if there is a website that you maintain or your company maintains a website, you might be called a site reliability engineer. So a lot of these titles in the industry, if you look at, they have the skill sets, most of the skill sets which are transferable into a DevOps engineer. And maybe your company might not call you a DevOps engineer. They might call you an IT admin or something like that. But to me, if you are doing the functions of the life cycle that I explained in the earlier slide, and I went over like very high level, if you're doing that, then you are a DevOps engineer. If you can take somebody's code, deploy it in a pipeline which is automated, and then actually maintain it and then monitor it over time, that's a bare minimum of what a DevOps engineer is doing. And that's what you are looking at, and you can be a DevOps engineer if you're looking at. And then there are definitely other skills that you can build upon once you start on this journey and go from there. And happy to answer any questions if you have on the skill set. So going back to the previous slide now, this is very basic. Again, just to give you an idea of what this industry is going into. I don't have enough space in the slide to put all the tools that are out there. And if you look at the top right, I have just provided very kind of high level, just 3 icons of the 3 cloud providers, and mentioned that each cloud provider has their own set of tools that you can use as well. But if you, let's say, stay cloud agnostic and take any open source or any other solutions, then there are hundreds of them. You can definitely find hundreds of them. And throughout this each step of the life cycle, there are many tools that you can learn and go from there. So don't get overwhelmed by all this information. I would say, as I mentioned in the previous slide, if you start with a basic concept, understand what DevOps is, why you want to do it, why you want to do it in your organization, on your team, how you can build those skills, take a couple of courses, deploy something end to end, that would be a good starting point for you. But there are several things that you can learn, and then if you have a learning mindset to actually grow, there's nothing stopping you. So this is just to give you some idea of the tools that are out there. Again, this is not an inclusive list. There are a lot more out there that you can start looking into. But high level, as I mentioned, starting with operating system, starting with some kind of version control, how do you deploy the code as an infrastructure, some types of cloud computing understanding, and then going into more of Kubernetes or container-based solutions would be a great starting point if you want your journey into a DevOps engineer. Some of the key performance indicators. This is something a lot of people don't understand, or even if they understand, they don't measure it in for their organizations. If you're a startup, mid-sized company, or a large organization, and you ship any code, any software, any product, it is very important for you to understand and baseline these performance indicators. I have a link for it for you to go and read into afterwards as well, because we don't have a lot of time here to go into a lot of details. But you should baseline your current KPIs for these top, I would say 10 or 15 things. And there are way more than this that you can definitely do. But these are the ones that you definitely start with. For example, you should know what is your deployment frequency. How often do you deploy your code? You should know your change volume, how often you're changing the code. What is your average time of deployment? When you actually deploy your code, how much does it takes you from end to end to build and actually deploy it? What is the failure rate? How does that failure rate changes over time? So you should start with the baseline that is today. Then as you go through that life cycle, and depending on how mature your organization is in terms of the DevOps life cycle, you can measure it over time and see how these KPIs are improving for you. And I can tell you from experience that if you start looking at those basic principles of how you deploy these codes, how do you have automated testing, how you actually have automated deployments and other things, you would reduce the time and reduce these indicators a lot. And that in terms means more time to do things that matter the most for your business. Some of the other things that are important is like mean time to detect. If there's a problem, how quickly can you detect a problem when that code is deployed? And problems are always going to happen. There's no foolproof code that is ever written by anyone. There's always problems that will happen that you did not think about. And if there's a problem, what is the mean time for you to recover from that problem? So that's that measure that you should look at. Then there are other things like lead time. What is your defect escape rate? How often do you miss those defects or errors? If you are a service that you're offering to your part, like end user, let's say you're an app or something, what is your service level agreement? How often do you stay online? What is your availability rate? As a cloud provider, for example, in Azure, these are the numbers we publish to externals as well. Like this is our service level agreement for certain services as well. So you as a software company should be looking at these numbers as well. And then overall on your DevOps journey, understand how you're growing, how you're actually doing on this as well. And then, of course, one of the metrics is the customer satisfaction, customer tickets, any issues that they are creating. Again, this is a starting point. This is a very, I would say, subset of the things that you can start with. But these are the things you have to start looking at your current environment over time as you do more and more DevOps, more and more automation, more and more end-to-end kind of pipelines that can deploy these things. You will see an improvement in these KPIs and overall better performance as well. Some of the things I also wanted to mention is like what are the major barriers as different leaders that I follow, I actually work with, or stay connected with, and I understand like these are the ones that have been identified as the top reasons why DevOps might not be successful in your case. One of the major ones is siloed teams. So a lot of companies have a different dev team, a different test team, a different IT team, and then somebody else who is actually doing things with production or doing the customer feedback and customer support. And then those teams don't talk to each other. So they're siloed. They do their own process. They use different tools, and they all have different kind of handshake, and they're done. While I'm done, I ship my code and I'm done. That's the mindset that will be the most kind of the barrier to actually move into a DevOps success for your company. So think about that. If you have questions, I can share some of the best practices how to get over. The other barriers could be the application itself, or the code itself could be very complex. It could be legacy code. It could be something that's been there for a while and you don't really understand that what this code is doing. It might not be modernized. So you might have to rewrite the code, refactor the code, or re-platform the code in some cases completely into new modern architecture as well. So that could be a reason as well why your current code might not work in a DevOps environment. There could be lack of automation. And then last but not least, this field itself is growing at a very, very fast speed. I would say every month there are a lot of new tools and services and things that are coming in this space. So it is getting more complex as well. And if you don't have folks who understand why they're doing it and why they want to do it end to end, it can get really complex as well. So it's important for you to think about upfront, think about your DevOps journey right now, think about what you can build over time, and then go from there. And then while you're doing it, these are the phrases that I've heard throughout my career, and you will definitely hear when you go through this journey. You'll hear people say, that's not how we do things. You will hear people say, we already have a different tool that does that. Why we want to do this new tool? Why do you want to do this way? You will also hear people saying that things will break if you go this way. So you have to come with the data points, data-backed research, which shows that you are doing it for the right reason and why it is important for your organization. One of the other things that future looking, so far I talked about what is DevOps, what is the life cycle, what are the skills that are needed. I also talk about the barriers and give you some data points about that. I also want to, towards kind of the end, give you where the leaders are investing in the next 3 to 5 years. Where do I see the industry going in this space of DevOps overall as a software developer in your company? What are the things you should look forward to? And if you're a leader, then what you should think about and invest your time into. So these are the top ones where I see a lot of investment happening. A lot of them are about automation, as I already mentioned, testing as a service or testing earlier. Do not wait till like the last phase of the code to actually go and test that. Do smaller features, more frequent features, more testing upfront, so you can find issues upfront as well. That is something that I'm seeing as a trend a lot more. Of course, test automation, that's been there for a while, but a lot of automated tooling around that, and then it's connected to your overall pipeline. It's not a silo in itself that somebody else is going to go and do that. A lot is happening in the machine learning AI space, where there are tools that can do anomaly detection, that can do root cause analysis for you, so you don't have to manually sit down and figure out what went wrong. There is a lot of work happening in that, and that could be a talk in itself for some future time, but there is a lot of investment happening in that. There's a thing called chaos engineering, where you actually write code that will break your existing code. There are a lot of people who actually test their code using that. People are investing a lot of tooling for that. Sometimes if you have a website and there's a major sale going, you write the code to kind of predict like 3x, 4x, 5x volume and see how your website is gonna behave in those situations. And then security. People most often forget about that, because if you are automating everything, you have to make sure your security checks are in place, and there's a lot of investment happening in that space as well. These are all the resources. I'll stay at this slide for a second if you want to take a snapshot. Again, I will be happy to share the PDF version of the slides later on, where you can find these books, these courses. I definitely like the Udemy courses, and also there are courses on YouTube. There are also courses on Medium. There's this link where you can find the 13 top courses. If you're going in one of the cloud environments, let's say Microsoft Azure or Amazon AWS, they have their own kind of learning path. They also have certifications that you can do. If you go through that path, you can learn that, and you can actually get certified for that. So I have links for that here as well if you want to go and do that. With that, I just want to again thank you, and I think we have 5 more minutes for a few questions. I would just leave you with this, that if you don't know going into this session what DevOps was, hopefully you know a little bit more about that. If you already know that, and if you're doing it at your company, what are your top challenges? Happy to discuss that afterwards as well. Feel free to connect with me. And then if you haven't tried a few things that I mentioned here on a very high level, today is a great day to go ahead and try and go ahead and build your career into DevOps as well. These are my links if you want to connect with me. Again, on LinkedIn, Twitter, and Medium. There's a Linktree link which has other links as well. Feel free to let me know if you have any questions, and let me see if there are any that are coming up in the comment section.
Well, ma'am, yes, we have some questions. The first question is from Kamran Majid, and he wants to know, could you be able to mention any specific approach or tool to avoid or minimize merge conflict during the integration process?
Yeah, so I have always used Git and GitHub for any of the merge conflicts, for any of our code management, version control. I've also used Subversion in the past. So I rely on those a lot. In terms of the code merge conflicts, I know it would sound a little bit outdated, is having clear features of who's working on what helps that a lot. So if you have a let's say you have a class and somebody is doing certain functions in the same class, it's important that you kind of do better management up front, rather than wait for the last minute for both of the folks or 5 of the folks to merge the code together. That's why smaller features, more kind of independent features, and containerization will definitely help you in the long run, where you have something that can be quickly deployed and then quickly get rid of that as well. But I've used Git and GitHub mostly for merge conflicts, and they're pretty good. They actually can give you what's the changes between the two, and definitely if you have a lot of code between the two, there is more merge conflicts that will happen. So ideally, if you can do that up front and resolve that, that would help. But Git and GitHub would help.
Okay, next question is from Rayan Tahir. It's in G Cloud App Engine. When we migrate traffic to the next release version, there is a brief 5 to 10 minutes instability, or does it take times for to get updated? He just wants to ask if it is normal or should he expect that?
Yeah, I personally do not know a lot of Google Cloud kind of app engine details, that how do they do on the back end. But I can relate to it in terms of some of the, let's say, Azure specific ones or the other ones. So whenever you have a infrastructure as a code where you are actually deploying or changing code, there is this there's a warm-up time. Warm-up time means where on the back end, the cloud provider is actually bringing up the infrastructure, and then that usually takes 1 to 5 minutes, and it can vary based on the region that you are in and how complex your code is and where you're deploying. So I suspect that's what it is happening on the back end, but I don't know for sure. And I'll definitely look up afterwards and connect with you afterwards if I know more about it. But usually when you're deploying in that way and then you're actually doing updates, every time that you do, they bring up infrastructure on the back end, and then that can take a few minutes to warm up. Once it warm up, then if you're doing further integrations to it, it stays there. So there is no other kind of delays that you'll see afterwards. So I believe that's because of it, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. Next question: how to overcome silo team culture?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I hope that I had a golden kind of answer for that. But to me, I think there are two things that you could do. One, as a leader, let's say I'm a leader in an organization. When you see that culture, the first thing you do is basically bring the teams together, right? You can do, sometimes a good idea would be to bring them together in a hackathon and ask them to build something from the dev to the test to actually the whole end to end. That will bring the teams together. They will be more connected. That is one way. The other kind of brute force method would be that you actually would give them projects that are kind of dependent on each other, and then you make sure that their kind of performance and things are also interrelated, because if you're not all successful, nobody is successful. That's more of a culture and values thing. Over time, you have to build. That's why when I started this presentation, I said DevOps is not tools and frameworks and all of that. It is a culture and mindset change. So you have to do it slowly. You have to train your teams, and you have to build the right culture to assign them to the right values over time to get there. Again, some ideas would be bringing them together in hackathons. Could be another thing to do. You can also do projects which are dependent on each other, where that sometimes a reorg, maybe reorg them under the same leader, where they all don't have different objectives. They have the same objective, then they have to come together and work together, right? These are some things that you can do in your organization.
Well, thank you, Mojma. That was quite an informative session, and it is very a happy moment for a woman to see a woman this much progress and all that. So, wish you best of luck. Thank you so much for this session, and it was a great pleasure to have you around.
Thank you, Javia. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
You are more than welcome. I hope everyone enjoyed the session. Let's invite our next speaker, who is Mashood Dastagar, and he is a lead pack for SastaTicket.pk. Okay, he loves building new products, and he is a pro at working with open source technologies. And currently, he is serving at Google Developer Expert, and he can be seen as a speaker at different events and monitors different startups. So another entrepreneur and another informative session. So let us please welcome Mashoor Dastagar, please.
Sangam, everyone. How are you all?
We're quite fine.
Awesome. Should I kick off?
Yes, sure.
All right, cool. I'm waiting for my slides to show up. I'm not sure if they're on. Awesome, they're on.
All right.
Cool. Hello, everyone. Welcome to DevCon 6. This is my second year presenting here. I had a pretty awesome time last year, and looking forward again. The first talk, it was quite amazing, and I think a very important talk if you're in the tech space, and especially for our local communities, because this is all things that we're still learning to adopt. My talk today kind of builds up in a way on top of that, because in Pakistan, I've been working as part of a startup, and we've been scaling up quite fast. And I've had to make certain decisions over time where I have to start thinking about how do I scale my code? How do I scale my teams? How do I scale my product? And all of that has kind of forced me to go out there and look at how the world is doing it, how the companies like Google and Facebook and all of Microsoft companies are doing it. And today I'm going to share some of these learnings from you. We have implemented quite a few things in our company already, and I want to share some of the learnings on this front over this talk. So, sorry, gonna made a mistake there. Right, that's back. So I've been introduced, but really quickly again, I'm currently working as the CTO at Sastatica.pk. I hope people over here have heard of the startup. We are one of the leaders in the travel space in Pakistan, and do share comments about us. I'd love to get some feedback on if you guys have used it or not recently. I am also something called a Google Developer Expert. This is a badge from Google that Google recognizes you as a community leader, as a domain expert. And for me, this is being a domain expert in web and Angular specifically, even though I touch up on a lot of these things. But over the last decade or so, I've been working as a web engineer. And then over the last 5 years or so, I've been very, very invested in sharing all of that knowledge to people around me, especially communities in Pakistan. So that kind of helps you build the GDE side. And if you're interested in becoming a GDE or knowing about it, please do reach out to me later on over LinkedIn, Twitter, whatever, and I'm happy to share a little more about that for you. I also do this small micro podcast, something I started during COVID because I had some downtime, and just some random thoughts on tech, startups, and other stuff. So if you want to learn something new, check it out, and you might, in 10 minutes, pick on something that's different. So back to the topic today, and I want to start from this memory. I hope many of the audience here can relate to this, have seen this at least. I don't know if we have audiences that are very, very young or very old, but essentially this was my first computer, and I'm less interested about the computer today and more interested in how web looked like during this period. And the web kind of looked like this. It was basically images and text linked over multiple pages across the globe, right? It was very simple. The term front end didn't really exist, because basically all you had to go was throw in some text and it would just show up on the front end, right? There wasn't that much complexity. I was very fortunate. So when I started my web, this was around the time when I started building for the web. So I've seen the transition from here and all the way over to the web applications that we build today. And just taking a second here, right, just to think about how has the applications changed. And this is not hard. Even in the last 10 years, there has been such massive changes in not just how we develop applications, but how we deploy them, how we manage them, how we architect them, and how we use them, right? Just 10 years ago, everything was still point and click. And over the last 10 years, a lot of stuff has happened around mobile apps, so touch interactions, swiping, orientation, whatnot. And all of these things are something we have to take into account as front-end engineers. And this essentially adds to the complexity of the application. So for example, I want to take an application here, and this is Google Cloud. So somebody referenced Google Cloud in the previous talk as well. Google Cloud is an insanely large, complex application at Google. It is a single page application, single page, well, not really, but it is a single page application built in Angular. And how large a team do you need? And this list on the left side, it goes on. There are like, I think, 60 or 70 different services that Google Cloud offers. Each one of these sections is a large app with forms and widgets and dashboards and reports and whatnot. This is essentially what frontend has come to. It is a complete application that you can build and use on the web. So how big a team is needed to manage something like this? A team of 100 plus front-end engineers are working on just Google Cloud, right? This is a very, very large team. And when you start thinking about it from that perspective, you can understand that if you have a simple repository and 100 people just committing to that repository, you're not going to get anywhere, right? Somebody also talked about merge conflicts. That's all you'll be doing every day, just managing merge conflicts. So you have to then kind of take a step back and start thinking about what are some better ways of managing my code, what are better ways of architecting my code, and what are some of the better ways of building my teams and all of that stuff, right? And one aspect of all this, so we can't go into all aspects because we don't have enough time, but today I want to touch on one aspect, and that's the Monorepo. It's how you organize your code, right? I'm not talking about architecture over here. We're just talking about organizing the code in terms of where you keep it and how you keep it. So what is a monorepo? Monorepo is basically when you take multiple projects and you put them in a single repository. And nowadays we use Git repositories. Git is kind of the standard across the board, but that's not the only one. So if you keep multiple projects in a Git repository, it's called a monorepo, right? How does this look visually? Well, in a monolith, these were the good old days, at least from my perspective, but even nowadays we have quite a few projects like WordPress that are monoliths, and everything is on the same repo, right? So it's the same project, front end, back end, whatever. Multi-repo, you can have microservices, or you can have back-end, front-end projects being split, and you started building repositories for each thing, right? So it's just that, again, we have a multi-repo setup for some of our projects, and we have separate repository for front-end, separate repository for back-end, separate repository for DevOps stuff, right? So it's all separated into each of its own repository. And then the monorepo kind of says, hey, you have all these projects, why don't you just bring everything again into a single repository? And when we listen to this concept, it looks very interesting, and it's like, hey, look, this might actually help me a lot, but I want to understand this better. So how do I do that? Obviously, I'm going to go on Google. I'm going to start typing what are the advantages and disadvantages of monorepos. And one of the first results that's going to come up over here for you is going to be this paper by Google. And most of us will get very excited at this point. It's like, oh, amazing. So this is by Google. So this is going to really help me understand what are some real advantages and disadvantages of monorepositories. Now, unfortunately for us, papers are generally boring. So it's going to be a lot of text. We're going to scroll through that. We don't want to read the text. And this is probably going to be the first visual that we'll come across. And so this is talking about the impact of velocity on monorepo. So what does impact of velocity mean? It means how fast can you ship code, right? How can you move forward? So there are two aspects they're looking at. They're looking at, does it help me if I can search across all of my source code? So if it's on one monorepo, that means all my projects are in one monorepo, then everything is going to be over here. And does it make a difference if I edit it? Now, this is a survey done by Google engineers, right? So super smart folks, people who've worked on scale for a long time, and all of them say that yes, if I can search across all of the projects, I can move faster as a developer. And makes sense, right? So let's say I'm trying to build a new widget. That's my requirement. Now, if I can quickly search across all of the projects to see maybe that widget is already built in some other project, I can pick it up and reuse it. Yeah, that makes sense. I can move faster. Cool. So I think this makes sense. So we're definitely in favor for monorepos here. Then there's another graph which talks about impact on code quality. So again, a lot of engineers say that it's very important that they can search across all the company's source code, and that's going to have better code quality. How does that work? So you can think of it in terms of a refactoring experience, for example, that I'm going to refactor some front-end code, some back-end code, maybe some DevOps and database dependencies, whatnot. Now, if it's all in the same code base, I could see all the changes that I'm going to do at the same time. And even better, I can maybe create a single PR where all of my team members, front end, back end, and DevOps can collaborate on, right? So yeah, I can see that there's advantages there and why people would want to search across the code base. But in the same case, editing is generally not something we'd be doing here, right? Because if I'm a front-end engineer, I'm just responsible for the Angular code. I'm not really going to be making any edits in the backend. But it's good for me to know what edits are there, right? So it just helps me improve the quality, makes sure that the changes I'm making are the same changes that are being made on the backend. So you scroll down, and then you come to this graph. And this is like, wow, this is it, right? This is showing satisfaction of your monorepo. And you can see the satisfaction is off the charts. It's 80%. So at this stage, most people will close the document and say, you know what? If everybody at Google is happy with monorepos, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be happy with it as well, and I can start using it. But unfortunately, there's a graph on the right side that states a slightly different story. And it's talking about monorepo experiences with other companies or other environments. And over there, you can see the satisfaction is in there. So what is it about Google that makes monolithic repos so satisfactory and not anywhere else? And we're not just talking about big companies here. There could be some small companies where this didn't work out well. So, and this is the whole point of my talk today. Like, I just want us to really think about it. What is really the source? Is this really useful, or am I going to have some problems when I go down and start using monorepos? And what are those problems that I'm going to have? So, so that's something to think about, and that's something we're going to discuss as the coming in the coming slides. And the question that we want to keep in our heads is, why should I use a monorepo, right? So it's very easy to use to understand the basic concepts, throwing everything in the same place, but we often don't question this, that ye hum log kyun karne ja rahe hain? Why is this important? So we've already talked about this in the previous survey. Code sharing is important. It's super helpful. If I have multiple projects and I have those small components that I've made, I can use them across projects. Maybe I have some ORM models, I can use them across projects. Code sharing is amazing. But I also want us to be critical of this and start thinking, does my company, does my project actually need code sharing right now, right? Because in some projects, each project is so different that there is no possibility of code sharing. Or maybe your teams are structured in a way that each company builds their own infrastructure, their own code, their own libraries, so there can be no code sharing. Does monorepo make sense then? Maybe, maybe not, right? So that's something for you to decide. But I'm here to kind of give you that perspective that, yes, this is a good thing, but this may be something that you may not need. So we again saw better collaboration. You can have your refactoring things happening on the same PR. You can have discussions on the same PR, so it's better collaboration. Front-end can see back-end code. They can have better quality. They can have a better perspective on what's coming, what's changing. And they can even make suggestions, right? Hey, maybe you missed out this case, or maybe this thing is not structured properly, or this is what we're expecting, but this is what has been done in this PR. So there can definitely be better collaboration. But then again, it will depend on the team and the project. Do you have engineers of that sort who will be doing that stuff, right? And who have the knowledge of the backend enough to actually make those contributions to make it useful for you to use monorepos. One of the biggest advantages coded for monorepos is standardized tooling. And personally, that's one of the reasons why I started using monorepos. So what standardized tooling does is that it allows you to kind of have the same build tool across all your projects, right? So, and that kind of helps you standardize your formatters, your linters, your code quality tools, anything else, even testing, right? So everything is standardized, and throughout your company, you kind of set a standard from the top, and it kind of helps you maintain that across all projects. So that's a big yes, but the word tooling is important here. Does the tooling that you have allows you to actually do it across projects? Because most tooling that we have nowadays is built for just one project. So how do you kind of scale it across multiple projects? Again, this will completely depend on what sort of project you have, what sort of team you have, what sort of stack you have, something for you to decide. One of the things that is often coded, if you read online, is better release management, which I'd agree to. I personally, right now, as I mentioned, we have a multi-repo setup for some projects, and sometimes just managing a release can be difficult, because if I have a change that spans across multiple repositories, there's front-end changes, there are back-end changes, there are DevOps changes. Now I have to coordinate and make sure that all of those 3 changes go at the same time. So I have to manage those PR merges accordingly and all of that stuff. So the release management gets a little bit tricky. But with monorepos, it's the same repo. So I have a single PR, or maybe if I have 2 PRs, I can still merge them together and everything goes out in the same place, right? But what does this come at a cost of? So if you have all of your releases happening from the same repository, this is going to add complexity tooling. Something will look at the challenging side of things. So as you can see, there are many advantages here, but the advantages are only useful if they apply it to your team, right? So that is the number one thing that most mistakes were made. So people will take up a feature thinking, oh yeah, I can see all these advantages, but do they actually apply to me or not? That's the big question. And then it doesn't end over here, right? Because there's also downsides of monorepos. And one of the biggest challenges of monorepos is just managing all of that scale. So broken main branch basically means that if you have like 100 people making commits and making PRs and merging PRs, like I mentioned, there'll be conflicts, there'll be things that they're going to break, and it's going to essentially stop your deployments because your main branch will be broken. Your test will be failing on your main branch, or maybe something will not be building on your master branch or whatever. So this becomes a huge challenge in bigger teams, right? And you have to really think about this, like, okay, as a team or as a company, how am I going to manage this when I come to that level, right? And maybe this is not a problem for you to solve right now, and that's fine, right? You don't have to think about it. But if this is a direction you're moving towards, you have to start thinking about these things. Very big repos is very obvious, right? So as you add more and more projects to the same Git repository or your version control repository, it will become very big, maybe a few GBs even. And what's going to happen is that the first day of your new employee is basically going to be downloading the repository, and that's it. So you have to then, again, take a step back and start thinking about what am I going to do when that happens, right? And then one question is going to be, is Git the right tool? So one of the reasons why Google has been so successful at implementing monorepos is that they don't use Git. They use something called Mercurial. And Mercurial kind of allows you to check out a small portion of the code, just that one project that engineer is working on. That is something that I don't think Git supports that. And if it does, I haven't really figured that out yet. So likewise, code access is a huge problem in some organizations, especially if you are like finance related or insurance related, right? And again, Git does not support something like that. So tooling becomes a problem, but Mercurial does. So Google, you give access to certain parts of the code to everyone. So nobody has access to the complete code except for the very few people who manage everything. So again, you have all of these challenges, and then you have to start thinking about what the solutions are from a very different perspective in terms of tooling um, uh, and teams as well. The final one, and this is something I touched on with better release management, is that you will have everything in one place, but building something is going to be so hard because you have 20 projects, you've changed one line in one repository, and now you have no idea what projects you need to build in order to ship successfully. And if you're building
Okay.
everything, yes,
Mashood, sorry to interrupt you. You are like quite giving wonderful information, but I would request to wind it up as we have 5 minutes left of your session, and we have questions to take as well. Okay.
sure, I'll just
So,
wind it up.
okay, yeah, sure. Thank you.
Give me a minute or two. Cool. And the complex built pipelines will essentially stop you from kind of taking advantage of the better release management that you're going to have, essentially. So at the end of the day, how do I decide? Basically, I've shown you the advantages and disadvantages. You'll have to apply them to your company, to your team, and that's how you're going to figure out what is it that you really want. Now, if it comes to the front-end development, there's been a lot of work happening in this space, and especially if you're working with JavaScript and TypeScript. So these are some of the tools that are out there. The one that we're using is NX Spaces, NX Workspaces. So NX Workspace is one of the newer tools, and I was going to go in a little more detail, but I'm just going to skip through all that today. But basically, it's made by 2 engineers from Google, so they actually understand scale. And it's focused towards developer experience, DX, and ensuring how developers can be more productive and can build faster and essentially present better for the company, right? So that's something pretty interesting, and I would encourage you all to go out there and check it out. So I'm just going to leave, I'm going to just wind up with this slide where if you are interested in NX, just go out. So there are 2 websites. There's obviously NX own resources, where you can build understand what NX Spaces are about. And then there's a course on egghead.io. Egghead is one of my go-to places for learning stuff. So definitely worth checking these out and understanding how NX really helps you build better and faster applications and also scale them over time. And cool, yeah, that was about it for today. And I think we can take on some questions now. Cool. So question 1.
Well, it's from Rayan Tahir, and he says that monorepos will help the reusability too, right?
Yes, exactly. So code sharing was the first point, and that is all about code reusability, right? So essentially, you're going to have all of your code structured in a way so that it's reusable, it's in form of libraries, and you can import those libraries across multiple different projects. And if you start exploring NX, you'll see that's very obvious right from the start.
Okay. The next question is from Asan Danish, and he asks, is the monorepos like MVC architecture?
So Monorepos is not like MVC architecture because so it's got nothing to do with MVC architecture. That's very different, right? And Monorepos essentially is about moving multiple projects into the same repository. So you can have those projects as MVC architecture or as whatever, it doesn't really matter. These are just projects, and it's about organizing code, right? It's not about architecture. MVC is about architecture. Monorepos is about organizing code. So they're 2 different concepts.
All right. Next one is from Salim, and he wants to ask, like, what do you think about building pipeline challenges and monorepos? And do you think Buck and Bazel are much better alternative of monorepos because we can take more advantages of them as compared to, and a comparison? Like he might be asking for a comparison.
Yeah. So Bazel was Google's answer to their issues around build tooling, and um, and this is what I'm talking about, right? So Google has teams of people which focus on DX, and they have figured out that okay, we need to use Mercurial. We need to use Mercurial this way. We need to have this build tool. We need to have this, and then yes, our monorepos are going to work at scale. Our monorepos is going to give that 80% satisfaction that I showed you before. So Bazel is part of that project where they're trying to bring in all of the build tooling under one roof. So right now, like there was Maven build tools for Java, an npm for JavaScript, this, that, whatever. So Bazel kind of takes it to an even higher level and says you can build JavaScript projects, your Android app, your XYZ app, Rust app, whatever, under a single set of tools. So it's a very interesting way, but again, you'll have to see if it applies to your company or not. I think it's very powerful and it's being used quite a lot nowadays. But it's going to be you're the one who's going to make that decision. Is it useful or not for you?
All right. Next question is from Zahiruddin Babar, and he asks if ACL amendment possible in Monorepo, and like if he wants to get security layer code access to a specific group.
Sorry, give me a second here. Let me just. All right. So ACL is again, we're moving into the architecture side of things, right? Yes, it is completely possible in monorepos, right? Because that completely depends on your architecture. When I talked about access, I was specifically talking about code access. So things like if I have 20 projects, I want to give the front-end team or this X team just access to these 5 files. That's it. I don't want to give them access to anything else, right? So that was kind of the access level I was talking about. And that's specifically not possible in Git right now, but it is possible in Mercurial. So you have to then choose your tools like that if your organization is kind of expecting you to have that level of access. Again, inside your code, inside your application, it absolutely does not matter what you have. You can have ACLs, you can have whatever you like, and that's just what it's inside your code, and we're talking about where to keep your code.
All right. And next, Kamran Majid wants to know if Monorepo concept is not against the DevOps culture.
No, not at all. So basically, monorepos are you have different challenges on both ends. So I kind of touched on that. And at the end of the day, I think it's very important to understand that DevOps kind of helps you with automation and faster delivery and better delivery. The talk that was before me, that was all about this, right? And what we're talking about in this talk is basically, the part of the build pipeline that has issues, whether you go with multi-repo setups or monorepo setups, right? So, but you have different challenges, and that's what you need to understand. So it could be you have release management challenges, so maybe you want to move over to monorepos, but maybe there is build complexity, so maybe you want to use over multi-repos, but all of them kind of point in the same direction. DevOps is absolutely recommended, and we should all be kind of be thinking about it and trying to move onto DevOps for our everyday build and deployment stuff.
Okay. Thank you, Mashood Rastagar. It was quite an informative session, and like I was so absorbed in it, and there were quite a lot of questions, and I guess there would be more, but as you know, time is like quite not sufficient for that, and we may need you some other day as well. So thank you so much for giving us your valuable time, and I would like to invite the next presenter and speaker of today. Thank you so much, Mashood.
Thank you.
It was
See
quite
you guys.
pleasure having
Bye-bye.
you. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, that was quite an informative session, and there were quite a lot of questions around there. As you know, the time is not like that much vacant. So let's not wait for it and call Sayed Hassan Ahmed, who is expert in developing complex serverless and microservices based projects using C Sharp, Node.js, and JavaScript. And he is a software engineer and he is a pro and master at it. So let us welcome Sir Hassan Ahmed and let's listen to him what he has. Hi, Hassan.
Hi, how are you?
I'm quite fine. So
Okay,
let's get started.
okay. So,
Over to you.
so basically, uh, I'm Syed Hassan Ahmed, and I'm working as a software engineer at OneByte, and I have a lot of experience with C Sharp, the backend language. My major experience is backend engineering, but lately I have been adopted the field data engineering. I'm working with data engineering using AWS, Elasticsearch, and all the data tools, etc. So, So basically, today what I'm gonna talk about is writing safe code. So what is safe code? So basically, safe code क्या होता है? Safe code is I'm gonna start with very beginning. Like safe code is the one code which does not have syntax errors, runtime errors, and logical errors. Like ये जो बहुत ही बिगनर एक चीज लग रही है देखने में कि एवरीबडी नोज के सिंटेक्स एरर्स नहीं होने चाहिए, रन टाइम एरर्स नहीं होने चाहिए, लॉजिकल एरर्स भी नहीं होने चाहिए, बट यही एरर्स होते हैं. लेट्स सपोज कि इनमें से कोई एक एरर एक स्पेस रॉकेट में आ गया है जो कि स्पेस की तरफ जा रहा है. सो व्हाट्स गोना हैपन अगर कोई रन टाइम एरर आ जाता है एक रॉकेट के अंदर? इट विल बी अ बिग लॉस ऑफ अ बिजनेस. सो ऑलवेज when you are writing a code, always think that you are writing for a space rocket. So that's the main motto for me today. So I think let's move. So basically, the first point is I'm skipping the syntax error part because the modern IDEs are smart enough to tell you your syntax errors, but runtime errors are the one that most developers are afraid of. So basically, the first point is runtime errors are not equal to exceptions. So exceptions are not runtime errors. Runtime errors प्रोग्राम के अंदर अराइज होते हैं, उनकी बेसिस पे एक्सेप्शंस रेज होती हैं. सो वी शुड एम्ब्रेस एक्सेप्शंस एक्चुअली रादर getting afraid from them. We should embrace exceptions. That how we can get benefit from exceptions and handle those exceptions gracefully so that our code doesn't get crashed when the rocket takes off. Okay, so basically what we do is when we are handling exception, what we normally do is we basically do that. हम एक ट्राई कैच लगा देते हैं पूरे कोड के ऊपर और हम एक एक्सेप्शन हम इससे हमें लगता है कि वी हैव हैंडल्ड ऑल द एक्सेप्शंस इन अवर कोड. ठीक है, इसमें होता ही है कि हमारा कोड क्रैश नहीं होता प्रोडक्शन में, लेकिन क्या उससे हम बैक ट्रैक कर सकते हैं कि क्या एक्सेप्शन रेज हुई और किस जगह पे रेज हुई और उसको हमने हैंडल कैसे करना है? तो ये सेंस नहीं बनाता कि एक्सेप्शन हैंडलिंग हम कैसे करेंगे. सो एक्सेप्शन हैंडलिंग का जो बेसिक रूल है, दैट इज बेसिक प्रिंसिपल, विच इज ऑलवेज क्रिएट योर ओन एक्सेप्शंस हायरार्की. अपनी एक्सेप्शन हायरार्की आप यू हैव टू डेवलप. लाइक आप अपने कोड के अंदर स्पेशलाइज्ड एक्सेप्शंस क्रिएट करें और उनको किसी रेयर जगह पे थ्रो करें. लाइक exceptions are not meant to throw anywhere in your code. You have to figure out where you need to throw the certain exception. So first of all, what we need to do is we need to, when we're writing code, we need to identify that which code is vulnerable for the exceptions. So we have to figure out that code and throw that specialized exception related to the specific piece of code and handle it globally or anywhere else in the code, where we handle it and log it. Logging is very important. We need to log every exception and we need to handle it. So let's suppose I am handling the invalid input exception. So what I will do is, so the input is invalid in the function. Let's say it is a function that is taking an input and that is invalid. So what will I do? There is a option that I will send back an a 400 bad request that your input is invalid. And there can be multiple actions that can be performed on the basis of that invalid input exception. So the point is, we need to figure out the exceptions and handle them gracefully so that our code doesn't get crashed. So after exception handling, let's say your code is exception free, and you want to push it to the production. So there is one more thing that can happen in your code is the logical errors, the bugs, the production bugs that we listen everywhere. And there is a sentence every developer can relate to it, that कि सर लोकल पे तो ठीक चल रहा है. तो दैट्स इस चीज़ को अगर हम इम्प्रूव करना चाहते हैं कि जो चीज़ लोकल पे ठीक चल रही है वो प्रोडक्शन पे भी ठीक चले, तो उसमें we need to identify, we need to write a code in a certain way that we can test it using unit test and integration test. So to prevent these kind of errors, the actual business rules that are failing. So if the actual business rules are failing in your code, that means the solution you are providing is failing. So that's a business failure. The real business will get failed. You will have a big loss in the business if your code fails in production. Uh, if your code business rules are failing in production, that means your business is failing. So how so basically how we handle the bugs and how we basically add a safety check in code that no bugs should happen in production. So the only way to do is writing tests. This is the part. This is the part which I will be emphasizing more in this talk. That please start writing unit tests and integration tests. These are the essential part of your code. If you are writing code without tests, then in my opinion, that's not a quality code. There is a very less percentage of humans that knows how to write code, and even lesser percentage of humans among developers that write unit tests, and those are the quality expert developers that you know, that you always say okay, she or he's very cheetah in this writing code. Why he or she is cheetah? That because they support their code, they cover their code with enough unit and integration tests. That's why their code doesn't fail in production. Code does fail in production even when you write code when you write tests as well, but the percentage of bugs is very less when you write test and when you don't write test. So I have some figures. So basically, this is the example I want to quote. So I was talking about a lot about earlier about the space rocket. So this is the real life actual example that happened. So what it says is a floating point error that caused loss of 500 million. So it was a rocket crash that were going towards space. So what they were in the code, what happened is a floating point. There was a floating point, 64-bit floating point, and it was converted into a 16-bit integer. And their their exception were raised, and that exception was not handled. So th- so उन्होंने पहले से assume कर लिया था कि 64 बिट तक वैल्यू नहीं जाएगी, वो 16 बिट पे ही रहेगी, तो हम उसको कन्वर्ट कर लेंगे 16 बिट इंटीजर में, तो कोई इशू नहीं होगा, कुछ भी नहीं होगा. लेकिन वो हो गया. आपको अपने कोड में कभी भी ऐसा लगे लाइक आप कोई एपीआई से डाटा रीड कर रहे हैं, उसमें 3 फील्ड्स आ रही हैं हमारे पास, एक आईडी, एक नेम, एक सपोज ईमेल एड्रेस। आपको कंफर्म श्योरिटी है कि ये तीनों फील्ड्स लाजमी आएंगी, लेकिन आपको 1%, बहुत 0.1% चांस होगा कि उसमें नेम की प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है। सपोज वेदर एपीआई है, वेदर एपीआई एक बहुत अच्छी एक ग्लोबल एपी, काफ़ी लोग यूज़ करते हैं ओपन एपीआई, जो वेदर एपीआई है उसके अंदर सारी प्रॉपर्टीज़ हमें पता है, हम इंश्योर्ड हैं कि वो आएंगी और हम उनको यूज़ कर लेंगे। लेकिन सपोज 0.1% चांस है कि उसमें एक प्रॉपर्टी ना आए। तो जब भी आपके बैक ऑफ द माइंड 0.1% आपको लगे कि ये चीज़ हो सकती है, तो वो होगी लाजमी, ये प्रोडक्शन में लाजमी होगी, दैट आई कैन राइट ऑन एनीवेयर कि ये चीज़ होती है। जो आपको हल्का सा भी दिमाग में आपके आ जाए कि ये चीज़ हो सकती है, तो वो होती है। तो ये बैक टू माइंड उनके जिस जो जो इस कोड, जो प्रोग्रामर था जिसने ये कोड लिखा था इस स्पेस रॉकेट के लिए, उसके माइंड में ये बात आई थी या नहीं आई थी, लेकिन उसने ये चीज़ हैंडल नहीं की। लेकिन ये एक बहुत कॉमन सी चीज़ थी कि एक फ्लोटिंग पॉइंट जो कि 64 बिट था, उसको 16 बिट में कन्वर्ट किया, जिसकी वजह से वो रॉकेट क्रैश कर गया और उस बिजनेस को बहुत बड़ा लॉस हुआ। $500 million इज अ बिग लॉस। सो दैट्स व्हाई राइटिंग सेफ कोड इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। सो मेरे पास ये कुछ फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स हैं जिसके अंदर हमारे पास दो किस्म के सिनेरियोज हैं। एक, जिस टीम ने टेस्ट लिख के कोड किया था, और एक टीम थी जिसने विदाउट टेस्ट कोड किया था। तो दोनों का जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का टाइम था, जो टेस्ट के साथ किया था, विदाउट टेस्ट किया था, उनका 7 दिन में इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो गई थी, और जिन्होंने टेस्ट के साथ किया था उनको डबल ऑफ दोज डेज, माने 2x उनको टाइम लगा था। इंटीग्रेशन में जो टेस्ट विदाउट टेस्ट थी टीम, उनको 7 दिन लगे, लेकिन जो विद टेस्ट उनको 2 डेज लगे। क्यों? क्योंकि उनका जो हर कंपोनेंट था वो सपोर्ट, उसको सपोर्ट थी यूनिट टेस्ट और इंटीग्रेशन टेस्ट की। दैट वाई वो ज़्यादा इस अश्योर थे, और द कोड गेट्स इंटीग्रेटेड इजीली, तो उनको टाइम बहुत कम लगा उसके अंदर। टेस्टिंग एंड डिबगिंग के बाद जब ओवरऑल रिलीज टाइम अगर हम देखें, तो जो विदाउट टेस्ट थी टीम, उसको 26 डेज लगे, और विद टेस्ट 20। तो ओवरऑल रिलीज टाइम जो जिस टीम ने टेस्ट लिखे थे उनको कम लगा है, 2-3 दिन उन्होंने जल्दी रिलीज कर दिए सॉफ्टवेयर। और जो प्रोडक्शन के अंदर बग्स आए वो 71 थे विदाउट टेस्ट, और विद टेस्ट के 11 थे। तो इससे क्या पता चलता है, हम अक्सर सोचते हैं जब हम कोड कर रहे होते हैं कि अगर हम टेस्ट लिखेंगे तो टाइम बहुत ज़्यादा लगेगा, बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम कंज्यूम होगा, हम डेडलाइन कैसे अचीव करेंगे। तो ये मेरे पास कुछ फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स हैं जिसको आप देख के अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं कि किस किस सिनेरियो में और किस अप्रोच में टाइम ज़्यादा लगता है और किस में कम टाइम लगता है। तो हमेशा जो आप जब भी टेस्ट लिखेंगे तो इसमें आपको डेवलपमेंट में टाइम ज़्यादा लगेगा, लेकिन ओवरऑल जब आप उसको रिलीज़ करेंगे और पोस्ट रिलीज़ जो आपके बग्स आएंगे वो भी कम होंगे, और उसमें आपकी बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम की बचत हो जाएगी। सो दैट्स द थिंग आई वांट टू मेंशन। फिर फिर बारी आती है कोड रिव्यूज़ की। अक्सर जो डेवलपर्स होते हैं, यंग डेवलपर्स होते हैं, वो कोड रिव्यूज़ से घबराते हैं। लाइक आपने कोड पुश किया एंड आपने एक पीआर क्रिएट की, और उसके ऊपर आपको कमेंट आया कि यू नीड टू इम्प्रूव दिस, तो आप उसको इम्प्रूव करके दोबारा पुश करते हैं, फिर आपको एक कमेंट आया। तो ये चीज़ जो है ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है अंडरस्टैंड करने के लिए कि कोड रिव्यूज़ बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है फॉर अ यंग डेवलपर, फॉर अ बिगनर डेवलपर, के जब तक आपका कोड रिव्यू नहीं होगा तब तक आपकी कोड क्वालिटी बेहतर नहीं होगी। और कोड रिव्यूज़ से बहुत ज़्यादा आप सीखते हो कि आप कोड रिव्यूज़ का पर्पज़ ये होता है कि जो हमारा एग्जिस्टिंग सिस्टम है, जो आपने कोड पीआर बनाई, वो कंपैटिबल हो उस एग्जिस्टिंग सिस्टम के साथ, और जो कोड हो बेसिकली वो मेंटेनेबल हो, एक्सटेंसिबल हो और रीडेबल हो। मेंटेनेबल से मुराद ये है कि आपका कोड इनफ कंपोनेंट्स में डिवाइडेड हो, बहुत ज़्यादा कंपोनेंट्स में भी डिवाइडेड ना हो और बहुत कम कंपोनेंट्स में भी डिवाइडेड ना हो, इनफ डिवाइडेड हो कि वो इंडिपेंडेंट हो और उनको मेंटेन करना इजी हो। सपोज कि कोई इशू अगर किसी कंपोनेंट में, आपके किसी कोड के कंपोनेंट में कोई इशू आया, तो वो इशू उसी कंपोनेंट तक रहे, उससे बाहर ना जाए, या किसी उससे रिलेटेड जो सर्विसेज हैं उनको अफेक्ट ना करे, और आपको एग्जैक्टली पता हो कि मैंने किस कंपोनेंट में जाके क्या चेंज करना है। और एक्सटेंसिबिलिटी, यानी कि अगर आप अपने कोड में कुछ चेंजेस करना चाहते हैं तो वो सीमलेस होनी चाहिए। सपोज आपने कोई नया फीचर ऐड करना है या कोई चेंज ऐड करना है, तो प्रीवियस को आपको चेंज ना करना पड़े, आपको एडिशनल काम करने पड़े, प्रीवियस चीज़ डिस्टर्ब ना करनी पड़े, इस तरह का कोड। और रीडेबल होना चाहिए। सपोज मैंने कोड को डिवाइड भी किया हुआ है और बड़ा मेंटेनेबल है, लेकिन वो रीडेबल नहीं होगा जब तक, तो मैं, कोई भी नया बंदा जब भी आएगा उस कोड को देखेगा तो उसको ना तो उसकी समझ आएगी, ना वो उसको हैंडल कर सकेगा। और रीडेबल कोड का फ़ायदा ये होता है कि अगर आप उसको 10 साल बाद भी देखेंगे तो आपको कोड समझ आ जाएगा। रीडेबल से मतलब ये है कि उसमें कमेंट्स नहीं होने चाहिए। कोड कोड के अंदर कमेंट्स सिर्फ, अगर आपने कोड में कमेंट्स ऐड किए हैं, इसका मतलब ये है कि आपने जो कोड लिखा है वो रीडेबल नहीं है, इन माय ओपिनियन। योर कोड शुड स्पीक इटसेल्फ, वो कोड खुद बोलना चाहिए कि आप कोड पढ़ रहे हैं और आपको समझ आ रही हो कि कोड क्या कर रहा है। तो ये एक, इसमें एक कोड भी है जो कि मेरे माइंड में आ रहा है कि programmers can write code, but good programmers write code. Programmers write code that computer understands, and good programmers write code that human understands. So जो अच्छे प्रोग्रामर्स होते हैं वो ऐसा कोड लिखते हैं जो कि ह्यूमन के लिए भी बहुत इजीली रीडेबल होता है। उसमें ऐसा लगता है कि मैं, सपोज मैं कोई आर्टिकल रीड कर रहा हूँ, इस तरह का कोड होना चाहिए। कोड एक पोइट्री की तरह लिखा होना चाहिए। और जो मेन पार्ट है टेस्टिंग पे, मैंने बहुत एम्फेसिस किया कि टेस्टिंग बहुत ज़रूरी है। टेस्ट, जब आप, व्हेन यू आर राइटिंग यूनिट टेस्ट एंड इंटीग्रेशन टेस्ट, तो आपको पता होता है कि आपका जो तरीका होता है कोड लिखने का वो बिल्कुल चेंज हो जाता है। लाइक आप अपने कोड को कंपोनेंट्स में डिवाइड करते हो, यूनिट्स में डिवाइड करते हो, और फिर आप कोड करते हो। यूनिट टेस्ट और इंटीग्रेशन टेस्ट उस कोड पे लिखे जाते हैं जो कोड टेस्टेबल होता है। हर कोड पे आप यूनिट और इंटीग्रेशन टेस्ट नहीं लिख सकते, आपको मैनुअली टेस्ट करना पड़ता है ऐसा कोड जो कि अच्छा नहीं लिखा हो, जो कि गंदा कोड है। तो आपको कोड अच्छा लिखना पड़ता है टू राइट टेस्ट, टू राइट इंटीग्रेशन टेस्ट, टू राइट यूनिट टेस्ट। तो ये एक चीज़ है जो कि मैं मेंशन करना चाहता हूँ। तो इसके अंदर सपोज के एक्सेप्शन हैंडलिंग की मैंने बात की थी। सपोज कि मैंने अपना कोड लिखा हुआ है और उसके ऊपर मैंने मल्टीपल काइंड ऑफ एक्सेप्शंस हैंडल की हुई हैं। तो सपोज मैंने बहुत सारी एक्सेप्शन हैंडल की हुई हैं, तो मेरा जो कोड होगा वो बहुत ज़्यादा, एक फाइल के अंदर बहुत ज़्यादा कोड आ जाएगा, क्योंकि मैंने इतनी ज़्यादा एक्सेप्शंस, मैंने ट्राई कैच और मैंने बहुत चीज़ें हैंडल की होंगी। तो उस उस पार्ट को आपको इस तरीके से, इस ग्रेसफुल तरीके के साथ मैनेज करना पड़ता है कि अगर आपने एक्सेप्शंस भी अपने कोड में हैंडल किए हैं तो मेन कोड में दैट शुडंट अपीयर कि आपने ये कोड एक्सेप्शन, इस कोड में एक्सेप्शंस हैंडल्ड हैं। तो ये भी एक मेन पॉइंट होता है कोड लिखने का कि आप सिर्फ हैंडल नहीं कर देते एक्सेप्शंस को, इतनी ग्रेसफुली हैंडल करते हैं कि वो पता नहीं चलता मेन कि यहाँ पे कोड एक्सेप्शंस हैंडल हुई हैं। बाकी आई थिंक it's enough, or you can follow me on Medium, GitHub, and LinkedIn. I have been writing some articles on Medium lately, so you can take advantage of that. That's it. If you have any questions, you can ask.
Okay, that was quite an informative session. Or Hassan, I'm amazed to listen to such a humble software engineer who is a good developer. The most intriguing and the most जो एक catchy point था आपके उसका कि a good code is a code कि जो कि हर एक से understandable हो, human understandable हो. Well, there are a lot of questions. So one of them is कि सनाउल्ला आपसे पूछना चाह रहे हैं what about एक minute. What about business rule violation that can be handled using expectations? or audience expectations?
Exceptions. Okay. So Sanaullah, yes, you can avoid business rule violation using custom exceptions. So what you can do, you can add custom checks like if this rule is getting violated, so you can throw your custom exception against that rule. Suppose the I gave an example of invalid input exception. So the invalid input is basically the violation of business rule. So our business requires a certain type of input, but it is getting failed. So I will throw an exception of invalid input exception and handle it on my main code. So yes, you can do that.
Okay, next question is from Muhammad Imran Ansari, and he wants to know, okay, how can he achieve or prioritize code safety by security by design approach?
Okay, so Imran, yes. So you can how you can achieve or prioritize code safety. Yes, you can do with a lot of design patterns and architectural designs, like we have test driven development, domain driven development, and CRQS. So you can, yes, certainly do that by so when you are so main part of the security and testing is your code should be modular, and you should know every bit of your code. So that's the main goal you should achieve. It can be achieved through many design patterns or many architectural patterns.
Okay, the next question is from Ryan Tahir, and he wants to know, okay, but aren't comments important for reader to understand what writer is trying to achieve and why they are trying to write it that way?
Yes, Rayan. Uh, the the comments that you write on the top of function, the documentation comments, that are
Hmm.
important. But I'm talking about like we have a lot of comments on if statements, and
Hmm.
so my emphasis is that your function name, your function parameter names, your function return type should speak that what this function is doing. But yes, certainly you can write documentation comments on the top of function, that why you are writing this function and what you want to achieve. Yes, you can do that.
Okay, okay. So next question is from Shahroz Aslam, and he wants to know how can he use comments like summarize a big logic into comment is does it sounds good to write a comment?
Yes, sometimes it, let's say your logic is very complex. Your function is doing a very complex thing, and you want to write it on the comment. So you can write a summary on the top of function using XML. If you know about the XML code comments, you can do that.
Mhm.
You can do that with them. That's the good approach.
Okay, so Umar Said wants to know, okay, how to learn a code from a web developer who has no prior programming language. A very interesting question indeed.
Okay, so if you want to be a web developer and you have no prior program, then there are multiple frameworks that require no programming experience, like WordPress, Wix, and Magento. They require at certain point the programming experience, but as a beginner, you can figure out how to develop a website.
And
But
do let
but
them know, okay, either like web development is easy or moving towards C sharp that is very professional and window based and all that platform. So for a novice, how would it be? A web development platform like WordPress or so. So no, people are more interested into things like there has been a quite rush of it. Okay, everybody is getting a software engineer and you can freelance and all that. So this is what fascinates a person to be a programmer or so. So kindly do let him know as well and everyone that is it the website development easy or one should go for like complex platforms like Magento and C sharp and .NET works and MVC and all that.
So basically, uh, first point is there is nothing that is easy, first of all, but that's your priorities, and you know yourself better that where you stand. Like for, what I would recommend is for a beginner that want to go on web development part, that's a very good field right now because web
Okay,
development
sorry,
won't
sorry
die.
to snub you in. Sorry to snub you in. I took you away for another question. He is asking about C Sharp and JavaScript and PHP. He's like getting particular with that.
So okay, so basically for C sharp, these are the programming languages. So first of all, you need to learn about basic programming fundamentals, and object-oriented programming, data structures, and algorithms. So you need to build up your platform first, and to move on to the frameworks and languages like these. These languages can be learned in 7 to 14 days if you know your basics. Your basics are
Exactly.
strong. You can learn them in 7 to 14
Exactly. The
days.
basic concepts, basic concepts flow okay with everything. All you have to master the like basics. Okay. The next question is from Ahsan Danish, and he asked, should validation replace writing tests as well?
No, Asan. We write tests for validations as well. So when you are validating, let's say we have created multiple validators for our business models. So we will certainly write tests for the validators as well, that those validators are working fine or no. So writing tests and validation is both separate things.
Okay. Any other question? Okay, Hassan, that was quite a useful information. और बड़ा अच्छा लगा आपका सेशन सुन के फ्रॉम अ सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर दैट इज़ अ गुड डेवलपर टू और बड़ा अच्छे तरीके से एक्सप्लेन करने वाला नॉट एवरी वन इज़ गुड एट एक्सप्लेनिंग थिंग्स दिस मच क्वाइट एक्सप्लिसिटली सो
Thank you.
thank you and it was a great privilege to have you here and anyone who wants to contact him or learn the basics or anything so he can be available his credentials will be available on our web pages on our Facebook handles Instagram and wherever the code movement has linked him so thank you once again Hassan that was quite informative session and good luck thank
Thank
you
you. Okay. Allah Hafiz.
Okay, guys, I hope you are having a good time listening to every speaker. Everyone is like pro in their own way, and I mean, I'm quite enjoying it. I don't know about it. Do let me know in comments how the session is going on and everything. And let's move towards our next speaker who is Sharun Ahmed, and let me introduce him to you as well. He's a program manager at Softo Private Limited, and he delivers high performance designs for system based or business based architectures. Okay. What are his expertise? He's expert in designing next generation distributed systems. He runs from pre-sales to delivering cross-functional teams. He rules over multiple local and foreign business and government organization as well. So welcome, Sharun Amin. Let us know what
Thank
you
you,
have.
Javier, for introducing.
You're welcome. Hands over to you.
Okay, thank you, Javeria, for the nice introduction. My name is Shahrun Amin, and as Javeria told that by profession I am a solution architect, and I deliver a system for the businesses which enables them to meet some certain requirements of the business. So, what I have for you in this session is something that I'm not going to be in very technical details, but I will tell you that what are the next generation systems, why they are valuable to you, what aspects of their value is for a programmer, for a business, or for a manager, or from the different sections of the IT and why they are important to us. So let me just see that I can share my screen and there will be a lot of whiteboarding. So Javeria, can you please facilitate me in terms of that? Can I share my screen?
Right. He wants. Okay, let me get it done. Just wait a
Yeah.
minute.
Hi Sharon, this is Abdul Rahman.
Hi, Rahman. How are you?
I'm good.
Nice to see you again.
Thanks, man. So can you see the option of share besides the mic and camera options?
No, I don't see that option.
Should be with share. I mean, it should be there. On
That's a chat, mic, and camera. I don't see any other option
Can you
regarding
try
that.
and refresh your page and maybe it's sort of a glitch.
Okay, let me see that. Still, I'm unable to do that. Uh, uh, is that something related to Android platforms?
No, no. Are you are you using mobile phone for streaming
No,
or?
I'm using my tablet for this.
I mean, it should be in the bottom besides mic and camera settings. It should be there. I mean, every speaker has the same link.
Hmm. It's showing me only audio and camera settings. So let me just log back with it.
Okay, guys, I'm really sorry, the audience, the respected audience. Just hold on for the moment and have some patience. We are like facing some technical issues from his side, so just be patient, and we will be there with you in some time. Okay. Till then, you can like sum up some questions which haven't been like asked, or you have from the start and you expect him, so you can start putting up questions and communicate. So we'll get back to you in no time. Okay.
Okay, still, I'm facing the same issue. Don't know why, but okay, let's begin with it. Uh, Rather wasting time. So, what are the next generation systems, and why we have this term, the next generation systems, and how they differentiate from other systems? So, all the comments will be welcome, and it will be. I hope this is going to be an interactive session for us. Just confirm me that I'm live, and you can hear me properly. You can see me properly.
Yes, you are live.
Yeah, that's fine. That's good. So what are the next generation systems? So it will be my session will be a part Urdu and part English, so everyone can understand and have a clear distinction on what I'm saying on that. And hopefully, meanwhile, I
Sorry,
get the option
sorry
of
to interrupt.
sharing.
Sharon, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Uh, so if you want to share slides and if you cannot see the option, can you just quickly email them to me and I'll show that up on the screen?
yeah. Actually, I was going to use my whiteboard, but
Ah,
unfortunately, that's not happening. Anyways,
okay.
let's conduct with it.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So जब हम systems की बात करते हैं तो there are two three things which comes in the mind. The first thing usually comes is the software, hardware, and other technical stuff. But the systems are meant to support something. वो इसलिए बनाए जाते हैं कि वो किसी पर्टिकुलर बिजनेस को या किसी पर्टिकुलर टास्क को इनेबल करें हमारे लिए. सो द फर्स्ट थिंग इज कि बिजनेस की क्या नीड्स होती है, बिजनेस क्या देख रहा होता है, बिजनेस को क्या जरूरियात होती है. तो जो पहली चीज जरूर कोई भी बिजनेस में देखा जाता है वो उसके फाइनेंशियल एस्पेक्ट्स होते हैं जिसमें हम जिसे टोटल कॉस्ट ऑफ ओनरशिप कहते हैं. सेकेंड चीज जो होती है, कॉस्ट जो है वो मुख्तलिफ चीजों के अंदर डिवाइड आती है. नेक्स्ट क्या चीज है कि बिजनेस चाहता है कि मैं कंटिन्यू रहूँ, मेरे पास लैग्स ना आए, मेरा ऑपरेशन ना रुके. इसमें हम एक एग्जांपल ले लेते हैं. अगर हम एयरपोर्ट्स की एग्जांपल लें तो अगर प्रॉब्लम आ जाए, उसके सिस्टम में प्रॉब्लम आ जाए, सिर्फ जो टिकटिंग का सेक्शन है उस पर प्रॉब्लम आ जाए, तो उस दिन के लिए कंपनी को लॉस शुरू हो जाता है क्योंकि उसका ऑपरेशन, बिजनेस ऑपरेशन जो है वो स्टॉप कर जाता है. इस तरह बैंकिंग में आ जाए, बैंकिंग सेक्टर में आ जाए, तो अगर आप कई दफा शायद आपने एक्सपीरियंस किया हो कि आप उनके पास जाते हैं तो वो कहते हैं कि सिस्टम डाउन है आज हमारा, हमारा सिस्टम काम नहीं कर रहा. तो उस दौरान जितनी भी आपकी ट्रांजेक्शन होती हैं वो रुक जाती हैं और बैंक को उसमें नुकसान होता है. किस तरह नुकसान हो रहा है, उसकी कस्टमर बेस जो है वो अनसेटिस्फाइड रहती है. उस दौरान में जो भी ट्रांजेक्शनल वैल्यू थी जो उनके पास आनी थी, जो उन्होंने उसमें से अर्न करना था, वो रुक जाता है. ठीक है. सो देर इज अ लॉस इन दैट. सो दिस इज कॉल्ड द बिजनेस कॉन्टिन्यूटी. तो एक आपका लॉस जो है वो वहां पर आता है. सो दूसरी क्या एक चीज होगी कि एक तो उनकी कॉस्ट क्या आ रही है, एंड सेकेंडली वो क्या चाह रहे हैं, वो ये देखना चाह रहे हैं कि हमारा जिस मकसद के लिए ये सारा कुछ हमने किया है क्या वो चल पा रहा है या नहीं चल पा रहा. इसी तरह हम एक ऑनलाइन स्टोर की अगर बात करें तो अगर एक ऑनलाइन स्टोर के अंदर उसकी इन्वेंट्री का फंक्शन रुक जाए तो लोग उसमें परचेजिंग नहीं कर सकते. उससे क्या होगा, डिससेटिस्फेक्शन आएगी, उसकी कस्टमर बेस पे प्रॉब्लम आएगा, वो उनको लॉस इनकर होगा. सो एक ये एस्पेक्ट है. दूसरा एस्पेक्ट क्या है कि बिजनेस जो है वो रोल आउट करता है अपनी चीजों को कैसे. उसके लिए हम जरा समझते हैं कि हर कुछ अरसे के बाद अगर एक ई कॉमर्स स्टोर है तो वो कुछ सीजनल चेंजेस अपने पास करता है. वो गेज करता है कि मेरे मेरे कस्टमर्स को क्या चाहिए, मेरा कंपैटिटर क्या कर रहा है, मैं कैसे अपने आप को रेलेवेंट रख सकूं इस मार्केट के अंदर. तो वो कुछ फीचर्स नए लेके आता है. अगर आप सारे यूजर्स हैं जो भी इसको अभी देख रहे हैं या स्ट्रीम को बाद में देखेंगे तो हमेशा हमारी मोबाइल एप्लीकेशंस पे आता है कि न्यू फीचर्स हैज बीन लॉन्च्ड. आइदर इट्स अ दराज, फेसबुक इसकी बहुत अच्छी एग्जांपल है. कुछ कुछ अरसे के बाद वो आपको नए फीचर्स जो है वो आपकी तरफ रोल आउट करती है. तो जब नए फीचर्स वो क्यों रोल आउट करती है, वो इसलिए रोल करती है कि जो उसकी मार्केटिंग टीम होती है, उसकी सेल्स टीम्स होती हैं, उसकी एनालिसिस टीम्स होती हैं, वो ये चीज गेज करके आती हैं कि ये फीचर्स जो है लोगों को फ्ला एरिया के अंदर जो है वो फैसिलिटेट करेंगे. तो ये जो फीचर्स आते हैं ये कौन लोग करते हैं, ये वो लोग करते हैं जो इसको डेवलप करते हैं या बना रहे होते हैं, तो वो फीचर आपको ऐड करते हैं। तो इसके अंदर क्या है, दिस इज कॉल्ड अ बिजनेस एजिलिटी, कि आप कितनी जल्दी अपने आप को मार्केट के साथ अडॉप्ट कर सकते हैं, कितनी जल्दी आप एक नया फीचर जो है वो लॉन्च कर सकते हैं, ताकि आपकी यूजर जो है वो, आपकी जो बेस है, मार्केट बेस है, वो इंगेज है। अच्छा, मैं ये क्यों बिजनेस का सारा कुछ बता रहा हूँ, क्योंकि जिन सिस्टम्स के बारे में भी हम डिस्कस करने जाने लगे हैं और जिनके बारे में मैं आगे बताऊंगा, दे आर कोरली फोकस्ड टू द बिजनेस वैल्यू। उनकी जो बेसिक फिलॉसफी है वो ये है कि हर वो स्टेप उठाया जाए और हर वो इन्वेस्टमेंट की जाए जो जस्टिफाइबल हो, कि वो बिजनेस को किस एरिया में सपोर्ट करने जा रही है। ठीक है, तो ये एक एस्पेक्ट हमने देखा कि एक बिजनेस एजिलिटी का एस्पेक्ट है। तो पहला क्या एस्पेक्ट आया कि कॉस्ट कितनी है उसकी आ रही उस ऑपरेशन को अटेंड करने में। उसके बाद उसकी एजिलिटी कितनी है। इसके बाद एक और चीज ये आती है कि जो भी सिस्टम की यूजर्स हैं, जो भी आप सिस्टम रोल आउट करने जा रहे हैं, उसके एंड जो यूजर्स हैं या उसको इस्तेमाल करने वाले जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑपरेशंस उसके परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं। लाइकवाइज अगर एक ई कॉमर्स स्टोर की हम एग्जांपल ले लें, तो उसमें एक जिससे आप दराज की हम एग्जांपल लें, तो जितना भी आपका वेंडर है जो वहां पे बैठ के आपको चीजें सेल कर रहा है, या सेलर कह रहे हैं उसको आप, वो दराज का वेंडर है, वो कुछ अपने ऑपरेशंस करता है। और वो अपने ऑपरेशंस करने के लिए क्या है, कि हो सकता है कि वो एक आदमी से लेके 100 लोगों की टीम हो। दराज में अगर हम लोकल सेलर्स की बात करें, तो वो एक या दो है, उनके पास भी अपना एक डैशबोर्ड है, अपनी एक चीज है जिसपे से वो इस्तेमाल उसको करके आप तक ये सर्विस डिस्पेंस करते हैं। उसके बाद अगर दराज की अपनी बात ली जाए, तो उसके हंड्रेड्स ऑफ एम्प्लॉयज हैं जो वो सिस्टम यूज करते हैं, जहाँ वो वेयर हाउस से लेके आप तक चीज आती है, तो एक पूरी चेन है जो चलती है। तो अब अगर वो सिस्टम जो है वो इतना अच्छा ना हो, या उसका प्रोसेस उसको इंगेज करने में, जिसको हम पर्टिकुलरली अडेप्टेशन कहते हैं, वो इतनी अच्छी ना हो, तो उससे क्या होगा कि उनको बहुत ज्यादा ट्रेनिंग कॉस्ट बर्दाश्त करनी पड़ेगी, डिले अकर होगा उस सारे बिजनेस के अंदर, और जो एंड यूजर है वो भी अनसेटिस्फाइड रहेगा। इसके अलावा जितने लोग उसको टेक्निकली भी मैनेज करते हैं, उसके लिए कितनी एक्सपर्टीज चाहिए, कितना इजी है वो सिस्टम, या कितने आराम से आप उस सिस्टम को मेंटेन कर सकते हैं। तो ये सारा कुछ आता है आपकी स्टाफ प्रोडक्टिविटी में। तो मैं फिर से रिपीट करूंगा, एक हमने कॉस्ट देखी जो कि वैसे उस सिस्टम को लेने में कॉस्ट है उस, ठीक है। फिर आप जाइल कितने हैं, मींस कि आप कितनी जल्दी अपने सिस्टम में चेंज लेके आ सकते हैं, नया फीचर लॉन्च कर सकते हैं। उसके बाद जिन लोगों ने उसको इस्तेमाल करना है, वो कितना कंफर्टेबल है, क्या उस पे उस काम को हम कितना अच्छे तरीके से कर सकते हैं, कि एक तो लोग उसको जल्द से जल्द इस्तेमाल करें। दूसरी चीज क्या है, कि जो उसको इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, वहां पर अगर 10 लोगों की जरूरत पड़ रही थी, तो क्या हम उसको रिड्यूस करके एक या दो लोगों के ऊपर लेके जा सकते हैं। तो ये मुख्तलिफ एस्पेक्ट्स हैं एक बिजनेस की को समझने के लिए, कि जब हम एक बिजनेस को लेके चलते हैं तो उस पे कैसे करते हैं। अच्छा, अब ये सारी बातें हमारे पास आ गई, हमने देख भी लिया कि मुख्तलिफ कोर एरियाज है और वो है। तो अब इन सारी चीजों को हम मीट कैसे करेंगे, वो क्या रीजंस हैं, वो कैसे है कि हम ये बात सारी जो मैं कह रहा हूँ इसको हम करें। ठीक है, तो दुनिया ने इस पे मूव अप करना शुरू किया, इसलिए थोड़ी सी हमें हिस्ट्री समझनी पड़ेगी सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपमेंट की। और ये भी समझना पड़ेगा कि जिसको हम नेक्स्ट जनरेशन कह रहे हैं, क्या वो बिल्कुल कोई नई चीज है, या वो पहले से अवेलेबल थी हमारे पास, या वो अब हम कुछ प्रोग्रेस कर रहे हैं, या हम कुछ अच्छी चीजों को अडॉप्ट करके आगे चलने शुरू की। बिजनेस में ये जो आज बात मैं कर रहा हूँ कि बिजनेस को अंडरस्टैंड किया जाए, बिजनेस के ऑपरेशंस को अंडरस्टैंड किया जाए, उसकी कॉस्टिंग को अंडरस्टैंड किया जाए, उसके एस्पेक्ट्स अंडरस्टैंड किया जाए। तो जब हम पीछे जाते हैं कुछ अर्सा पहले, एक 10-20 साल पहले जाते हैं, या 30 साल पीछे जाते हैं, तो बेसिकली बिजनेस में और इन आईटी के अंदर एक बहुत बड़ा गैप हुआ करता था। आईटी की जितनी चीजें होती थी वो आईटी के लोग खुद डिसाइड किया करते थे, और एक बिजनेस रिप्रेजेंटेटिव था जो आके उनको बता देता था। और जब हम आईटी की बात करते हैं, तो उसमें भी मुख्तलिफ चीजें आती हैं। एक आपकी डेवलपमेंट टीम्स आती हैं, फिर आपके इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की प्रोविजनिंग आती है। तो इसमें भी बहुत ज़्यादा डिवीजन थी, इसलिए मुख्तलिफ प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट के साइकिल्स हमारे पास आए, जिसमें पहले वाटरफॉल मॉडल इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ, उसके बाद वो करते करते आइटरेटिव मॉडल्स में आया, मुख्तलिफ और मॉडल्स आए, लेकिन उसमें क्या हुआ, ये सेपरेशन रही इन सारी चीज़ों के अंदर। अब भी जो हमारा लास्ट वेल नोन आर्किटेक्चर है जो कि हम जानते हैं, वो एन टीयर आर्किटेक्चर, तो उसमें 3 टीयर आर्किटेक्चर्स है। तो उसमें क्या चीजें हैं कि उसमें भी आपकी एक बड़ी एप्लीकेशन है जो आप उठाते हैं और डिप्लॉय कर देते हैं जाकर। लेकिन इसका ताल्लुक बिजनेस के साथ कैसे है और क्यों बिजनेस इसके साथ डिस्टर्ब होता है? जैसे मैंने कहा कि पहली बात जो है वो इसकी कॉस्ट इटसेल्फ है, इसको ओन करने की कॉस्ट है। ठीक है, जब भी आप एक एप्लीकेशन को बिल्ड करते हैं, अभी हम सिस्टम्स के को एज अ होल पहले देखेंगे कि ये क्या चीज़ है, उसका एक छोटा कंपोनेंट जो है वो आपके साथ पहले डिस्कस कर लेता हूँ। कि जब भी हम एक एप्लीकेशन जो है वो बिल्ड करते हैं, तो उसमें क्या होता है कि आप कुछ रिक्वायरमेंट्स लेते हैं और एक एप्लीकेशन बिल्ड करके डिप्लॉय कर देते हैं। ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ अ टाइम अगर उसमें चेंज करना पड़ता है, तो जो एक ही एप्लीकेशन है या एक बड़ी एप्लीकेशन बनी हुई है, उसमें चेंजेस जो है वो बहुत ज्यादा कॉस्टली होती है। वो कॉस्टली इसलिए होती है कि एक तो उस पर किस तरह से वो कोड जो है या वो एप्लीकेशन जो है वो टाइटली एक दूसरे के साथ एक ही बड़ी एप्लीकेशन है, उसमें सेपरेशन नहीं है। जब बिजनेस अपने ऑपरेशन से एक्सटेंड करता है, तो उसको पूरी अपनी एप्लीकेशन को जो है वो रीडू करने की जरूरत नहीं होती, बल्कि उसने एक फीचर और ये चीजें इंटीग्रेट करनी होती है। ठीक है, अब प्रॉब्लम क्या आती है कि एक बड़ी एप्लीकेशन में जब भी आप चेंजेस अक्कर करते हैं, तो या तो आपकी जो पुरानी टीम आप उसी के साथ चल रहे हैं, जब भी उसमें नए लोग लेके आते हैं तो उनको दोबारा से वो एप्लीकेशन समझनी पड़ती है, फिर वो दोबारा से डिप्लॉय करनी पड़ती है। इसके अलावा इसका क्या प्रॉब्लम आता है, इसका प्रॉब्लम ये आता है कि आपको थोड़ा हर जगह आपकी एक सी यूटिलाइजेशन ऑफ रिसोर्सेज नहीं होती, तो आपको वो पूरी जो एप्लीकेशन है उसके लिए ही रिसोर्सेज बड़े करने पड़ते हैं। ठीक है, फिर आपकी टीम कोलैबोरेशन के प्रॉब्लम्स आते हैं कि आपने एक बंदे को बिठाया, दो को बिठाया, वो सारे एक ही एप्लीकेशन पे काम कर रहे हैं। अब उससे क्या होता है कि उस एप्लीकेशन की स्टेबिलिटी भी जो है वो होती है। तो समहाउ जैसे जैसे हमने ये देखा कि बिजनेसेस जो है वो तेज ग्रो कर रहे हैं, तो हमें ये नीड बिल्कुल सामने नजर आई कि वी नीड समथिंग मोर फास्टर, मोर एजाइल, जिसको हम तेज एक्सपेरिमेंट कर सकें, और अगर वो चीज हमारे लिए फायदेमंद ना हो तो हम उसको उतनी ही जल्दी उसमें से निकाल भी सकें। तो यहाँ पर जो 3 टीयर आर्किटेक्चर थे उनमें प्रॉब्लम्स आनी शुरू हो गई, क्योंकि एक वो बड़ी एप्लीकेशन थी, और जो 3 टीयर आर्किटेक्चर्स हैं और जो 3 टीयर एप्लीकेशंस हैं, जिसकी एक फॉर्म एमवीसी भी आई, उनके अंदर जो ये सेपरेशन थी, ये बहुत मसला था। तो दुनिया ने थोड़ा सा इसमें मूव किया, उन्होंने कहा यार इसको हम इस तरह करते हैं कि कंपोनेंट्स पे तोड़ देते हैं, हम कंपोनेंट्स पे तोड़ देते हैं, अब हमें ये फायदा होगा कि अब नए कंपोनेंट्स बना के चलते रहेंगे। अच्छा, दैट वेंट वेरी वेल, बट ये प्रॉब्लम्स रिजॉल्व नहीं कर सका। अल्टीमेटली एक स्टेज ये आई कि जब बिजनेस ने ये कहा कि यार मुझे 2 एरियाज में बहुत प्रॉब्लम आ रही है। एक ये प्रॉब्लम आ रही है कि एक तो मेरा फीचर जो मुझे लॉन्च करना पड़ता है वो प्रॉब्लम करता है, दूसरी बात ये बगी होता है, तीसरी बात ये है कि मैं नई टीम्स एंगेज करता हूँ, तो उन टीम्स का जो उसको अंडरस्टैंड करने का या उस कोड को समझने का पूरा स्पैन है वो बहुत लंबा हो जाता है। तो ये इज अ प्रॉब्लमेटिक स्टफ फॉर मी। तो फिर यहाँ पर उन्होंने एक अप्रोच शुरू की, ऑल दोस्त और भी हाथ थे, वो ये था कि यार इसको छोटे छोटे पीसेस में हम डिवाइड कर लेते हैं। हम छोटे पीसेस में डिवाइड करते हैं। अच्छा, इसमें एक और पीसेस में जब प्रॉब्लम आई, एक और भी प्रॉब्लम आई, वो ये प्रॉब्लम आई कि जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, अब वो क्या वो सारा यूनिफॉर्म होना चाहिए। अच्छा, वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए भी है, तो कुछ हमने सोचना ये शुरू किया कि यार एनवायरनमेंट आइसोलेटेड हो किसी तरीके से जिसपे हम डिप्लॉय करने जा रहे हैं, वो पीस ऑफ कोड जो है वो इजिली जा सके, जिन जो लोग उस पे काम कर रहे हैं उनके लिए भी हो। तो फिर एक अप्रोच स्टार्ट हुई दुनिया में जिससे हम आज कंटेनराइजेशन की अप्रोच करते हैं। उसमें कुछ फायदे शुरू हुए कि पहला फायदा ये हुआ कि यार आप एक जो पीस ऑफ कोड है उसको आप उठा के साइट पे कर दें, अगर वो नहीं चल रहा, वो कंटेनर हो गया, तो आप उसको रीस्टार्ट भी कर सकें। अच्छा, ये बात तो थी एप्लीकेशन लेवल के ऊपर। अच्छा, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लेवल पे भी इसके प्रॉब्लम्स थे। वो क्या प्रॉब्लम्स थे? 3 tier आर्किटेक्चर्स में कि एक बड़ी आपके पास चीज है, अब आप उसको स्केल करना चाह रहे हैं, तो क्या होता था कि आप उसमें लोड बैलेंसर्स डालते थे, उसको स्केल करते थे। गेन क्या था? वो एक ही एप्लीकेशन है जिसको आप एप्लीकेशन लेयर के ऊपर तो आप उसको कर रहे हैं, लेकिन पीछे डेटाबेस एक है। अब दैट्स अ प्रॉब्लम, डेटाबेस को कैसे स्केल किया जाए? अच्छा, उसकी भी मुख्तलिफ स्ट्रेटजीज आई, लेकिन वो बहुत कॉस्टली स्ट्रेटजीज हमें सामने आना शुरू हुई, उसकी कॉम्प्लिकेशंस हमारे सामने आई। तो जब हम कंटेनर्स में आए तो हमने कहा यार अच्छा, कंटेनर जो है वो हमने छोटा बना लिया है, एक आइसोलेटेड चीज हमने बिल्डअप कर ली है, तो अब हम इसको नेक्स्ट उसमें जो है वो क्या करें कि अब हमारा ये जो डेटाबेस का प्रॉब्लम है ये भी रिजॉल्व हो। तो इस पे एक मेथोडोलॉजी हमारे सामने सबसे पहले आई, जिसको हमने कहा सर्विस ओरिएंटेड आर्किटेक्चर, जिसमें हमने ये कहा कि नहीं, अब हम एक पूरी एप्लीकेशन को नहीं लेंगे, बल्कि हम बिजनेस को मैप करते हैं और ये देखते हैं कि इसमें बिजनेसेस को सपोर्ट करने के लिए क्या सर्विसेज चाहिए। लाइक वाइज अगर हम एक आम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लें तो उसमें फाइनेंस है, उसमें ह्यूमन रिसोर्स है, उसमें आपका और कोई ऑपरेशनल है। ई कॉमर्स में जाए तो पेमेंट्स अलग सी आती हैं, और उसके बाद आपका जो वेंडर है वो अलग से आ रहा है, यूजर्स का मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम अलग से है। तो वहां से एक अप्रोच ये शुरू हुई कि हम इसको एज सर्विसेज लेके चलते हैं। अच्छा, जब सर्विसेज तक हम पहुंचे तो हमें ये हुआ कि जिस तरह से हम ट्रेडिशनल सिस्टम को डेवलप करते हैं वो हमें वो चीजें दे नहीं रहा। हम तो यहाँ पे जो यूज केस बिल्ड करते हैं, सिस्टम यूज केस कर रहे हैं, यूज कर रहे हैं, तो वहां पर ये चीज फील होना शुरू हुई कि जो बिजनेस है, जो बिजनेस के लोग बताते हैं, बिजनेस के लोग बताते हैं आपको कि मेरा ये कस्टमर है, ये यहाँ पे पेमेंट अपनी आके मुझे देता है, ये पेमेंट मैं प्रोसेस करता हूँ, मेरे अकाउंट में पैसे आ जाते हैं, और उसमें कुछ टर्म्स इंक्लूड होती थी। तो यहाँ पर एक चीज जो सामने आना शुरू हुई वो ये आई कि टेक्निकल लोगों को की जो मैपिंग थी सिस्टम की वो तो अलग थी। क्यों? वो वहां पर एक ह्यूमन का ऑब्जेक्ट बनाते हैं, ह्यूमन के ऑब्जेक्ट के साथ उसको इनहेरिट करते हैं, वो आता है। तो ये बिजनेस में और इसकी जो लैंग्वेज है वो एक नहीं है। तो अब ये इसको करने के लिए फिर एक चीज नई इंट्रोड्यूस की गई जिसको कहते हैं डोमेन ड्रिवन डिजाइन, कि जो बिजनेस के लोग बात कर रहे हैं वही बात डेवलपर्स भी करें, वही टेक्निकली लोग भी बात करें। अब मैं आपको ये बता रहा हूं कि मेरा एक वर्कफ्लो है जिसमें पहले मैं एक हम वो ले लेते हैं, ट्रांजेक्शन लेते हैं कि मेरी सबसे पहले मेरे पास चीजें मेरी इन्वेंट्री में आती हैं, इन्वेंट्री के बाद उसकी
Seems
सप्लायर
to
को
be
पेमेंट्स
very
जाती हैं,
time.
बाकी सिस्टम आता है आपका। जी जवेरिया।
Sorry, Sharon. You were quite in a flow. Sorry to interrupt you, लेकिन we are running out of time and you have 5 minutes left. So
श्योर
kindly
श्योर,
wind it up and we can like take up questions like I go. Okay?
या श्योर श्योर, ठीक है। तो उसके बाद हमने डोमेन ड्रिवन डिजाइन्स पे शिफ्ट कर गया, लेकिन डोमेन ड्रिवन डिजाइन्स के बाद हमने जब ये देखा कि जो हमारी इनहेरिटली प्रॉब्लम्स है, तो देन वी केम अप टू नो कि इसको मजीद डिवाइड करते हैं, दैट इज कॉल्ड द माइक्रो सर्विसेज आर्किटेक्चर। अब हमने माइक्रो सर्विसेज आर्किटेक्चर्स को लिया फॉर आर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन। जब माइक्रो सर्विसेज में आए तो अब हमें ये रियलाइज हुआ कि जितना बड़ा हम डेटाबेस पीछे लगा रहे थे वो हमें आइसोलेट करके एक सर्विस के अंदर हम ले गए हैं। तो फिर हमने यहाँ पर चूज करना शुरू किया ऑप्शन कि यार हम कुछ छोटा ऑप्शन हम इसके अंदर देखते हैं जो हमें इजी हो, वाइबल हो, चेंजेस उसमें इजी हो, क्योंकि अब हमारी रिलेशंस कम होके आइसोलेट हो गए। सो वी कम अप विद नो एसक्यूएल सिस्टम्स। हमने नो एसक्यूएल लिया, छोटा कोड लिया, माइक्रो सर्विस बन गई। अब माइक्रो सर्विस हमने अपने पास बिल्डअप कर ली। अब हमारी जो डोमेन में बातें हो रही थी वही माइक्रो सर्विस में आ गई। हमारी सर्विस जो थी वो उसी बिजनेस डोमेन के साथ मैप करना शुरू हो गई, जिसका अब हमें फायदा ये होना शुरू हुआ कि अब हमने जो शुरू में बात की, हमारी ओनरशिप की कॉस्ट भी थोड़ी आई। छोटी चीज चल रही थी, छोटा कोड चल रहा था, छोटा डेटाबेस था, मोर एजिलिटी आना शुरू हो गई हमारे पास, हम तेज अपने फीचर्स लॉन्च करना शुरू हो गए। लेकिन इसके साथ अपने कुछ प्रॉब्लम स्टार्ट हो गए। इसके साथ इनके अंदर दरमियान में जो कम्युनिकेशंस थी वो कैसे करवाई जाती, इसकी कॉस्टिंग में भी कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स हमें आने शुरू हो गई। तो अब जो हमने बिजनेस बाउंड्री थी, वो टेक्निक हमने इसके लिए इस्तेमाल करना शुरू की, जो मैंने आपको बताया डोमेन ड्रिवन डिजाइन की। हमने जो स्टैंडर्ड ओपी की प्रैक्टिसेस थी उनको कुछ पीछे कर दिया। हमने रिलेशनल डेटाबेस को ट्रेड ऑफ किया नो एसक्यूएल के साथ, और हमारे जो सिस्टम्स थे वो बेहतर स्टेबल होना शुरू हो गए। अच्छा, अब इसके अंदर हमने एक और एस्पेक्ट ये आया कि जब ये चीज पॉपुलर हुई और उसकी बिजनेस वैल्यू आना शुरू हुई, तो आपके इर्द गिर्द का जो इकोसिस्टम था वो चेंज होना शुरू हो गया। अब आप सब कुछ खुद नहीं कर रहे, अब आप बेस्ट बिजनेस आपसे बेस्ट जो एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा है, वो चाह रहा है कि मुझे बेस्ट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम, यूजर मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम मिले, मेरा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मॉनिटरिंग बेस्ट मिले। ठीक है, सो जी मैं आपके साथ इस वाले क्वेश्चन में आता हूँ, जस्ट कंक्लूडिंग एंड देन आई कम टू योर कामरान के क्वेश्चन आपके मुझ पर आता हूँ। ठीक है, फिर हमने देखा कि क्लाउड ने, ऑन प्रेम से हम क्लाउड पे चले गए, कॉस्ट हमने कम की, ऑपरेशनल बर्डन कम किया। जब वहां पहुंचे तो हमें ये सारी चीजों से पता लगा कि अब ये सिस्टम जो है ये इवेंट ड्रिवन बनना शुरू हो गए हैं, एंड माइक्रो सर्विसेज बिकेम द स्टैंडर्ड चॉइस फॉर इट। इसके बाद और चीज हुई, लेकिन एक प्रॉब्लम हमें ये आना शुरू की कि स्टिल हम बहुत ज्यादा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो थे वो मैनेज कर रहे थे, उसमें फेलियर्स आ रहे थे, उसमें प्रॉब्लम्स आ रहे थे। देन वी मूव टू अनदर स्टफ, जो कि पीक स्टफ आया, क्लाउड में आया, जिसको हमने सर्वरलेस करना शुरू कर दिया। अब सर्वरलेस जो है वो कोई ये नहीं कि सर्वर नहीं चल रहा, बेसिकली आपका जो छोटा माइक्रो सर्विस का कोड था, जो एक फंक्शन था, वो अब आपके पास रन कर रहा है आपके क्लाउड के अंदर। पर्पस बिल्ड फंक्शन, छोटा फंक्शन जिसके ऊपर यूनिट टेस्ट आपका लिखा हुआ है, आपको कोई खुद से प्रवीण नहीं करनी पड़ रही। अब वो जितनी देर चलता है उतनी देर आपको कॉस्ट आती है, और प्लस क्या है, आप उसको जल्दी लिख सकते हैं, जल्दी पुश कर सकते हैं, और आपका अब जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ कंसंट्रेशन है वो है बिजनेस की वैल्यू जनरेट करने में। तो इन जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन सिस्टम है वो कहां पर चेंजेस आई, आप कैसे बिजनेस को समझते हैं, उसको बिजनेस को डिजाइन करते हैं, वहां पर हमने देखा कि डोमेन ड्रिवन डिजाइन आए। सिस्टम का इटसेल्फ डिजाइन जो था मोनोलिथिक एप्लीकेशन से टूटता हुआ उस ऑब्जेक्टिव को अचीव करने के लिए माइक्रो सर्विसेज में आया। जब माइक्रो सर्विसेज में आया तो हमने अपने आप को एपीआई बेस्ड सिस्टम्स में लेके गए। एपीआई सिस्टम्स के साथ हमने कहा अब ट्रेडिशनल व्यूज जो है वो हमारे नहीं चलेंगे, हम सिंगल पेज एप्लीकेशंस के अंदर आ गए उसको मजीद इनकॉर्पोरेट करने के लिए। और ये सारी चीज करने के बाद हमने जब कहा कि कंपेटिटिव बिजनेस है तो हम क्लाउड पे शिफ्ट कर गए, और क्लाउड ने हमें ये साथ फैसिलिटी दी कि रेदर आप अपना कोड होस्ट करें और अपने कोड की प्रोविजनिंग और ये इवन जो डॉकर कंटेनराइज्ड है आप सर्वरलेस के ऊपर शिफ्ट कर दें। चीज वो थी, सेम चीज थी, लेकिन उसकी वैल्यू बेस्ड तमाम तर साइकिल चेंज हो गया। मेरे से पहले जो सेक्शन में बात हो रही थी, कोड रिव्यूज की बात हो रही थी, अब आपके पास एक फंक्शन है जिसको आप रिव्यू करते हैं, जो कि सिंगल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी प्रिंसिपल पे ऑपरेट कर रहा है। बाकी आपका सारा सिस्टम इवेंट ड्रिवन है, इवेंट बेस्ड ट्रिगर्स हो रहे हैं, और आप ज्यादा से ज्यादा थर्ड पार्टी सर्विसेज जो है वो यूज कर रहे हैं। आप क्लाउड का ये आई एम यूज जो है सिस्टम यूज कर रहे हैं, इवेंट ड्रिवन सिस्टम आप क्लाउड का यूज कर रहे हैं, जो आपको डिफरेंट एसएलएस प्रोवाइड करता है, और वो एसएलएस आप बिजनेस को बताते हैं कि आप 24/7 अप रह सकते हैं, आप 2 मंथ्स में अपना फीचर शिफ्ट कर सकते हैं, आप नई टीम इंट्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं विदाउट डिस्टर्बिंग द प्रीवियस कोड बेसिस, आप नया कोड कर सकते हैं और अपने प्रीवियस कोड को एक्सपायर कर सकते हैं। दैट्स ऑल व्हाट आई हैव स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम द वेरी फर्स्ट टाइम। यस Javeria, let's take the questions. It will be good if you facilitate me that as well.
Okay, Kamran Majid wants to know that in your opinion, which serverless is the best in terms of performance and cost, AWS or Firebase?
Okay, Kamran, these are the two actually different things. When we come to the AWS basically provides you the overall infrastructure for running your code. Firebase is an event system which pushes your events to the different devices and other stuff, right? And that is also have a database as well. So when it comes to the cost, definitely that is how in terms you are calculating the cost, because the serverless is not only the thing which is working. There are a lot of a service, as told you, that when we come to the microservices, they are usually REST-based APIs, so you are using API gateways. When it comes to the push notification systems, you have internal communications right now going on. So it is more of comparing apple and oranges. Definitely, Firebase is very good when you want to push the real-time notifications to other systems, especially with the mobile devices. But that's a little different things to compare of. We use Firebase with the conjunction with the serverless systems, but that is not itself we call to compare two things each other. Yes, Javeria, any other thing?
It doesn't seem that we have any other question than that. So, Sharoon, it was quite an informative session, though we had some technicalities, but it was good session overall, and it was pleasure having you here,
Thank you, Javeria.
and
Thank you.
thank you for your valuable time, and I hope everyone enjoyed his session, and he was quite informative about it. So, well, we are leaving for break, and you have his social media handles. And if you want to know more about him or contact him, you can go on our social media handles like Facebook or on our website, codemovement.com pay, or you can check on with him. Okay. So we are going
Thank you.
on a short break. You're welcome. You're
Thank you,
very
Javeria.
welcome.
Thank you for the moment. And as you said, you can contact me anytime. That's on my social media handles. You can meet me in Islamabad physically as well. And thank you. Thank you again.
Sure,
Bye
sure.
bye.
Anyone got questions, so he can contact him directly. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Sharon. Okay, guys, we are going on a short break, and we'll be back after a short break. Do keep your questions ready, and do let us know how the sessions are going on, or iske alawa, like whatever you have in there in your mind. There are quite a lot of speakers जो कि आज भी आपके साथ होंगे और कल भी. So I hope that you are enjoying. Do let me know in comments, and I'll be back with half an hour break. We have to leave for prayers and a lunch break. Okay, so keep in contact and keep watching us. Thank you, every one of you. Okay. Hello, everyone. We are back from the break, and your wait is also over. So let's get started and let's get moving with the conference. Okay. Moving to our next speaker participant, as we are well aware and quite familiar with the Grosser app, and the Grosser app and its technicalities are handled by none other than Abid Jamil, and I would like to invite him to have a session with us. And let me tell you about him. He has been dealing the technicalities and all the issues related to CrossRap for straight 7 years. And he is expert in React Native, Android, iOS, Kotlin, and JavaScript. Phew, quite a lot of expertise then. Okay. And he is an open source contributor, a speaker, a research expert, and my God, he is author of 18 research publications. Well, quite impressive. So today he will be discussing with us mobile apps at scale. Basically, as Grosser app is like a mobile-driven thing, so mobile applications would be on the scale. So everyone who is linked up with the mobile application development or anything, be attentive and listen to him very carefully. Welcome, Mr. Abid. It's pleasure to
Thank
have you
you.
here. You
Thank
may
you.
start. You're
Okay.
welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Javeria. Let me share my slides. So this is Abid Jamil. Today I will be talking about building mobile apps at scale from an engineering perspective. So a little bit introduction about me. As Javeria introduced me very briefly. Uh, I am currently leading growth pod of engineering team at Grosser App. I write codes in Kotlin and Java for Android. I am programmer, CS researcher, and speaker. Now, briefly, let me briefly introduce Grosser App. क्योंकि हम मेरी स्टॉक को मैं ट्राई करूंगा कि जो हमने स्केल के ऊपर चीज़ें हैंडल की मैं अपनी टॉक को उसके साथ लिंक अप कर सकूं तो सिंस लास्ट 2 years वी ग्रो मैसिवली लाइक बहुत ज़्यादा हमने ग्रो किया है सिंस कोविड तो उसमें ये था कि जो हमने चैलेंजेस फेस किए या फिर जो हमने स्टेप्स लिए स्पेशली मोबाइल ऐप्स ऐप के ऊपर तो उसको मैं रिलेट करना चाहूँगा अपने ग्रोथ के साथ ताकि हम लिंक अप करके एटलीस्ट इसका आइडिया ले सकें कि जिन चीज़ों के हम स्मॉल स्टेप्स लेते हैं उनका कितना लार्जर इम्पैक्ट आता है सो ग्रोसर ऐप इज़ करंटली वी हैव 2 million installs and 4.7 रेटिंग जो मेरे ख्याल में शायद ई कॉमर्स ऐप्स के ऊपर पाकिस्तान में फर्स्ट ऐप है जिसकी 2 million डाउनलोड्स एंड 4.7 रेटिंग है like our data grow 42x हमने like 42 times data को grow किया and currently we are handling 150 million requests per month. We are currently having 800 employees और इसके अलावा हमारे जो टेक्निकल साइड की डिटेल्स अगर मैं आपके साथ शेयर करूं तो हमारी 70% एंड पॉइंट्स जो हैं वो लेस देन 200 मिली सेकेंड्स के अंदर रिस्पॉन्स टाइम है उनका तो मूविंग फॉरवर्ड हम स्टार्ट करते हैं उन चैलेंजेस से जो हमें मोबाइल ऐप डेवलपमेंट के अंदर फेस करने पड़ते हैं इन कंपैरिजन विद अदर टेक्नोलॉजीज लाइक इन वेब और इन डेस्कटॉप और जो भी अदर टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं मोबाइल के ऊपर हमें कुछ स्पेसिफिक चैलेंजेस फेस करने पड़ते हैं जिसकी वजह से हम कहते हैं कि हमारी मोबाइल ऐप डेवलपमेंट जो है वो हार्डर है एज कम्पेयर टू अदर टेक्नोलॉजीज तो डेफिनेटली कुछ ऐसे चैलेंजेस हैं जो वेब एंड यूज़र्स को फेस नहीं करने पड़ते डेफिनेटली हमारे पास एक तो जब मोबाइल की हम बात करते हैं तो हमारे पास रिसोर्सेज बहुत लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज होते हैं हमारे पास लाइक स्क्रीन साइज बड़ा लिमिटेड होता है हमारे पास और बहुत सारी चीज़ें नेटवर्क साइज है हमने और बहुत सारी चीज़ों को कैटर करना होता है तो मैं स्टॉक के साथ इन चैलेंजेस को लिंक अप करूंगा और मैं थोड़ा सा इस स्टॉक की डायरेक्शन क्लियर करना चाह रहा हूँ बेसिकली स्टॉक की जो डायरेक्शन है वो ये है कि हम जो अपनी मोबाइल ऐप जिन्होंने अभी स्टार्ट किया है या जो अभी बहुत स्मॉल स्केल के ऊपर है तो वो ऐसे कौन से स्टेप्स लें अभी से जब ताकि जब वो ग्रो करें और एक लार्ज स्केल के ऊपर चले जाएँ, तो उनको जो हर्डल्स हमने फेस की या जो हम अभी भी फेस कर रहे हैं, वो लेटर ऑन ना उनको करनी पड़े। तो थोड़े से हम ऐसे चैलेंजेस डिस्कस कर लेते हैं जो मोबाइल साइट के ऊपर हमें फेस करने पड़ते हैं। लाइक हमारे पास जो मोबाइल ऐप्स का आर्किटेक्चर होता है, वो बेसिकली ऐसे होता है कि हमारे पास कुछ इवेंट्स आ रहे होते हैं, क्योंकि हम मोबाइल बेसिकली फ्रंट एंड है। जैसे ग्रॉसर के ऊपर हम बात करें, हमारे बहुत सारी चीज़ें बैकएंड पे हैंडल हो रही होती हैं और हम एज अ क्लाइंट साइड इस पे एक्ट कर रहे होते हैं। तो हमारे पास डेफिनेटली नेटवर्क इवेंट्स होते हैं, हमारे पास मोबाइल साइड के इवेंट्स होते हैं, जैसे टैप का इवेंट है, स्वाइप का इवेंट है, गेस्चर इवेंट्स हैं। उसके बाद इनके अलावा हमारे पास लाइफ साइकिल के इवेंट्स हैं जो कि दूसरी टेक्नोलॉजीज़ के ऊपर नहीं गाते हैं। जैसे लाइफ साइकिल इवेंट्स हैं, या फिर हम कहते हैं कि इसके बाद इवेंट जब फायर होता है तो बिज़नेस लॉजिक एग्जीक्यूट होती है, तो डेफ़िनिटली हमारे पास मोबाइल के ऊपर यूआई को अपडेट करना पड़ता है। तो ये एक बेसिक सा सिंपल सा एक आर्किटेक्चर है जो किसी भी मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन का होता है। तो जब हम इन स्टेट्स की बात करते हैं, तो डेफ़िनेटली हमारे पास जो इवेंट्स आ रहे होते हैं या जो स्टेट्स बन रही होती हैं, वो उन स्टेट्स को क्रिएट करने के लिए हमारे पास डिफरेंट इवेंट्स एट अ टाइम एग्जीक्यूट हो रहे होते हैं। हो सकता है कि वो एट अ टाइम एक नेटवर्क इवेंट हो सकता है एक पुश नोटिफिकेशन इवेंट हो सकता है कि आपके सेल फ़ोन ने स्टेट चेंज कर ली हो, लाइक ऐप बैकग्राउंड से फोरग्राउंड में चली गई है या फोरग्राउंड से बैकग्राउंड में आ गई है, या फिर ऐप मिनिमाइज़ हो गई है, या फिर आपका लाइक आप माइक्रोफ़ोन यूज़ कर रहे थे और आपको एक कॉल रिसीव हो गई है, या लेट्स सपोज़ आपकी ऐप एक कैमरा यूज़ कर रही थी और एट द सेम टाइम आपने एक व्हाट्सएप की वीडियो कॉल एक्सेप्ट कर लिया। तो डेफ़िनेटली हमारे पास जो स्टेट के इवेंट्स होते हैं, वो बहुत ज़्यादा अकर हो रहे होते हैं। और हमें इश्यू कहाँ पे आता है, जब इनके कॉम्बिनेशंस बनते हैं। लाइक व्हाई इट्स हार्डर टू मैनेज, वो ये है कि हम लेट्स सपोज़ जितनी भी टेस्टिंग कर लें, हम इनके मैक्सिमम कॉम्बिनेशंस नहीं टेस्ट कर सकते। तो डेफ़िनेटली मोबाइल के ऊपर हमें ऐसी बहुत सारी स्टेट्स आ जाती हैं जिसके ऊपर अनएक्सपेक्टेड रिज़ल्ट्स आने लग जाते हैं। जो एक लाइक एप्लीकेशन है, तो वो प्रोडक्शन के ऊपर बहुत एक बैड इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट करती है। तो हम कुछ चैलेंजेस की डिस्कशन कर लेते हैं, ताकि हम लेटर ऑन इसको लिंक अप कर सकें स्केल के साथ, कि जब ये स्मॉल जो हमारे पास चैलेंजेस हैं, ये स्केल के ऊपर जाके कितना लार्जर इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट करते हैं। तो इसमें क्या होता है कि सबसे हमें जो मेजर इशू होता है, वो हमारे पास होता है कि मोबाइल के ऊपर आपकी मिस्टेक्स आर हार्डर टू रिवर्ट। लाइक वेब की हम बात करें, हमने एक लेट्स सपोज प्रोडक्शन के ऊपर एक ब्रांच डिप्लॉय की और प्रोडक्शन के ऊपर इशू आ गया, और हमने क्या किया, हमने ब्रांच को रोल आउट कर दिया। ठीक है, इट्स वेरी इजी टू मैनेज, लाइक विद इन फ्यू सेकंड्स में भी जैसे ही पेज रिफ्रेश होगा, हमारी ऑटोमेटिकली चेंजेस जो है वो रिवर्ट हो गई हैं। लेट्स सपोज अगर कोई मिस्टेक हो गई है, रिवर्ट हो गई है। लेकिन मोबाइल के केस में हमारे पास ऐसे नहीं होता। वंस यू रोल आउट योर अपडेट, उसके बाद उसका कुछ भी जितने लोगों ने वो इंस्टॉल कर लिए, हम उसको रोल आउट करके प्रीवियस वर्जन पे नहीं लेके जा सकते। यस, हम ये कर सकते हैं कि हम एक न्यू वर्जन, प्रीवियस वर्जन की एक न्यू बिल्ड दें और वो यूज़र उसको अपडेट करे। स्टिल इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा इश्यूज़ हैं। लेट्स सपोज मैंने एक बिल्ड दी और वो हमारे पास लेट्स सपोज एन नंबर ऑफ यूज़र्स ने इंस्टॉल कर लिया, और अब हमने उसको रोल आउट करना है। हम रोल आउट नहीं कर सकते, हम उसको हाल्ट कर सकते हैं कि मज़ीद लोग उस अपडेट को इंस्टॉल ना करें, लेकिन हम कभी भी ऐसे नहीं कर सकते कि रोल आउट कर सकें। तो इसका मतलब है कि जब हम मोबाइल ऐप की बात कर रहे होते हैं, तो हमने इन चीज़ों को माइंड में रखना है कि हमारी जो मिस्टेक्स हैं, वो अदर टेक्नोलॉजी से थोड़ी-सी डिफरेंट हैं। हम दूसरी टेक्नोलॉजी पे बात करें, तो हम बहुत ईज़िली अपनी मिस्टेक्स को रिवर्ट कर सकते हैं। लेकिन मोबाइल के ऊपर ऐसे नहीं है। मोबाइल के ऊपर हमें अ लॉट ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग एफर्ट करनी पड़ती है, अगर हमने इस तरह की कोई चीज़ इम्प्लीमेंट। अब हम अपनी मिस्टेक्स को रिवर्ट कर सकते हैं, ऐसा कभी भी नहीं हो सकता। तो ये एक बड़ा मेजर चैलेंज है, जो जैसे-जैसे लेट्स सपोज़ अभी तो मेरे पास 10 यूज़र हैं और मैंने एक लेट्स सपोज़ ऐप है, मेरे पास 100 यूज़र या 1000 यूज़र है, मैंने एक मिस्टेक कर भी ली, तो मेरा कोई लार्जर इम्पैक्ट नहीं आएगा। लाइक अगर हम ग्रॉसर ऐप की बात करें और वी हैव 2 मिलियन डाउनलोड्स, और अगर हम लेट्स सपोज़ 5% यूज़र्स को भी न्यू अपडेट अगर कर ली है हमारी, तो वो एक ह्यूज नंबर ऑफ यूज़र्स बनते हैं, और डेफ़िनेटली जब ह्यूज नंबर ऑफ यूज़र्स हैं, तो उनका बिज़नेस इम्पैक्ट भी ह्यूज इम्पैक्ट है। तो अगर हमारे पास कोई ऐसी चीज़ अपडेट में चली जाती है जो कि ऐसा यूजर्स ने इंस्टॉल कर लिया जो हमारे बिजनेस लाइक हमने एक अपडेट दे दी जैसे ऑर्डर ही प्लेस नहीं हो पा रहा, तो डेफिनेटली एक बड़ा ह्यूज बिजनेस इम्पैक्ट आता है। हम आगे चलते हैं। इसके बाद लेट्स सपोज आपने एक बिल्ड वर्जन लॉन्च कर दिया, लेट्स सपोज 2.0, ठीक है। तो स्टिल हम ये नहीं कह सकते कि हमारे हर यूजर के पास 2.0 वर्जन होगा, लेकिन वेब के केस में ऐसे नहीं है। लाइक अगर मैं एक न्यू अपडेट दे देता हूँ तो अनलेस के कोई कैशे हुआ है, उसके अलावा अगर हम जैसे पेज रिफ्रेश करेंगे सब यूजर्स के पास हम कहेंगे कि हमारा लेटेस्ट कोड बेस है, हमारा पुराना कोड बेस अवेलेबल नहीं है। लेकिन मोबाइल के ऊपर ऐसा नहीं है। तो मोबाइल के ऊपर क्या होता है कि एग्जिस्टिंग जो ओल्डर वर्जन है वो स्टिल एग्जिस्ट करते रहते हैं, जिसका स्केल के ऊपर क्या इम्पैक्ट आता है, लेट्स डिस्कस दैट। लेट्स सपोज हमने एक बिल्ड रिलीज की 1.0 और हम उस बिल्ड से बाद 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, 4.1, 4.2 पे चले गए हम, तो स्टिल हम ये नहीं कह सकते कि हमारे 1.0 वर्जन वाले यूजर्स नहीं होंगे, डेफिनेटली हमारे यूजर्स होंगे। तो अब स्केल के ऊपर लेट्स सपोज हमने एक 5.0 को एक फीचर लॉन्च कर दिया है, या फिर हमने 5.0 के ऊपर कुछ एडिशनल सिक्योरिटी चेक्स इंप्लीमेंट कर दिए हैं, या फिर हमने 5.0 के ऊपर कुछ एग्जिस्टिंग चाह रहे हैं लेट्स सपोज। तो हम कि जैसे जैसे हम ग्रो करते हैं हमारे हमारे एग्जिस्टिंग जो चैलेंजेस है वो भी बढ़ते जाते हैं। जैसे जैसे हम स्केल करेंगे हमारे पास जो चैलेंजेस हैं या हमने बहुत सारी चीज़ों को कैटर करना है वो उतना ही नंबर बढ़ता जाता है, क्योंकि हमारे पास ओल्डर वर्जन्स की एग्जिस्टेंस कभी भी ख़त्म नहीं हो सकती। तो इनके ऊपर हमें बहुत सारे स्टेप्स माइंड में रखने पड़ते हैं। तो इन चीज़ों को भी अभी थोड़ा सा आगे जाके हम डिस्कस करें। आई एम लीडिंग ग्रोथ पॉड। तो ग्रोथ पॉड के अंदर हमारा जो गोल है हमारी पॉड का वो बेसिकली ये है कि हमने न्यू यूजर्स एक्वायर करने हैं, हमने एक्विजिशन करनी है न्यू यूजर्स की। तो डेफिनेटली अगर आप किसी भी प्रोडक्ट की बात करें तो वो डेफिनेटली अपने न्यू यूजर्स एक्वायर करने के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा स्टेप्स लेते हैं, वो अपने यूजर्स के साथ इंगेज रहते हैं। अब इंगेज रहने के लिए डेफिनेटली उनको बहुत ज़्यादा ऐसी चीज़ें इंप्लीमेंट करनी पड़ती हैं। लेट्स सपोज आपने देखा होगा कि आपको एक पुश नोटिफिकेशन आता है कि ये XYZ एक एप्लीकेशन है, उस पर एक 50% ऑफ चल रहा है। तो यूजुअली एज अ यूज़र मैं क्या करता हूँ, मैं बड़ा अट्रैक्ट होता हूँ कि अच्छा 50% ऑफ है, मैं डेफिनेटली उस नोटिफिकेशन के ऊपर क्लिक कर देता हूँ। अब मुझे नोटिफिकेशन क्या करता है, मुझे एक स्पेसिफिक स्क्रीन के ऊपर जाके लैंड करवा देता है जहाँ पे उस प्रोडक्ट की डिटेल्स होती हैं, और मैं उधर वहाँ से ऐड टू कार्ट करके प्रोडक्ट बाय कर लेता हूँ। या फिर डेफिनेटली इस तरह के और बहुत सारी स्टेप्स होती हैं। तो हमारी मार्केटिंग टीम्स जो होती हैं वो थ्रू डीप लिंक्स हमारी ऐप की स्क्रीन्स के ऊपर यूजर्स को लैंड करवा रहे होते हैं इंटेंशनली। तो जैसे जैसे हम ग्रो करते हैं डेफिनेटली हमें अपने एग्जिस्टिंग यूजर्स को उनकी इंटेंशंस लेने के लिए या उनके साथ इंटरेक्ट करने के लिए हमें एक बड़ा मैसिव किस्म के डीप लिंक्स क्रिएट करने पड़ते हैं। और डीप लिंक्स ऐसी चीज़ है कि लेट्स सपोज हमारे पास जो डीप लिंक्स का प्रॉब्लम है ये मोस्ट अंडररेटेड प्रॉब्लम है इस टाइम। लाइक हम इसका आइडिया भी नहीं कर सकते। लेट्स सपोज मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ कि मैंने एक वर्जन लॉन्च किया 4.0, उसमें डीप लिंक्स नहीं थे। लेट्स सपोज मैंने 5.0 के ऊपर डीप लिंक्स लॉन्च कर दिए। अब एक तो मेरे पास मैकेनिज्म ये है कि मैं जैसे पुश नोटिफिकेशन या कोई मैसेज या कोई मार्केटिंग की कोई कंटेंट यूज़र को भेजना चाह रहा हूँ तो मैं उसकी वर्जन के ऊपर भी चेक करके भेजूँ कि मुझे किसके ऊपर लेके जाना है। लेकिन ऐसा हो नहीं सकता, ठीक है। मतलब ये बहुत ज़्यादा एक इंजीनियरिंग टाइम कंज्यूम करेगा और बहुत ज़्यादा इसमें इंजीनियरिंग एफर्ट लगेगी मुझे ये चीज़ टैकल करने के लिए। तो इसमें क्या होता है कि डीप लिंक्स का जो सबसे मेजर प्रॉब्लम हमारे पास आता है, इट मीन्स ये आपको क्यों बता रहा हूँ, क्योंकि अगर आपने आज एप्लीकेशन लॉन्च कर दी और आपने डीप लिंक्स को कैटर नहीं किया तो बिलीव मी लेटर ऑन आपको इस चीज़ को मैनेज करना ही पड़ेगा। क्योंकि आई थिंक डीप लिंक एक ऐसी चीज़ है जो आपको बहुत एक ह्यूज इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट करती है यूजर्स को, उनकी एक्विजिशन के लिए, उनकी रिटेंशन के लिए। आप इसके साथ इंटरेक्ट कर सकते हैं यूजर्स के साथ। लेट्स सपोज अगर हम फायरबेस प्रेडिक्शंस लेट्स सपोज यूज कर रहे हैं कि हमें पता चल जाता है कि हमारे ये वाले XYZ जो नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट यूजर्स हैं वो लीव कर जाएंगे हमारी एप्लीकेशन से। तो हम डेफिनेटली क्या करते हैं, उनको कुछ प्रोमो सेंड करते हैं, कुछ मार्केटिंग डील्स हैं, उनको कोई प्रोमो डील्स भेजते हैं, तो वो डेफिनेटली डीप लिंक्स के थ्रू ही हम एक बेटर एक्सपीरियंस, उनका ऑर्डर का बेटर एक्सपीरियंस जनरेट कर सकते हैं। तो डीप लिंक एक ऐसी चीज़ है, आई वुड से कि अगर आप आज एप्लीकेशन बना रहे हैं, बेशक आपके पास 0 डीप लिंक्स हैं, तो फ्रॉम द फर्स्ट बिल्ड यू हैव टू कैटर डीप लिंक्स। आपको फर्स्ट स्टेप के ऊपर इन डीप लिंक्स को इम्प्लीमेंट कर लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि डीप लिंक्स एक ऐसी चीज़ है जिसके साथ आप ग्रोथ भी डील करेंगे, जिसके साथ आप रिटेंशन भी डील करेंगे, जिसके साथ आप लाइक बहुत मैसिव काम आप इन चीज़ों से लेंगे। तो डेफिनेटली अगर आप एक ऐसी एप्लीकेशन बना रहे हैं विच डेफिनेटली जो ग्रो करेगी, अगर आप एक प्रोडक्ट पे काम कर रहे हैं, तो दिस इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग जिसको आपने डीप लिंक्स को लाजमी इम्प्लीमेंट करना है। क्योंकि जब आप डीप लिंक्स को इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे तो लेटर ऑन जब आप स्केल के ऊपर जाएंगे तो आप इनके थ्रू बहुत सारी चीज़ों को टैकल कर लेंगे। तो नेक्स्ट पार्ट इज द नेविगेशन आर्किटेक्चर। अब हमारे पास यहाँ पे इशू क्या आता है, जब हम एक एप्लीकेशन बनाते हैं, लाइक हमने एक विजन नहीं रखा हुआ कि हमारी एप्लीकेशन इस लेवल के ऊपर जाके स्केल कर जाएगी। लेट्स सपोज आपके अभी 1000 यूजर्स हैं एप्लीकेशन के ऊपर, आपको आइडिया नहीं है कि कल को आपका लेट्स सपोज 10 मिलियन यूजर्स हो जाएंगे, 5 मिलियन यूजर्स हो जाएंगे। तो अब हम लेट मी प्रिसाइजली एक्सप्लेन इट, कि मैं अब थोड़ा सा टेक्निकल साइड पे एक्सप्लेन करना चाह रहा हूँ कि अगर हमारे पास एक स्क्रीन है और उस स्क्रीन के ऊपर आपका फॉर एग्जांपल आपकी एक स्क्रीन डिस्प्ले हुई है, और आप क्या करते हैं यूजुअली, हम क्या करते हैं, लेट्स सपोज मेरे पास एक प्रोडक्ट की लिस्टिंग आ रही है और मैंने प्रोडक्ट लिस्टिंग से एक प्रोडक्ट पे क्लिक किया तो वो मुझे इस प्रोडक्ट की डिटेल पेज पे ले जाता है। अब हम यूजुअली क्या कर रहे होते हैं, कि हम फ्रॉम फ्रॉम दैट स्क्रीन हम एक स्पेसिफिकली प्रोडक्ट आईडी या फिर सम टाइम हम प्रोडक्ट डिटेल्स ही अगली स्क्रीन को भेज देते हैं जिसने उस प्रोडक्ट डिटेल्स को डिस्प्ले करना है। तो अब एक सिंपल सा रूल है कि अगर आपका नेविगेशन आर्किटेक्चर ठीक नहीं है तो जैसे जैसे आप स्केल करते जाएंगे आपकी कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी इतनी बढ़ती जाएगी कि आप लेट्स सपोज आपकी एप्लीकेशन एक मैसिव कॉम्प्लेक्स एप्लीकेशन बन जाएगी। क्यों? अब लेट्स सपोज मैंने प्रोडक्ट लिस्टिंग स्क्रीन से प्रोडक्ट डिटेल स्क्रीन ओपन कर ली, मेरे पास कर दिया। तो जैसे जैसे आप स्केल करेंगे आप उस प्रोडक्ट डिटेल स्क्रीन को मल्टीपल सोर्सेस से ओपन करना चाहेंगे, थ्रू पुश नोटिफिकेशन, थ्रू मैसेजेस, थ्रू ईमेल, थ्रू डीप लिंक्स, ठीक है। और इसके अलावा लेट्स सपोज आप कहते हैं कि कोई एक प्रोमो का पॉपअप आया, उस पर क्लिक करने पे लेट्स सपोज आपने कोई स्लाइडर बैनर लगा दिया है, उस बैनर के ऊपर क्लिक करने पे तो अब आपकी स्क्रीन के मल्टीपल एंट्री पॉइंट्स बन गए हैं। जब अब मल्टीपल एंट्री पॉइंट्स बन गए हैं तो एक तो वेग सा मेथड है कि मैं उन सारी स्क्रीन्स को इफ एल्स के थ्रू कैटर कर लूँ, ठीक है। उनके डाटा को मुझे पता है कि अगर मैं इस सोर्स से आ रहा हूँ तो डाटा इस फॉर्मेट में आएगा, इस सोर्स से आ रहा हूँ। तो अगर आपका नेविगेशन आर्किटेक्चर बेहतर है तो इसमें और जो मेजर इशू आता है वो हमें एसिंक्रोनस का आता है। लाइक लेट्स सपोज आपका नेविगेशन कंपोनेंट ऐसा बना हुआ था कि मेरे पास एक एपीआई कॉल थी और एपीआई कॉल के रिस्पॉन्स के बाद मैंने स्क्रीन को नेविगेट करना था। तो इसमें एसिंक्रोनस इश्यूज हमारे पास आते हैं कि अभी मेरे पास रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आया था और मैंने नेविगेट कर दिया, या फिर अभी मेरे पास पॉपअप डिस्प्ले नहीं हुआ था और मैंने पॉपअप से आगे नेविगेट कर दिया। तो डेफिनेटली ये जो वेग नेविगेशन आर्किटेक्चर है, ये डीप लिंक्स और नेविगेशन आर्किटेक्चर, ये दो ऐसी चीजें हैं जो हमारे पास बहुत एक मेस क्रिएट कर देती हैं जैसे जैसे हम स्केल करते हैं। तो हम कहते हैं कि नेविगेशन आर्किटेक्चर मोस्ट अंडररेटेड चैलेंज एज डीप लिंक। जैसे हम डीप लिंक की बात कर रहे हैं ना, इसी तरह नेविगेशन आर्किटेक्चर जो है ये भी बहुत मोस्ट अंडररेटेड हमने एक चीज बना ली हुई है, जो कि ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं है। हमें इस पे बहुत ज्यादा काम करना पड़ता है और हमें इसके ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा फोकस भी करना चाहिए। तो अगर आप अभी एक ऐसी एप्लीकेशन के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं जिसने लेटर ऑन स्केल करना है तो डेफिनेटली इन दो चीज़ों को आप लाजमी टैकल करें। नेविगेशन आर्किटेक्चर, मैं कहता हूँ कि अगर आपका नेविगेशन आर्किटेक्चर बेहतर है और अगर आपका लेट्स सपोज डीप लिंक्स का आपने हैंडल बेहतर तरीके से किया हुआ है तो डेफिनेटली आपकी एप्लीकेशन के ऊपर आप बहुत इजीली मैनेज कर लेंगे। एज वी हैव शॉर्टेज ऑफ टाइम, तो मैं क्विकली वाइंड अप करूंगा ताकि हम मैक्सिमम क्वेश्चंस को ले सकें, ठीक है। और इसके अलावा हमारे पास ओल्डर एपीआई वर्जन ब्लॉकेज का इशू आता है। लेट्स सपोज आपने एक वर्जन ऑर्डर प्लेस का एक वर्जन लॉन्च किया V1, फिर V2, V3, V4, V5 पे चले गए, और एट V5 वी वांट कि हम V1 और V2 को ब्लॉक कर दें, तो डेफिनेटली हमारे पास बहुत सारी ऐसी एप्स होंगी जिसके ऊपर स्टिल V1 और V2 एग्जिस्ट कर रहा होगा। तो इसका तो एक तो सिंपल सा हम कहते हैं कि हम डायनामिक एंड पॉइंट्स बना लें, या फिर हम अपनी ऐप के ऊपर ऐसा फीचर लॉन्च कर दें जिससे हम ब्लॉकेज इजीली मैनेज कर सकें। क्योंकि जैसे-जैसे आप स्केल करते हैं, आप कुछ सिक्योरिटी स्टेप्स लेते हैं, आप कुछ प्रमोशनल स्टेप्स लेते हैं कि आप ओल्डर वर्जन्स को ब्लॉक करना चाह रहे होते हैं, तो वहाँ पे हमें इश्यू आता है। तो आपने जब बनाना है, आपने अपनी ऐप के जो एंड पॉइंट्स हैं उनको ऐसे डायनामिकली हैंडल करना है कि आप किसी भी टाइम ओल्डर एपीआई वर्जन्स को ब्लॉक कर सकें। द नेक्स्ट मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट पार्ट इज ऐप साइज। लाइक एक सर्वे के मुताबिक 70% हमारी जो लोग हैं वो ऐप साइज को देखते हुए डाउनलोड करते हैं। ठीक है, जितनी जल्दी आपका ऐप साइज डाउनलोड हो, ऐप साइज कम होगा, उतने ज़्यादा यूजर्स आएंगे। ठीक है, और उतनी आपकी इंगेजमेंट बढ़ेगी। लाइक इन ग्रॉसर ऐप वी रिड्यूस्ड ऐप साइज फ्रॉम 29 MB टू 10 MB, और जिससे हमारी जो यूजर्स एक्विजिशन है और जो हमारे पास एक उनका एक रेशियो थी वो अराउंड 26% हमने इंक्रीज कर ली सिर्फ एक ऐप साइज डिक्रीज करने से। और डेफिनेटली आप ग्रो करते हैं तो आपकी टीम्स भी स्केल अप होती हैं। जैसे टीम स्केल्स अप होती हैं तो हम कहते हैं कि हम आइसोलेटेड टीम्स बन जाती हैं, क्योंकि जब प्रोडक्ट स्केल हो रही होती है तो मल्टीपल टीम्स सेम प्रोडक्ट पे काम कर रही होती है। जब टीम्स आइसोलेट होती हैं तो डेफिनेटली उनके दरमियान में कम्युनिकेशन गैप आता है। तो जैसे जैसे टीम स्केल अप होंगी और हमारे पास जो री इन्वेंटिंग व्हील है वो इमर्ज होने लग जाएगा। जब दो टीम्स इंडिपेंडेंटली काम कर रही होंगी तो उसके लिए हम क्या करते हैं, हम बेसिकली RFCs, रिक्वेस्ट फॉर कमेंट्स इंप्लीमेंट करते हैं कि कोई भी फीचर है आप उसका RFC जनरेट करें, डिफरेंट टीम्स उस पर कमेंट करें और फिर आप लॉक कर लेते हैं। लेट्स सपोज एक ऐसा फीचर था, आपने RFC क्रिएट किया और टीम बी ने बताया कि हमने ऑलरेडी इंप्लीमेंट कर लिया हुआ है तो आप उसको रीयूज कर लें। ठीक है, तो जैसे जैसे टीम स्केल अप होंगी हमारे पास इसका इश्यूज आएगा, जिसको हम RFC के थ्रू रिजॉल्व कर लेते हैं। और जैसे जैसे हम बिल्ड्स को स्केल अप करते हैं हमारा मर्जिंग टाइम बढ़ता जाता है। लेट्स एक हेलो वर्ल्ड एप्लीकेशन है, मे बी वो फ्यू सेकंड्स में इंप्लीमेंट हो जाती है, और अगर हम जैसे जैसे हम फ्रेमवर्क्स ऐड करते हैं, डिपेंडेंसीज ऐड करते हैं, हमारी एप्लीकेशन लार्ज स्केल होती है तो हमारे पास टाइम बढ़ जाता है। तो इसके भी मल्टीपल सॉल्यूशंस हमारे पास थर्ड पार्टी लाइब्रेरीज हैं जो वन क्लिक बिल्ड हमें एक फीचर प्रोवाइड करती हैं, उससे हम फैसिलिटेट हो सकते हैं। और जैसे जैसे कंपनी ग्रो करती है, टीम्स बढ़ती हैं, आइसोलेटेडली काम करती हैं, हमारे पास री इन्वेंटिंग द व्हील जो है वो इमर्ज होने लग जाता है, जो भी हमने डिस्कस किया। अच्छा, इसके बाद हमारे पास एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है, हम फीचर फ्लैग्स यूज़ करते हैं। फीचर फ्लैग्स बेसिकली क्या होते हैं? लेट्स सपोज हमने एक फीचर लॉन्च किया तो हम एक फ्लैग रख लेते हैं कि जैसे जब हम स्केल की बात करते हैं ना, लेट्स सपोज हमने एक फीचर लॉन्च किया, लेट्स सपोज, और हमें पता है कि उसका बिजनेस इम्पैक्ट उसकी वजह से, लेट्स सपोज हमने एक चेक ऐड कर दिया जो चेक फिल्टर आउट करेगा प्रोमो के कौन से यूजर्स प्रोमो लगा सकते हैं कौन से नहीं, और हमने देखा कि हमें हमारे उस चेक की वजह से बहुत ज़्यादा बिजनेस इम्पैक्ट आया और हमारा जो ऑर्डर की रेशियो थी वो बहुत डिक्रीज कर गई है, हमारी सेल्स ड्रॉप हो गई हैं, हमारी ऑर्डर ड्रॉप हुए हैं। तो हम क्या करते हैं, हम एक फ्लैग बैक बेसिकली इंप्लीमेंट करते हैं कि अगर वो फ्लैग ट्रू है तो वो चेक इंप्लीमेंट हो, अदर नहीं। तो उसमें हम क्या करते हैं, हम बेसिकली उस फ्लैग को बैकएंड से फॉल्स कर देते हैं ताकि वो चेक स्पेसिफिकली बिल्ड भेजे बगैर हम उसको फॉल्स कर लें ताकि वो चेक जो है वो हट जाए। तो इसमें कॉन्फ्लिक्ट क्या आता है, लेट्स सपोज आपने एक टीम ए ने काम किया और उसने एक फीचर पे फ्लैग इंप्लीमेंट किया और वो सही काम कर रहा था, सिमिलरली बी ने किया, लेकिन जब वो फीचर्स मर्ज हुए, दोनों फ्लैग मर्ज हुए तो उनका कॉम्बिनेशन बना तो हमारे पास इशू आ गए। तो अगेन इसके लिए हम RFC यूज़ करते हैं, और जब हम आप इस चीज़ को काम करें तो आप देखें कि इसको मल्टीपल फीचर फ्लैग्स के साथ टेस्ट करें, या फिर आप एक अपनी कस्टम लॉजिक इंप्लीमेंट कर लें जो कि आपके फीचर फ्लैग्स को कॉन्फ्लिक्ट को रिजॉल्व कर सके, जिसमें हम कॉम्बिनेशंस बैकएंड से सेट करें और प्रायोरिटी सेट कर सकें। तो ये एक चीज़ है जिसको आप जैसे स्केल अप करेंगे तो आपने इन चीज़ों को माइंड में रखना है। ये उसी की एग्जांपल जो हमने दिया कि ए टीम एक फ्लैग पे काम कर रही थी, बी टीम बी फ्लैग पे, दोनों अलग-अलग बिल्कुल इंडिपेंडेंटली चल रहे थे, और जैसे वो दोनों को मर्ज हुए तो रोल आउट के ऊपर हमारे पास प्रॉब्लम आ गई। द नेक्स्ट इशू इज परफॉर्मेंस, और परफॉर्मेंस हम कहते हैं कि हमारे पास एप्लीकेशन जैसी स्केल अप होती है तो हमारे पास मल्टीपल परफॉर्मेंस इश्यूज आते हैं, लाइक
Excuse me, Abed.
जी
सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट यू, बट वी आर रनिंग आउट ऑफ टाइम, और कुछ क्वेश्चंस हैं जिनको आप लाइक वाइज साथ साथ वो भी आंसर कर दें। जैसा आप समझा रहे हैं उस हिसाब से तो लगता है कि बड़ी
कैन
सारी
यू
जो है वो आ
can you
जाएंगी
just give me
ग्रॉसरी
20
ऐप्स
seconds?
मार्केट में। हाँ जी,
Just
श्योर
one
श्योर
slide.
श्योर, टेक योर टाइम, टेक योर टाइम, टेक
Let
योर
me
टाइम।
wind up. Let me wind up. So performance is the biggest issue. Like क्योंकि हमारी application जैसे ही like in a, हमने लास्ट 30 to 60 days के अंदर हमने अपने ऐप का जो स्टार्टअप टाइम था, कोल्ड स्टार्टअप टाइम, यू माइट हैव आइडिया, हमने वो लाइक 7 सेकंड से 1 सेकंड पे लेके आए। तो जिसकी वजह से हमारी जो ऐप ओपन टू लैंडिंग रेशियो थी वो 57% इंक्रीज कर गई, जो कि एक मैसिव चेंज था। तो आप इस चीज़ को जब स्केल के ऊपर जाएंगे तो आप 10 यूजर्स को माइंड में ना रखिए, आप 10 मिलियन को माइंड में रख के अपनी परफॉर्मेंस को देखें। जब आप बिल्ड कर रहे होते हैं यूजुअली हम क्या करते हैं, हम इग्नोर कर देते हैं कि अच्छा यार ये लूप नेस्टेड है तो खैर है, इसका कोई इम्पैक्ट नहीं है। लेकिन जब आप लार्ज स्केल के ऊपर जाते हैं तो डेफिनेटली एक ह्यूज इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट करता है। ठीक है, और इसके लिए हमारे पास कुछ सजेशंस हैं जो आप यूज़ करें, कि आप फीचर फ्लैग्स यूज़ करें, डायनामिक एंड पॉइंट्स यूज़ करें, फायरबेस डायनामिक्स यूज़ कर सकते हैं, या इंडिपेंडेंट नेविगेशन और स्टेट मैनेजमेंट, जो कि हमें लेटेस्ट आर्किटेक्चरल पैटर्न्स जो हैं वो सारे ही प्रोवाइड करते हैं हम इस तरह की चीज़ें। सो दिस इज़ ऑल फ्रॉम माय साइड, सो आई वुड लव टू हैव क्वेश्चंस, फील फ्री टू आस्क मी।
ओके, आबिद, इस तरह से है कि कामरान मजीद साहब पूछना चाहते हैं, विद टेक स्टैक यू हैव यूज फॉर द ब्राउज़र ऐप, और टेक्नोलॉजी कौन सी यूज़ हुई भी है फ्रंट एंड के लिए, और इज़ AIP वर्जनिंग इज़ नॉट बेटर अप्रोच ताकि सपोर्ट किया जाए डिफरेंट वर्जन्स को साइमल्टेनियसली।
टेक स्टैक की जो हम बात करें तो वी आर यूजिंग कॉटलिन फॉर मोबाइल एप्स फ्रॉम स्पेसिफिकली एंड्रॉयड, और बैकएंड जो है हमारे पास वो लारावेल है, और फ्रंट एंड हम यूज़ करते हैं मोबाइल के लिए, हम नेटिव यूज़ कर रहे हैं, कोई क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म या हाइब्रिड हम टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ नहीं कर रहे। और आप बात करें कि बेटर अप्रोच नहीं है डिफरेंट वर्जन्स को, डेफिनेटली है, लेकिन हम यहाँ पे बात कर रहे थे मल्टीपल वर्जन्स की। लाइक अगर आप V1, डेफिनेटली आप जब न्यू फीचर्स लॉन्च करते हैं, कुछ नए कॉलम ऐड होते हैं डीबी के अंदर, कुछ नए ऐसी चीज़ें ऐड होती हैं जो आपको क्लाइंट साइड से रिक्वायर्ड होती हैं, तो प्रीवियस वर्जन को डेफिनेटली वो नहीं सेंड कर रहे होते, तो हमारी बैकएंड के ऊपर उस लॉजिक को इम्प्लीमेंट करते हुए इश्यूज आते हैं, जिसकी वजह से हम कहते हैं कि हम डिफरेंट वर्जन्स को लॉन्च करते हैं। ठीक है, इसलिए बेसिकली हम यूज़ करते हैं।
Okay. The other question is Ryan Tahir, जो कि जानना चाहते हैं कि are there strategy we can implement to control visibility of new features from backend to avoid production failure quickly?
यस, डेफिनेटली हमारे पास एक फायरबेस कॉन्फिग्स एक फीचर है फायरबेस का, उसमें हम फ्लैग्स बेसिकली सेट कर लेते हैं ट्रू और फॉल्स, और फ्रंट एंड पे हम चेक लगा लेते हैं। लेट्स सपोज हम कहते हैं कि कस्टमर ऑर्डर प्लेस का एक बटन है, उसका फ्लैग ट्रू आ रहा है तो बटन विजिबल हो, एल्स फॉल्स। इसके अलावा भी हम डेफिनेटली कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें मे बी टेस्ट भी इसी बेस पे परफॉर्म कर रहे होते हैं। ये तो एक सिंपल एग्जांपल है। लेट्स सपोज मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं अपने 50% यूजर्स को ये फीचर दिखाऊं, 50% को ना दिखाऊं, तो मैं उसके लिए A/B टेस्ट भी यूज़ करते हैं हम, जो फायरबेस के थ्रू हम कंट्रोल करते हैं। फिर हम देख रहे होते हैं कि इस फीचर को ऑन करने से हमारा बिजनेस इम्पैक्ट क्या आया, इन फीचर को ऑफ करने से क्या आया, फिर डेफिनेटली हम उसके ऊपर एक डिसीजन ले लेते हैं कि इधर इसको दिखाना है या नहीं। ये हम फ्रीक्वेंटली यूज़ करते हैं, फीचर फ्लैग्स हम इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं थ्रू फायरबेस कॉन्फिग्स।
Okay. Any other question? ओके आबिद, बहुत अच्छा लगा आपके सेशन में आके, और इट वाज क्वाइट एन इंस्पायरेशनल सेशन, एंड यू आर इंस्पायरेशन फॉर एवरी वन ऑफ देम। एक काम सिंपल सी ऐप है, और जिस तरह से आपने टेक्निकलिटीज़ को डिस्कस किया, तो आई लुक फॉरवर्ड टू अ लॉट ऑफ ब्राउज़र ऐप्स एंड अदर ऐप्स इन कंपटीशन विद यू, क्योंकि ये सारे इस तरह से, तो बेसिकली पॉइंट यही है कि रादर देन गोइंग फॉर के आप किस तरह से मनी अर्न कर सकते हैं, या सॉफ्टवेयर आप इसलिए डेवलप करें, एक एप्लीकेशन डेवलप कर दी जाए जिससे पैसे जनरेट हो, रादर देन आप पैसों की तरफ जाएं या मनी मेकिंग की तरफ जाएं, तो यू शुड गो फॉर सम स्किल, और ये स्किल है, एंड बीइंग वेरी प्रो इज़ नॉट एवरीथिंग। आप एक
Yes.
सिंपल से भी उसमें सेटअप में आप ग्रो कर सकते हो. तो
Definitely.
दैट सेशन वाज क्वाइट इंफॉर्मेटिव और बहुत अच्छा
Thank you.
लगा. बड़ी लेमैन वो शुद्ध इंग्लिश वाली भी वो चीज़ नहीं थी, एंड इट वाज क्वाइट फ्लुएंट थिंग. और अपनी ही ज़ुबान में जो है वो ऑडियंस जो जितनी भी है मोस्टली वो हमारी पाकिस्तानी ही है. तो वी हैव ऑडियंस फ्रॉम लाइक अब्रॉड एज वेल, इंटरनेशनल भी है ऑडियंस. But the point was that things were quite clear, and thank you so much for the session,
Thank
and
you.
thank you so much for the valuable time. And anyone, if he is interested in competing him up in some grocer app or any app he has in mind, so he can contact him on his Facebook
Sure.
handles or through our channel or through our uh, Facebook pages and everything. So
Okay.
thank you so much, Abid. It was pleasure having
Thank
you
you.
around.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You are welcome. Okay, so as we are discussing money making techniques, or software industries have grown so much that we render it as the most profitable industry of all in this time. एक वक्त था कि जब there were like बहुत कम software engineers and it was a new technology. But now हम देखते हैं कि there is a lot of competition. So competition क्या है कि it has become money making and all that. So money, e-money को basically discuss करने के लिए I would like to invite Kadir Khan, and he has experience of 8 years in handling e-money products, digital money transfers and payment solution, and कैसे पैसे जो आप कमाते हैं इतनी मेहनत करके उनको कैसे जो है वो ट्रांसफ़र किया जाता है. ई मनी है क्या है, इसके क्या सब ड्यूज़ हैं, और इनका पेमेंट्स जो है वो बिल्ड कैसे होती हैं, हाउ स्ट्रक्चर्स आर बिल्ड एट द बैक एंड. सो ज़ाहिर बात है इतने बड़े स्केल के ऊपर जब आप मनी हैंडलिंग कर रहे होते हैं तो देयर आर क्वाइट निटी ब्रिटी जिसे कहते हैं ना टेक्निकलिटीज इट कॉम्प्लेक्स. तो कदीर विल डिस्कस देम विद यू. ओवर टू यू कदीर. Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much, Javeria, for the introduction, and thank you so much for having me. Just confirm if you can see my screen, and everyone can see my screen, and then we can start. Okay. Hello.
Yep, we can see your screen and the cam as well.
Okay. So let's start. Let's start with the introduction. So Javeria has already introduced me, so I'm gonna keep this very brief. My name is Kadir, and I feel so good. It feels so good to be here. I was listening to the last talk, and it was so informative. It's my first Dev conference which I'm attending. I never thought it would be virtual, but I think we have learned to live in this post-COVID era where everything is happening online now. So I started my career as a backend engineer to build payment systems for fintechs in UK, Europe, and Canada. And then I jumped and joined one of the fintechs, leading fintechs in UK, who were building payment systems, doing money transfers, building a digital bank using their EMI license in UK, Europe, Canada, and Australia. So I was responsible for leading their engineering team. And we were building system to transfer money and enable money transfer from 13 sending countries to more than 100 payout countries. And it involves integrations with multiple banks, multiple payment processor systems, and things around that. And quite recently, I've joined KistPay. So KistPay is Pakistan's first buy now pay later startup. So buy now pay later concept simply enables customers to buy anything on installments without paying any interest to the bank or any of the third party. This concept was available in the market previously. Some of the companies were doing it, but it was never official. And they were charging so much money in the form of interest to the consumer. So this was hurting every consumer. So what KistPay enables you to do is buy anything and break it in 4 or 6 easy installments. And then you can pay those installments over 3 or 4 months, and you don't have to worry about anything else. We take care of the payment processing bit. We take care of the connectivity with merchants and stuff around that. So KistPay has recently raised $15 million in the largest pre-seed and seed round in the history of the country. We have more than 1,000 merchants connected with us who are offering buy now pay later services using KistPay. And we have seen massive growth in the recent few months. We launched back in July, and at this point in time, we are more than 1,000 merchants live already. And this has actually made us go back to the drawing board, where we have to rethink on some of the choices we made while developing our MVP, and how we want to build our systems and re-architect our system in a way so that we can scale it to the new regions, we can scale it to the new countries, and to support new products and the new engineers who are joining in every day. So we are almost 150 employees at this point in time. So let's start with what the whole fintech thing is. So a bit about fintech. So we have been hearing this name quite a lot now. Previously, it was just software houses building projects, but now it's such a cool term, the fintech, where everybody's talking about financial inclusion, technology, and finance integration. So financial technology have been around for quite a while now. It started off as a mobile wallet, mobile company, where people were enabled to transfer money using their mobile phones. Then came around the concept of wallets, and then this boomed, and this boom is now worth more than $7 trillion. It's such a big industry, fintech, and it's not limited now to just wallets and mobile banking. There are a lot of things which I'm going to explain in the next slides, which are happening in the fintech world, and it's just to excite you guys on how you should really adopt and learn the financial inclusion side of this fintech revolution, which is happening around you. You're hearing a lot of new names, a lot of new companies raising money every day in the fintech industry. And in the past few months alone, we have seen more than $100 million coming into the country in the form of investments, foreign investments, just because of the fintech revolution. So, and who did this and who enabled this is the guy like you who are building the code and then making this whole fintech revolution possible. So let's move to the different verticals which are available in the fintech industry. So first of all, it's of course digital payments. This fintech is enabling you to, instead of rather going to the bank and signing checks, you are now enabled to transfer money from your mobile phones without calling somebody, without enabling online transaction. You can now spend from your card on the POS terminals. There is the concept of digital lending, which is not very common in our own country, but it's very common abroad in US, UK, where you can get instant loans right from within the app instead of going anywhere, instead of filling long documents. Then there's a huge concept of blockchain, which all of you might have heard of, which is a whole, this decentralized currencies is holding billions of dollars in assets just because of this fintech revolution which has come along. And then there is money transferabilities. Then there is ability to spend money around using virtual cards, stuff like that. So a lot of verticals are part of this fintech revolution. So it all started from this. So this is just a snippet of Golang, where which we all have done in any of the languages which we work for. So whether it's PHP, .NET, Java, we have all done Hello World code. And from this Hello World, you programmers have moved to the point where we are writing a whole bank in the form of codes. So now we are in the we have the power to use the same technologies which we learned back as a Hello World code to open up bank accounts and issue credit cards and issue debit cards right from within the app. So what does a payment system of the future looks like? What are the common features? So we are going to discuss this. This talk will go forward in a way where we will describe some high-level components which goes into building a payment system of the future. The payment system of the future, which enables customers to move money, which enables customers to spend money securely, which enables companies to scale to a level where millions of subscribers, millions of customers will be interacting with your applications. Because once your payment system scales, the design choices you will make today will bite you in the future if you don't make them right. So you have to make their system. If you're making your system today in 2022, then you have to think of these common components for your payment system, which revolves around these 4 KPIs. So the number one thing is scalability. So your payment system has to be scalable. So now scalability not only means scaling it in the form of having more customers, enabling more customers to come into your app and get a response. This scalability is in terms of development. How many engineers can work on your code base? Can people from different countries can work on your code base? Can you scale your engineering team to 1,000 persons? So these are the type of questions which you have to ask yourself when you are building a bank or payment system of the future. Then the second thing you have to consider is the efficiency. With the increasing number of systems which will be connected with your system, with your application, and the number of engineers who will be working on those systems, how much cost is required to deploy this whole scenario? Do you need big budgets, big machines, or you can develop your systems in a way where they will be efficient in terms of resource or computation or storage, so that everything is optimized in terms of computation, storage, stuff around that. And then the third thing is fault tolerance. Will your payment system be tolerant to the issues, which we have seen quite a lot? You often receive messages from your bank, hey, sorry, we are down for because we are upgrading our systems. Hey, sorry, our system is down. So is your system tolerant enough to those changes? Or do you have to message your customers every now and then, hey, we need scheduled upgrade, we need hours to upgrade our backend system? So do you have good deployment strategies in place? Do you have good fault tolerance in place as part of your payment system? And the last bit, which is the most important bit, is the security. Is, are you keeping your customers' money secure? So you're building a payment system which involves money in one form or the other. So is customers' money secure? Is the next most important question. So let's start with the expandability or scalability or of the system, of the payment system which we are building. So this is where every application starts from. We have a customer who is using a mobile app or web app, and there is your application code, which we have already done, which we all have done at some point in our career. And then there is one single database. So things are very good. MVP is going fine. Customers are coming to your app or web. They are seeing the application, and then they are interacting with the database. And then you're seeing more and more customers. So what you do is you add a load balancer on top of it. Then you do horizontal scaling of your application. So you replicate your code to different machines. You add a caching layer in parallel to your database to reduce some load. And this is something which we have already seen. This is something which we all have done at some point in our career. If your application is of mid-level at least, and you have some customers who are using it and it is gaining traction, you all have done this, where you have added and talked about adding load balancers to your applications and then adding multiple caching layers. So then what happens, and the problem with this solution is that this application layer is going big. It's growing, and then it's very hard for multiple people to work on that single code base. So what happens is, the issues is now we're creating a lot of dependencies. So let's say we have 5 developers today, but now we're getting more traction, which means we have to have more developers because we want to add more features. So these new developers have to work on the same application code base, which is growing big every day because we are having more customers. So we are adding more and more machines. So now we're seeing downtimes because when we change this whole a huge code base and a new developer comes in and make a change, and then that gets deployed even after a peer review, you will see your things will start breaking, and then you will be sending messages to your customer. Your customers will come onto your site and they will see a 500 error code. Okay, your site is down, maybe because of the capacity issue, maybe because of that deployment, maybe because something went wrong during the review. So with this, eventually will slow down your growth, and this eventually will slow down the innovation. And that's the very, very basic reason of why banks of today are unable to innovate at the level the fintechs are innovating. So you have seen fintechs company coming around, growing at a pace where existing banks cannot, because they're too big to scale, and they have this same old architecture where they have a big application layer. You can call it anything. It's called the core banking solution, or you have different cloud solutions, but it's a huge code base which is connected to one database, which is maybe even replicated. But this whole big application layer is restricting those banks and the payment companies to scale. But this fintech, but what can we do to fix this? So this is an actual image from 80s, where this is how the core banking server solutions looked like, where they had this old big machines, and then these machines were responsible for managing customers. So customers still thought that their systems are secure, their money is secure, but you often see messages around downtimes and stuff around upgrades, where they have to schedule some time to do upgrades because they cannot change their code without going through certain hops of reviews and a lot of red tape around different departments reviewing stuff before going in and making it live, because if something breaks, it's going to break huge. So now, what is the solution to this? So the solution to this is, if we're saying that we will have a lot of developers who will be working on our solution. So let's say we're building the payment system of future, which we are. So for that, you have to consider your architecture from day one as a microservices based architecture, so that once more developers join in, they should be able to work independently on different components of your application instead of making changes and learning the huge code base. You can build good documentation around how the new service should start, what the template should be like, what should be the good coding practices. But these microservices will enable you for all of the good things, like they are independently scalable. So all the microservices which will be built, you can choose. So there are a number of good things around microservices. Number one is that you can choose whichever language you want, so you don't have to write a huge code base in one single language. If something can be done well in Golang, it will be done in Golang. If something well can be done in Spring Boot, you can do that, because all of those microservices will be talking to each other on a predefined protocol. And then developers might not have to learn one single language to work on your code base. So you can have diversity around the teams. You can get best of all of the languages possible. So the previous solution which we have seen and we have all built was called Monolith, where there is one huge code base. And now we're talking about microservices, where we have independently scalable, deployable microservices. This definitely comes at a cost, because the cost is that you first have to leave the easy way of doing things, like you're opening up a file, changing something and deploying. Now you have to have a proper DevOps layer. Now we have to discuss the strategies around deployments. But because we are becoming future proof, we want to make changes to our code base 10 years from now and still be able to make changes instead of just thinking of next 6 months. So these are the type of benefits you get out of using the microservices. So the next thing is efficiency of the solution. So the efficiency of solution is around when you use microservices, now you have different strategies around deployment. So number one is, for example, you have 3 to 4 microservices. One is handling processing of card data. One is handling processing of authentication. One is handling processing of transaction in the backend. Now you have to go for the deployment strategy, which is efficient for you, because you don't want to have one single machine for all of your microservices. So that if you have 10 microservices, now you're looking at 10 different hosts, and those 10 different hosts will have to have a cost attached to them. Then you have to figure out about the scaling of those machines. So these, even after going to the microservice architecture, your problems are not solved unless you consider the efficiency of deployment. So the cost of deployment is the number one factor in choosing the right strategy for deployments. And this problem has already been solved with the new technology which have emerged around Kubernetes, where you can have a single host and you can use all of your microservices as a pool of resources, instead of considering all of your microservices as a single independent deployable component. So now you can have 1 or 2 or 3 hosts which can accommodate up to 150, 200, 500, whatever the number of your microservices is. You don't have to have different machines, and this saves you tons of cost with respect to previous solution of Monolith, where if you have to scale vertically, you will have to add more RAM, more computing power to your machines, which has a limit. And even if you're going horizontally, you will see problems around having more and more machines. Those machines will cost you money, and they will sit idle at most of the time. So the Kubernetes would be the right approach for you to have your services deployed in a way that you're using efficient resources and saving money, because you don't have those big budgets like the big banks who are spending millions and billions of rupees just on the purchasing of a core banking solution, which already have a lot of problems. So the next thing you have to consider in the development of your future payment system is the availability, because you don't want your people to not have access to their money, because this can be very, very frustrating at the times. So that if you want to withdraw money from your bank, you go to an ATM, and what you see is an error that network is down, link is down. Again, because they might be running a scheduled upgrade. They might have broken the system because they were changing something even after so many reviews, because the change is so hard in the big systems that customer lose access to their money. not in terms of financial loss, but if I'm going to the ATM and I need money for some emergency, I don't have access to my money. So your future payment system doesn't have to be like that. With different microservices doing different things, if somebody breaks a single component, they have the full autonomy of that component. They can roll back, they can redeploy, they can scale it up and down. They don't have to go back to the network team and ask them, okay, hey, we have deployed something, now you have to add more RAM to the overall server. But if your microservices, if your solution goes down sometime and you are not using this new part of the code, you still have added more capacity to your system. And the next thing is the uptime, which you have to ensure as part of the availability. So you can do all of those things by, again, considering stuff around having good available and scalable infrastructure, because you're deploying on microservices. So let's say if your payment processing component is taking a lot of consumption, you can scale it up and down instead of scaling all of the other components of your application. So these are the microservices, some of the microservices from our own infrastructure who are talking to each other. So each of the microservices actually talks to another microservices, and that's the very, and then that microservice talks to another microservice. So when you have this huge complex infrastructure around microservices, now you are having and coming up with more problems around how these services talk to each other. Which RPC protocol is the best one for you? Should this be REST implementation or gRPC? So when you have these microservices talking to each other, you have to consider a good RPC layer for your microservices where they can talk to each other, because you can easily get lost if one of your microservices is not responding and you are unable to find the issue. And that's the scary thing which keeps developer off for not adopting this new microservices-based architecture. Because to make your systems future proof, and if you want to have more developers work on your system, you have to do these things early on in your design choices. This of course will cost you some additional time, but these choices will save you a lot of time in the future when you will want to change your system, where you might want to change your database or application layer, but you have a big monolith. So to resolve this issue of different microservices talking to each other and then producing a lot of point of failures, what you can do is decide on a good RPC layer. So the good RPC layer have some KPIs. So for example, we should be able to trace the error. We should have a unique trace ID, which is going to each of the microservice. For example, if you want to debug a certain error, you know the trace ID of the original request, then you can go back and debug on which hop actually failed, which of the service call internally failed, and you can do, so your RPC call should have good logging capability, your RPC call should have good retries capability, you should be able to load balance between the services, and then there should be error tracking, minimum latency, and maximum success for your RPC layer, because you don't want your customers to have more load times, because now you're using microservices than previously when you were using a monolith and you had one single DB call. So RPC layer is the next big thing which you have to decide for your future payment system. So you can consider some of the proven way. So we use Linkerd, and so Linkerd will allow you to enable all of your hosts. So let's say we have two different hosts which are hosting different microservices. So on one of your hosts, it is possible for you to enable all of your microservices to talk to each other. But what Linkerd will allow you to do is to create a service mesh in which you can deploy two Linkerd instances on both of your hosts. And then whenever a microservice wants to talk to another microservices, instead of going directly there, they will go to the Linkerd, which is a single host deployed on your host, host A. And then that Linkerd will enable calls to another Linkerd, which is available on a different host of your Kubernetes. And then these services can talk to each other using via single Linkerd, which will then give you maximum visibility and minimum point of failures, instead of just this crazy chaos where all the microservices are talking to each other, and when they are breaking, you're unable to find the errors. So Linkerd is something which we use internally and is a good choice on managing all of your service calls. Now, the last bit of your secure payment system is to ensure that you're keeping consumers safe. Their money is safe. And we're seeing day by day that there are increased cyber attacks happening on the bank. And then because you're making changes to a single code base, any vulnerability introduced to your code base will cause the whole application to be vulnerable. And this is another something which this architecture of microservices will help you find. So let's say you have a microservices architecture and you want there is one service which handles the sensitive card data, let's say, or there is one service which is responsible to responding to payment service call on whether the balance is available in your account or not, then you can isolate that service, and then you can place certain controls within your Kubernetes instances that these microservices have to be super secure. They can only talk to these microservices. So let's say if somebody produces a bug or a security vulnerability in one of your microservices, you're not disturbing the whole, and your whole infrastructure is not vulnerable. It's just one microservice. So you can place special controls around those services because they are separately deployable. You can keep them in different zones. You can keep them behind different VPNs, because you don't have to worry about these different strategies, which will come up later on, that if you are dealing with customers' money, you have to ensure that you are keeping them secure. So these regulatory requirements which will come up and which are very often common with the EMIs will enable you to have this network isolation will help you in this to fulfilling these regulatory requirements. And then Kubernetes give this easy support of helping you with all of this by providing network isolation layers, and we can use different tools to make and tag different microservices that they should not be talking to any other microservices than those specified. Then the next big thing in your infrastructure, which is very important, is the messaging layer. So we've all seen banks. I mean, we all have moved money from one bank to another, and you have often seen when you spend somewhere and when you send a message, you have to go to your account statement, and sometimes it's not refreshed because they say it will be updated after 24 hours. And it's very common in terms of credit card, where if you do a spending, you will get your statement after 20 days and 25 days in the form of paper, which you have reconciled. And this is no longer a case in your digital payment solution. Once you have async messaging in place, so you have to decide on the good messaging queue. So you can use RabbitQueue and other queue services, just to ensure that you have proper messaging in place within your application, so that whenever an event happens, so let's say I move money to somebody else's account, there will be a message which will be queued, and that message will be highly available. And also, let's say if a request comes in from the payment processor, so whenever you swipe your card somewhere on a POS terminal, you receive a message from the payment network. So Visa or MasterCard will send a message to your bank asking whether you have enough balance in your account, and then your bank have to respond within a certain milliseconds that whether the balance is available or not. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. We are running short of time, and
So it's just the last slide. It's the last slide. Yeah.
Okay.
So messaging is the next thing which you have to consider as part of your secure payment system and payment system of the future. And then you have to decide a good persistent layer. ACID is good, ACID compliance is good, but you don't have to only rely on ACID compliance databases like SQL or MySQL just because you're not using a monolith. So now you're using microservices, you can decide on NoSQL for NoSQL workloads. You can decide on whichever DB is suitable for you. For your use case, you can use and adopt that. So I think these pretty much cover everything, which was very short time. So I just touched different verticals, but if you guys have any further questions, here are my contact details. You can always reach out and we can talk further on how to build the payment systems of the future. So thank you so much. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Khadir. Questions running up. Ryan Tahir asks if PubSub is the best communication way between microservices, and if not, it is, then which one?
So it really depends on the use case. We have tried PubSub as part of our messaging protocol, and we have seen good results. But we have also implemented and tried gRPC protocol for the procedure calls. The only KPIs you have to look for in your solution is that those PubSub or modules should have high availability so that you should be able to respond and your messages never get lost. And there should be future guarantees that that message will actually be received. So let's say if somebody moved money and you put a message on the queue, if your message get lost, you have lost the money. So you have to ensure and evaluate on both those based on those KPIs. And then you can, of course, choose whichever is suitable. Yeah. Any further questions?
Okay, next question, please. How is the system increase efficiency and transparency of small business and other micro enterprises? Muhammad Imran wants to know.
Yeah. So the system we have discussed here is these are really design choices. So as we have discussed, that when you're building an MVP, when you're raising money, when you're in very initial stage, you don't have to go all the way on building the microservices based architecture for your system because there is a lot of engineering overhead. But once you know that your MVP has proved well, you have to early on in your alpha or beta or new releases, you have to re-architect your system to make it future proof. So if you are you have a small business, your site is running up and fine, you have a WordPress site, let's say an e-commerce site, everything's good, it is fine. But even if your e-commerce is scaling, you have to re-architect and make good decisions on how to take this further.
Okay, next question, if any. Okay, so that's all for the day, and it was quite informative session, though the time was very less to discuss such complexities. But anyhow, thank you, Kadir. It was quite informative. These are the issues like we are facing around and e-money and all that, cryptocurrency and like everything, security and all that. So it was discussed very briefly and very in a better way. If anyone wants to contact Kadir, he has given his credentials, and if anyone has missed out, do use our social media handles like Facebook and LinkedIn and Instagram, so you can like get connected with him anyhow or anytime. Okay. Thank you, Kadir. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Javeria. Thank you. Take care. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you. Thank you. Allah Hafiz. I hope everyone is enjoying the sessions. Please give me a minute. I'll be back soon. Hope money matters have been settled and how you can save up your money and e-money, how it is dealt and what is the background and everything. So let's move forward with Mohammed Khanit, and let me introduce him, another software engineer, a passionate one, and who has keen interest in building software products using JavaScript. So he is also writer of many tech-based articles and has very much published as well. Wow. So a well-known tech speaker, Mr. Conant. Welcome, Mr. Conant. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Sorry. Hello, Mohammed. Can you hear me? I guess there is some issue at your internet or something, connectivity. Mohammed,
Yeah, probably. Can you try to rejoin? Maybe refresh the link or something.
I should or he should?
No, he should.
He should be. Please do keep us updated with your uh, valuable comments and your suggestions. I hope everyone is getting enlightened and all that. Oh, welcome back, Mohammed.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, please proceed with the yes.
Okay, so my name is Mohammed Khanid, and I've been. First of all, let me share my screen. So that
आ गया ऑफ वजूद.
Ganesh, we still cannot hear you. Seems like you're breaking up or something is with your internet. Can you check and rejoin maybe in a couple of minutes? We'll cover up. Sorry for the interruption, guys. The speaker will be joining in a couple of minutes. He's having probably some difficulties with his connection or system. Just bear with us for a minute. Yep, you're up.
Audible?
Yep,
Everything's perfect?
sounds good for now.
Okay, so let me share my screen first. Let me know if my screen is visible. Hello?
Not at the moment. It's kind of black.
I'm not sure why I'm not sharing the screen. I have
Stop
already.
sharing and start it again.
Let me know.
Yep, we can see now. Thank you.
See, okay. All right, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. So my name is Mohammed Khaned, and today I'll be talking about the Web3 thing. Is that what is this Web3 thing? What is this like? Why comes into existence? और ये इसका concept कहाँ से आया? उसकी history के बारे में थोड़ा सा देख लेंगे. और let's see our agenda first. तो हमारे आज के एजेंडा में हिस्ट्री है. सबसे पहले तो हिस्ट्री को देख लेंगे, फिर उसके बाद देखेंगे डिस्ट्रक्शन कैसे हुई, वेब 1 वेब 2 वेब 3 का क्या कॉन्सेप्ट था, वेब 2 की डिस्ट्रक्शन कैसे हुई, थोड़ी सी वेब 3 के बारे में कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स के बारे में डिस्कशन करेंगे. और एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम इट वी विल बी सीइंग डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस. ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का क्या कॉन्सेप्ट है और इस पे हम इसका जो कॉन्सेप्ट कब आया और ये क्यों है, इसके क्या फ़ायदे हैं, और आखिर में हम लोग टूल्स और रोडमैप वगैरह देख रहे होंगे वेब 3 के बारे में. तो हम इस पे किस तरीके
Sorry to
से
interrupt. Connect, can you check your mic settings in StreamYard? Seems like the mic is not properly configured or something.
am I not audible correctly?
Uh, the voice is echoing a lot.
Auto cancellation is active.
Can you check if the right mic is selected?
Is it good now?
Yeah, it's kind of better.
I'm not sure eco cancellation is already selected, so it should not be even.
Can you select the right mic? Maybe not the default one? No, the previous one was better. Yeah. Anyways, go ahead. Continue.
अच्छा, ये तो मैं भी इसके बारे में ही बात कर रहा था कि हमारा जो एजेंडा है उसमें ये 5 चीज़ें देख लेते हैं. तो सबसे पहले मैं अपना इंट्रो दे देता हूँ. मेरा नाम मोहम्मद खानिद है और मैं 10th ट्वेल्थ में एज ए सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर वर्क कर रहा हूँ. लास्ट 4 to 5 ईयर्स का मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है एज ए जावास्क्रिप्ट मोस्टली, जिसमें मैंने काफ़ी फ्रेमवर्क्स वगैरह पे काम किया. इसके अलावा जो है मैं कंटेंट राइटर भी हूँ. एक DevCon एक बड़ी अच्छी ओपन सोर्स कम्युनिटी वेबसाइट है जहाँ पे मैं अपना टेक्निकल कंटेंट लिखता हूँ. अगर आपने कुछ भी चीज़ रिटन फॉर्मेट में टेक्नोलॉजी से रिलेटेड फॉलो करनी हो तो डू फॉलो मी. अपार्ट फ्रॉम इट आई एम एसोसिएटेड विद दीज कम्युनिटीज एज वेल. ये फर्स्ट वन इज गीकल. So I have been given talks for Geekal, 1 or 2 talks for Geekal. One for Angular Pakistan where I selected a speaker, and one for React Karachi. So these are the communities, open source communities which I am associated with. So ये मेरा intro है. पहले तो फिर वेब एवोल्यूशन की बात करते हैं, तो सबसे पहले हमें वेब 3 पे अगर हमें जाना है, हमें उसके बारे में स्टडी करना है, तो हमें पता होना चाहिए कि वेब का क्या पहले कॉन्सेप्ट था और वेब कहाँ से आया। So if we talk, so in the early 90s, Web 1 was introduced. So there was a guy named Tim Berners-Lee who invented the internet. So after invention of the internet, जब Web 1 आया, तो Web 1 में कुछ खास होता नहीं था, सिंपल सी वेबसाइट्स होती थी और उसमें से स्टैटिक कंटेंट होता था। और उसमें यूजली होता ये था कि developers create those websites and consumers consume that content. So if you remember like this, it would look something like this. कि अगर आप अर्ली इंटरनेट यूजर हैं तो आपको याद होगा कि इस तरह की कुछ वेबसाइट बना करती, इसमें सिर्फ डेटा जो है हमें शो होता था, बट हम उसमें कुछ लाइक इंटरेक्ट नहीं कर सकते थे। हम उसमें कोई फैंसी डेटा बेसेस नहीं होते थे और कोई लाइक कनेक्ट किसी तरीके से हम कनेक्ट नहीं कर सकते थे लाइक दिया गया। तो ये जो दौर था ये 1991 से 2004 तक रहा था। उसके बाद in 2004 web started to evolve and web 2 comes now, और जो अभी तक है web 2 क्या है? web 2 सिंपल वो वेबसाइट वेब एप्लीकेशन का कॉन्सेप्ट है जो हम आज नॉर्मली यूज़ करते हैं। फॉर एग्जांपल फेसबुक वगैरह, जैसे इसमें हम फेसबुक हो गया, यूट्यूब हो गया, ऑल द वेबसाइट्स वेयर ऑल द वेब एप्लीकेशंस वेयर वी कैन इंटरैक्ट विद समवन, or if we want to chat someone, if we want to like, subscribe, comment or anything we want to do, we can do. तो अगर हम बात करें वेब 2 एप्लीकेशन में, तो ऑलमोस्ट अब सारी ही एप्लीकेशन ज़्यादातर वेब 2 में हैं, जैसे यूट्यूब हो गया, फेसबुक हो गया और ट्विटर हो गया। तो ये बेसिकली द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ दिस वेब 2 इज कंज्यूमर सेंट्रिक। बाई इट मीन्स के यूजिंग कंज्यूमर जो हैं लाइक कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स होते हैं, बेसिकली वो कंटेंट क्रिएट करते हैं और फिर कंज्यूमर से कंटेंट उसको कंज्यूम कर लेते हैं। इसका सिंपली मीन्स ये है कि जैसे वेब 1 में डेवलपर्स और जो वेब मास्टर्स होते थे वो सिंपली आपका कंटेंट लोड करते थे, उसको स्टैटिकली वेबसाइट बना के कुछ अपलोड कर देते थे, और जो कंज्यूमर्स होते थे वो सिंपली सिर्फ आपकी इंफॉर्मेशन पढ़ सकते थे। सही, so that web 1 was also basically called read only website because we only can read only. वेब 2 में ये है कि हम इंटरैक्ट कर सकते हैं और वी कैन क्रिएट समथिंग इन इट। और फॉर एग्जांपल इफ आई टॉक अबाउट यूट्यूब, आई वांट टू क्रिएट वीडियो एंड आई वांट के जो है पूरे के पूरे लोग दुनिया जो है इस वीडियो को देखें और उसको पसंद करें और शेयर लाइक सब्सक्राइब वगैरह वगैरह करें। तो ये इंटरैक्टिविटी जो है ये वेब 2 में आएगी। ठीक है, तो वेब 2 कैन कंटेन fancy databases, caching services, or all sorts of like fancy stuff. So the application you are using right now, even though this StreamYard is also Web 2, part of Web 2, but there are some catches and cons for Web 2 for which Web 3 comes into the picture. Okay, so number one con for Web 2 is it is centralized. Okay, so all of the big companies we use in today's world are mostly centralized. By I mean centralized is that कि एक सेंटर ऑफ पॉइंट है जहाँ पे वो एवरीथिंग इज कंट्रोल्ड, लाइक एनीवन कैन अटैक दैट सेंट्रलाइज्ड पॉइंट। ठीक है, अगर वो आपकी कॉम्प्रोमाइज होती है तो उसमें ये होता है कि आपका लाइक बहुत बड़ा लॉस हो सकता है कंपनीज को। तो सेंट्रलाइज सिंपली ये है कि आपका एक पॉइंट ऑफ फेलियर हो और उसी पे आप जो है सारा अपना लाइक आपका पूरा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चलता हो। तो इट कैन बी हैंडी इफ इट्स सेंट्रलाइज्ड। अच्छा, दूसरा पॉइंट है लैक ऑफ प्राइवेसी। अच्छा, प्राइवेसी इन द सेंस के हम प्रॉब्ली हर वेबसाइट यूज़ करते हैं और हर वेबसाइट में यूजली कुकीज़ का सीन होता है और उसमें लाइक नोटिफिकेशन अलाउ वगैरह और वो लोकेशन वगैरह की ट्रैकिंग, तो इससे आपकी प्राइवेसी ब्रीच हो रही होती है हमें, और ज़्यादातर यूजर्स को पता भी नहीं होता। तो होता ये है कि हमारा लाइक हम जैसे फेसबुक है, अब फेसबुक पे हम लाइक अब कुछ और ब्राउजिंग कर रहे होते हैं, लेकिन फेसबुक को अक्सर पता चल रहा होता है कि हम कहाँ पे और कैसे ब्राउज कर रहे हैं। कि फेसबुक एक्चुअली ट्रैक कर रहा था, नॉट जस्ट फेसबुक बट ऑल दीज बिग कंपनीज, दे आर एक्चुअली ट्रैकिंग अस कि हम क्या बेसिकली काम कर रहे हैं, क्या क्या चीज़ सर्व कर रहे हैं, और उसके हिसाब से वो हमें एडवर्टाइज दिखा देते हैं। तो इस केस में जो है हमारी प्राइवेसी जो है वो लैक हो रही होती है। तो इसका एक ये कौन भी है, परमिशन, एवरीथिंग इज परमिशन। बाय परमिशन आई मीन इज दैट कि हम जो भी लाइक काम कर, हमें जब भी कोई एप्लीकेशन यूज़ करनी होती है तो वी हैव टू एग्री ऑन दैट टर्म्स एंड फॉर प्राइवेसी पॉलिसीज एंड ऑल दिस सॉर्ट ऑफ स्टफ। तो अब उसमें कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें भी हो सकती हैं जो किसी के सेंटिमेंट्स को हर्ट करें, बट दे जस्ट डोंट, लाइक उनको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। आप अगर आपने उनकी एप्लीकेशन यूज़ करनी है तो कुछ प्राइवेसी पॉलिसीज होती हैं, उनको आपको एग्री करना होता है, आपको उनकी परमिशन यूज़ करनी होती है, और उनकी परमिशन के बेस पर आपको एप्लीकेशन यूज़ करनी होती है। चौथा पॉइंट, अनेबल टू शेयर एनीथिंग फ्रीली। यस, दिस इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट सेंसिटिव वन। लाइक if I want to share something about like कुछ sensitive topics पर अगर हमें बात करनी हो या फेसबुक के उस पे, तो what these big companies do is इन्होंने अपने ऑटोमेटिक सिस्टम बनाए होते हैं कि आप यूजली नहीं कर सकते होंगे। अगर आपने कुछ शेयर की इस तरह की तो फौरन आपको जो है इंस्टेंटली वार्निंग आ जाती है और आपकी पोस्ट जो है वो डाउन आ जाती है। तो फॉर दिस कि हम इस पर इतनी आसानी से हर चीज़ शेयर नहीं कर सकते। could be it could be harmful for the user, specific user or that community for which we are talking about. तो एक सीन था, मैं बताता हूँ आपको। एक मैंने इंटरनेट पर पढ़ा था कि दुबई में एक बंदा था, उसने ना वो कुछ सोशल मीडिया वेबसाइट चला रहा था, तो अनकॉन्शियसली उसने कुछ ऐसी चीज़ शेयर कर दी जो कि उसके लाइक उस कंट्री से सेंटिमेंट हर्ट करती थी या उसके प्राइवेसी उसके अगेंस्ट थी। तो हुआ ये कि एक्चुअली जो उस मुल्क की, दुबई की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, कि वो कम्प्लीटली डिजिटल हो चुका है और वो अब हर यूज़र को ट्रैक कर सकता है। इवन के गवर्नमेंट्स भी इंटरवीन कर सकती हैं इसमें, आप जो भी चीज़ शेयर करते हो। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अगर मैं कुछ भी शेयर कर रहा हूँ फेसबुक पे, अगर गवर्नमेंट और फेसबुक इंटरवीन कर सकती हैं एक दूसरे से, और वो देख सकते हैं कि कौन यूज़र क्या शेयर कर रहा है, तो इवेंचुअली इससे हमारा लॉस हो सकता है, एक यूज़र का लॉस हो सकता है। तो हुआ ये था कि भाई उसका जो था वो किसी तरह पकड़ा गया वो, और उसको डिपोर्ट कर देंगे इन शॉर्ट। तो जस्ट बिकॉज बाय शेयरिंग समथिंग नॉट रिलेटेड टू देयर सेंटिमेंट्स, he was like deported from the country. So you cannot just share anything easily on like web if you are using like social banks. Or breaching of user information, yes, oftentimes we see के फेसबुक और फेसबुक के साथ तो सर बहुत ज़्यादा होता है कि उनके बहुत ज़्यादा डेटा ब्रीचेज होते हैं, हज़ारों लाखों यूजर्स का डेटा कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो जाता है। तो ऑब्वियसली जब सेंट्रलाइज सर्वर्स होंगे, जब एक और सेंट्रलाइज वे ऑफ मैनेजिंग थिंग्स होंगी, तो ये डिपेंड करते ही ऑब्वियसली होगा कि अटैकर्स जो इन पे हैक करें और उनको डेटा को ब्रीच करें। So these are some of the issues जो Web 2 में फेस थे, एंड Web 3 जो है वो इन्हीं सॉल्यूशंस, इन्हीं प्रॉब्लम्स को जो है सॉल्व करती है। 2006 में इंट्रोड्यूस हुई थी ये, ठीक है, 2006 में इंट्रोड्यूस हुई थी और अभी तक है ये अभी, और इसने जो भी अटेंशन जो है अभी गेन करना शुरू कर दी है इन लास्ट 2 or 3 years। तो Web 3 का जो कोर कॉन्सेप्ट है वो है डिसेंट्रलाइज। By decentralized means there's no single authoritative और कोई सिंगल जो है एंटिटी इसको मैनेज नहीं कर रही होती। इट ऑल वर्क्स एज अ सेपरेट नोड। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, मैं एक एप्लीकेशन बनी हुई है सोशल मीडिया की, बनी हुई Web 3 पे, तो उसमें ये होगा कि जो मैं यूज़र हूँ और जो डिफरेंट यूज़र हैं उन सबका अलग अलग नोड्स होंगे, बिकॉज ये पेयर टू, या तो ये, अच्छा एक चीज़ और बता दूँ कि ये ब्लॉकचेन बेस्ड नेटवर्क पे बनती है। ब्लॉकचेन बेस्ड नेटवर्क से मुराद पेयर टू पेयर कनेक्टिविटी। पेयर टू पेयर का मतलब होता है कि सिंपल आपका एक अलग नोड जो दूसरा नोड है वो अलग है। यू जस्ट कांट गेट इनटू दीज नोड्स, हर कोई इसमें नहीं हो सकता, वो क्रिप्टोग्राफिकली जो है सिक्योर्ड होती हैं। तो देयर आर सम ऑफ द वेबसाइट्स विच वेब एप्लीकेशंस which are already started to already consumed in Web 3। जैसे कि आपने ब्रेव ब्राउज़र आपने देखा होगा, इस वक्त जो मैं प्रेजेंटेशन कर रहा हूँ ब्रेव से ही कर रहा हूँ। इसके अलावा एक ये मेटामास्क है, ये एक आपकी लाइक वॉलेट बेस्ड एप्लीकेशन है, ब्लॉकचेन बेस्ड एप्लीकेशन वॉलेट है जिसमें आप ट्रांजेक्शन्स कर सकते हैं। और You can do transactions on it, और उसके अलावा एक और है freelance, जो कि बेसिकली फ्रीलांस की वेबसाइट है, इसमें हम काम करते हैं लाइक अपवर्क एंड बट इन वेब3 कॉन्सेप्ट. तो वेब3 बेसिकली डिसेंट्रलाइज है, इसका जो कोर कॉन्सेप्ट है वो डिसेंट्रलाइज है, और इसके कुछ कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स भी देख लेते हैं. ओके, so number one is verifiable. Okay, whatever I do in the Web3 part or Web3 based application, it is verifiable. By I mean verifiable is that कि मैंने एक फला बंदे को ट्रांजेक्शन की, I need to he needs to see or I need to check कि ये verified हो गई. So if it eventually verified, क्योंकि उसमें कोई एक स्पेसिफिक जो है, कोई थर्ड पार्टी, कोई स्पेसिफिक एंटिटी का उसमें कोई वो नहीं होता है, उसमें इंटरेक्शन नहीं होता. तो जस्ट मी एंड द गाय हु इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर ट्रांजेक्शन, तो इजीली वेरीफाइबल, वी कैन वेरीफाई. ट्रस्टलेस का ये सीन है कि इसमें हमें किसी थर्ड पार्टी पे ट्रस्ट करने की जरूरत नहीं है. एक एप्लीकेशन है जैसे कि मेटामास्क की मैं बात करता हूँ, तो वो बेसिकली ट्रांजेक्शंस के लिए, उसमें आप किसी को सेंड कर सकते हैं क्रिप्टो से और किसी से रिसीव कर सकते हैं, बट आई डोंट नीड टू ट्रस्ट दैट मेटामास्क, क्योंकि जो है वो आई नो कि वो ब्लॉकचेन बेस्ड है. हर उसका अपना अलग नोड है, हर यूजर का अपना अलग नोड है एज अ ब्लॉकचेन, और वो एक अलग सी स्टोरेज में सेव हो रहा है, जो कि itself is a decentralized P2P. So I easily can transfer something amount. और वो उसके लिए कुछ उसके तरीके कार होते हैं कि उसकी कुछ की का तरीका होता है. लाइक अगर आपने कोई ट्रांजेक्शन एनेबल की अपॉइंटमेंट की होती है, तो मैं आगे जाके देखता हूँ. परमिशन लेस, देयर इज नो नीड टू ऐड एनी परमिशन. इसमें किसी किसी की परमिशन की जरूरत नहीं होती. आई जस्ट देयर इज नो कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ प्राइवेसी पॉलिसीज इन दिस ऐप. और तो मिनिमल लेवल पे होती हैं, बट वो सिर्फ इसलिए होती है कि वो ओपन सोर्स, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर जो वेब3 एप्लीकेशन है वो ओपन सोर्स बनी होती है. तो ओपन सोर्स की वजह से कुछ जो है MIT वगैरह के लाइसेंसेज होते हैं, उसकी थोड़ी सी परमिशन होती है कोर्स रिलेटेड, बट कोई ऐसा कोई खास नहीं होती. और ना, और चूँकि लाइक ट्रैक नहीं कर रही होती यूजर्स को, एज अ यूजर आई एम नॉट बी ट्रैक बाय दिस, क्योंकि हर कोई इस पर एक चीज़, कोई इस पर एक अथॉरिटी कंट्रोल नहीं कर रही. Everyone can do whatever they want. Like I can do surfing along with using these applications, and I'm not get tracked with it. Okay, so ये permissionless हो गया. Native built-in payments. Okay, so normally Web2 applications में होता ही है ना कि कुछ थर्ड पार्टी टूल्स हमें इंटीग्रेट करने पड़ते थे पेमेंट्स के लिए. फॉर एग्जांपल हम बात कर लेते हैं स्ट्राइप की या पेपाल की, जो कि $1 बिलियन कंपनी है, जिन्होंने लाइक इनेबल द डिजिटलाइजेशन ऑफ द पेमेंट्स. बट उसमें भी यही प्रॉब्लम होते थे कि वी हैव टू शेयर अवर सेंसिटिव डेटा, इट कैन बी ब्रीच एज वेल, और they took so much time to like transfer the amount from one place to another, 2 to 3 days, depend on the region. But in this Web3 case, we simply can create a web application where हम इसमें native built-in payments ऐड कर सकते हैं. नेटिव built-in payments कैसे ऐड कर सकते हैं, इसका जैसे कि हम अभी मैंने आपको दिखाया मेटामास्क एक टूल है, एक पेमेंट टूल है जिससे हम अपनी ट्रांजेक्शन कर सकते हैं लाइक इस टाइप ऑफ पेमेंट. बट इसमें फ़र्क ये है कि वी डोंट हैव टू प्रोवाइड द लाइक और ऑल सोर्ट ऑफ डेटा. कोई किसी किस्म के फॉर्म्स भी भरने पड़ते हैं. वी जस्ट हैव अ लाइक पब्लिक की, we just need to have a public key for the other person, जिसके लिए उसको हम जो है अपनी ट्रांजेक्शन सेंड कर रहे हैं. और उसमें यही होता है कि और उसके साथ एक कुछ नेटवर्क्स होते हैं, लाइक इसके कुछ नेटवर्क भी बनाए गए हैं, जैसे कि सोलाना एक नेटवर्क है. तो उसमें फ़ायदा ये होता है कि जब आप किसी चीज़ को ट्रांजेक्शन करते हैं तो इतनी स्पीड से आता है जितनी कोई एक टेक्स्ट मैसेज करता है. यूजली इतनी तेज कोई नेटवर्क, इतनी तेज ट्रांजेक्शन होती नहीं है Web2 के अंदर, बट इन Web3 चीज़ को लाइक इनेबल कर दिया है और वो सक्सेसफुल भी हो चुका है. और प्रॉब्ली वी सी इन फ्यूचर के लाइक बड़ी कंपनी इसको अडॉप्ट कर लेंगी एज अ नेटिव पेमेंट प्रॉब्लम. ठीक, ये इसकी पेमेंट्स पार्ट हो गई. अच्छा, आइडेंटिटीज की कुछ ऐसी है कि Web2 में जब हम आइडेंटिटी के बारे में बात करते हैं तो उसमें OAuth वगैरह होता है. एज अ डेवलपमेंट के अगर मैं बात करूँ तो उसमें कुछ ऑथेंटिकेशन प्रोसेसेस होते हैं OAuth के, और JWT वगैरह के कुछ प्रोसेसेस अगर डेवलपर्स बैठे हैं तो उनका ये होगा. इसमें ऐसा नहीं है. इसमें आपको एक सिर्फ टूल मिल जाता है और इसमें आपकी जो आईडी होती है वो एक सिर्फ एक टोकन होती है। टोकन बेसिकली आपका एक सिंपल कोड होता है जो कि आपके राइट्स को ओन कर रहा होता है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अगर आपने कभी NFT का सुना हो आइडिया, तो NFT बेसिकली भी एक टोकन होते हैं जो कि रिस्पॉन्सिबल होते हैं हमारा जो आर्ट वर्क है, हमारा कोई भी डाटा है या कोई भी डिजिटल एसेट जिसको कह सकते हैं, तो उसको रिप्रेजेंट करता है, उसका एक तरीके से एड्रेस होता है। ठीक है, तो अगर सपोज हमें किसी को ट्रांजेक्शन करनी है या हमें मेटामास्क से किसी को कुछ क्रिप्टो करेंसी भेजनी है।
Sorry, Mohammed, to interrupt you in the session. Actually, we are running out of time and we have some questions for you to answer. So kindly wind it up and we can ask you questions then. Okay?
ओके, मैं जस्ट खत्म करता हूँ। अच्छा जी, एक आखिरी कॉन्सेप्ट, एक सेकंड लास्ट कॉन्सेप्ट मैं आपको जल्दी से बता देता हूँ कि Web3 के अंदर एक बड़ा मेन कॉन्सेप्ट है जो आप लोग को पता होना चाहिए, वो है डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड ऑटोनोमस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस। होता क्या है कि ट्रेडिशनली होता ये था कि जब आप कोई स्टार्टअप करते थे, कोई कंपनी क्रिएट कर रहे होते थे, तो आप उसमें VCs ऐड करते थे, उसमें आपकी मार्केट फंडिंग होती थी एंड ऑल सॉर्ट ऑफ स्टफ, और उसमें कुछ स्टेक होल्डर्स होते थे जो आपकी कंपनी का डिसाइड करते थे कि कंपनी क्या होना चाहिए, क्या फीचर्स में होंगे, क्या आपके एप्लीकेशन में क्या क्या फीचर हो सकते हैं, और वो बेसिकली कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी होती है। ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट है DAOs का, ये इसको थिंक ऐसा ही करें कि कंपनी है, बट इसमें भी VCs होते हैं, इसमें भी फंडिंग मिलती है, बट इसमें कोई अथॉरिटेटिव नहीं होता। मैंने एक वेब एप्लीकेशन क्रिएट की Web3 पे, मुझे फंडिंग वगैरह मिल गई। नाउ अब इसमें जो VCs या स्टेक होल्डर्स होंगे ना, वो बेसिकली जब फंड करेंगे तो उनको टोकन्स मिलते हैं। टोकन्स मिलने के बाद जिसके पास जितने ज़्यादा टोकन्स होते हैं ना, जैसा कि मैंने कहा, टोकन एक आपका रिप्रेजेंटेशनल स्टेट होता है, जो आप रिप्रेजेंट करते हो जिसके तरीके से, या जिसके जरिए आप अपनी ट्रांजेक्शन वगैरह करते हैं। तो जिसके पास जितने ज़्यादा टोकन्स होते हैं, वो बेसिकली वोटिंग होती है। वोटिंग होने के बाद जो वोट जीतता है, जो भी स्टेक होल्डर या फिर कोई भी बंदा, तो वो बेसिकली डिसाइड कर सकता है और वो इम्प्लीमेंट करवा सकता है वो फीचर जो उस एप्लीकेशन में चाहता है। तो ये ओवरऑल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का स्ट्रक्चर है कि वोटिंग बेस्ड होता है, जिसके बाद टोकन होंगे वो वोट करेगा। और टोकन किस तरह जनरेट हो रहे होते हैं? टोकन ऐसे जनरेट हो रहे होते हैं कि इसके लिए स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स लिखे जाते हैं। स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स बेसिकली समझे कोड होता है इन अ स्पेसिफिक लैंग्वेज कॉल्ड सॉलिडिटी, ऑब्जेक्ट ओरिएंटेड लैंग्वेज है। तो उसमें आप स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स लिखते हैं पूरे, ठीक है, और उसके बाद उसको आप डिप्लॉय कर देते हैं एक किसी नेटवर्क पर, और फिर जब वो डिप्लॉय आता है तो वो एग्जीक्यूट होना शुरू हो जाता है। फिर उसके बाद टोकन वगैरह जनरेट होना शुरू होता है, उसका एक अलग प्रोसेस है। तो दैट्स हाउ इसका जो स्ट्रक्चर है वो काम कर रहा होता है। अगर मैं जल्दी से आपको स्क्रीन दिखाऊं, तो अभी ये इस वक्त करंटली कुछ टॉप के DAOs हैं। इस वक्त करंटली कुछ DAOs चल रहे हैं टॉप के, जिसकी आप अगर मार्केट कैप देखें तो ट्रिलियंस बिलियंस में जा रही है। ये मैंने coinmarketcap.com से इसका उठाया है एक स्क्रीनशॉट, और आई थॉट कि मैं आप लोग से शेयर करूँ कि इस वक्त जो है ये कुछ टॉप ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं जो कि मार्केट के इतने मार्केट कैप पे चल रही हैं, और उनकी उनमें अपग्रेड और डिग्रेडेशन होंगे डिफरेंट अकॉर्डिंग टू मैथमेटिक्स। So this is the basic concept of DAOs. And the last one is, if you want to get into blockchain development, अगर आपने आना है कि किस तरीके से स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं ब्लॉकचेन पे काम करना, तो ये मैंने एक छोटा सा रोड मैप बनाया जो कि मैं खुद भी फॉलो कर रहा था कुछ दिन से। सबसे पहले तो आप इथेरियम वगैरह पढ़ लें। इथेरियम इज जस्ट अ नेटवर्क वेयर यू कैन डिप्लॉय योर स्मार्ट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स, और उससे फिर आपकी जो है टोकन जनरेट होना, और फिर वो बाकी चीज़ होगी। सॉलिडिटी प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज है, इसको स्टडी करें। रिमिक्स IDE एक ऑनलाइन IDE है जिसका आप अपना सॉलिडिटी का डायरेक्ट कोड लिख सकते हैं, यू डोंट हैव टू सेट अप एनीथिंग फॉर इट। और कुछ इसके टूल्स हैं ट्रफल हो गया। ट्रफल बेसिकली आपको एक नेटवर्क बना देता है, ट्रफल एक नेटवर्क बना के दे देता है जिसमें आप अपनी इथेरियम कोड लिख के टेस्ट वगैरह कर सकते हैं। ये पूरा एक सूट है जिसमें आपको कुछ कोड स्निपेट्स मिल जाते हैं और आपको टेस्टिंग एनवायरनमेंट मिल जाता है। तो ये ट्रफल टूल यूज़ करें। मेटामास्क फॉर ट्रांजैक्शन, सम सॉर्ट ऑफ क्रिप्टो करेंसी। अगर आपने कुछ भेजना है या फिर रिसीव करना है, तो इसके लिए web3.js एक जावास्क्रिप्ट क्लाइंट लाइब्रेरी है जिसके जरिए आप जिस पर आप अपना क्लाइंट लिख सकते हैं। यूजली मैं जावास्क्रिप्ट डेवलपर हूँ तो मैं यही यूज़ कर रहा हूँ फिलहाल। ठीक है, और उसके अलावा जो है ये कुछ रिसोर्सेज हैं जो आप देख सकते हैं, डी यूनिवर्सिटी और ये ब्लॉग, ये कुछ यूट्यूब के चैनल है, इसको फॉलो करें, इसमें आपको बहुत सारी डिटेल मिलेंगी। और इस बंदे को जरूर फॉलो करें, नेदर डेविड, ये काफ़ी एक्सपर्ट बंदा है और लाइक इससे काफ़ी चीज़ें आपको सीखने को मिलेंगी। So thanks everyone and for Movement Pakistan for providing me an opportunity for sharing my thoughts. आप मुझे फॉलो कर सकते हैं लिंक्डइन की। I think that's pretty much it.
Yep, over to you, Javeria.
हेलो, अगर किसी क्वेश्चन है पूछ लो।
Okay, Mohammed. Thank you, Mohammed.
मोहम्मद तानी।
It's our pleasure. बिल्कुल ठीक है। We have a question of you. रियान का है कि फेसबुक जो है eventually 3.0 पे जैसे कि मेटावर्स है, तो likewise it would be with 3.0 as well. Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, Ryan.
हाँ जी, will Facebook be eventually upgraded to 3.0 or can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, Kanit, I can hear you. So you can answer the
I
question.
think चले मैं रैन को जवाब देता हूँ कि प्रॉब्ली हो सकता है कि फेसबुक ना जाए इस पर, क्योंकि इसमें देखिए अगर वेब3 का जो मेन कॉन्सेप्ट है वो है डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन। रिमेंबर है, फेसबुक कभी भी नहीं चाहेगा कि डिसेंट्रलाइज, लाइक वो तो एक इतनी बड़ी एप्लीकेशन है, उसको तो हर चीज़ पर कंट्रोल चाहिए, दे नीड डेटा एंड ऑल सॉर्ट ऑफ स्टफ। तो आई डोंट थिंक कि वो डिसेंट्रलाइज होगा या कभी वेब3 पे मूव ऑन करेगा। ऑल्दो दे कैन लॉन्च सम ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट, और कुछ ऐसा हो सकता है कि वो पेमेंट के तौर पे वो उस तरह की निकाल दें। फॉर एग्जाम्पल उन्होंने कुछ टाइम पहले अपना लिब्रा कॉइन निकाला था, तो बेसिकली कॉइन है ना, तो लिब्रा उन्होंने निकाला, अभी इन्होंने मेटावर्स का कॉन्सेप्ट निकाल दिया। तो दे इटसेल्फ वोंट गो इनटू वेब3 कंप्लीटली, बट वो कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स निकाल सकते हैं या फिर अपने अपने लाइक व्हाट्सएप या इंस्टा में कुछ पेमेंट्स वगैरह इंटीग्रेट कर सकते हैं रिलेटेड टू वेब3 से। तो वो खुद तो कभी भी नहीं जाएंगे, इतना तो मैं कह सकता हूँ, खुद तो कभी वेब3 नहीं।
Okay, thank you, Mohammed, so much for your valuable time. And there were some technicalities that we could hear. We couldn't hear you clearly, but still, it was a good session, and we can absorb as much as we can. Thank you so much. And as anyone wants to contact him, you can use his social media handles, or you can contact us on our social media handles so we can get back to him and meet you through. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you for your valuable time.
Thank you, Javed. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Okay, guys, last but not the least, there has been too much of DC and local speakers out here. So, as it is an international conference, we want to have someone and from across the seas who can endeavor his knowledge with us, and let us see what an international speaker has to say, as there will be some international audience as well. So let us welcome George Cosmades, and he's from Bavaria, and he is a cloud solution architect and a .NET software engineer with 20 years of experience in relevant field. Wow, George. Hi. Hope you're
Hello,
doing good.
hello. Thank you
Okay.
for having me.
You are most welcome. And it's quite amazing to hear a person with 20 years of experience in the relevant field of our software engineer. Well, he's organizer of .NET meetups, and he has other activities as well. And particularly in that, he is fond of cycling and reading. Well, yes, great taste and a great opportunity to have you here. Well, George, let's start it up. And we all are anxiously waiting for you to endow us with your knowledge. Over to
Thank
you.
you. Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much for having me here. Welcome from my side to this conference organized by Code Movement Pakistan. It was really a nice opportunity for me to also speak overseas because it's not that usual. Anyway, yeah, I think I see my slides now start sharing. So this is what we're gonna talk about today. We're gonna talk about how to create a Blazor component, and with it, see a few things around it. I know that we half an hour, it's not a lot of time to see everything, so I will try to skip a few things. And feel free during the talk if you see anything that you would like more depth knowledge, ask it. Or at the end, I will provide you a way of reaching out and studying a detailed documentation of how exactly to do that. Now, let me see how I see myself here. I think now let's go to the next slide and we are done. Yeah, this is me, George Cosmidis. I'm a Microsoft MVP, cloud solution architect, and .NET software engineer. I live in Bavaria, or else Bayern, that is in the capital of Bayern, Munich. This is in Germany, by the way. And you can find me in all these social handles here that you can see at the end. Or since I found out that my name is not so easy to remember and search by that, I created that QR code. You can also see that quite bigger here, that you will be redirected to my Find Me page, a page that you will find all my social media handles in an easy way to reach out. This will be useful at the end because I don't know how much time we have here. Yeah, maybe someone can let me know 10 minutes before my session ends so I can speed up things. So I'm working for Allplan. Allplan is a company, international, global company that helps architects and engineers build everything you see in this screen, from river dams, skyscrapers, bridges, everything. So it's a CAD software, right? It's a 3D building information modeling, design, and detailing software, if we want the entire name, let's say. And I joined this company just a few days ago, actually, because there is an ongoing effort of migrating a lot of this desktop application into cloud microservices. So yeah, I'm the architect there and trying to do my job as good as I can. Now, since we don't have enough time, we will go through a bit of background information, some slides, let's say, basic information, and then we will jump into Studio and see how we do things in real time. So, what's Blazor? Well, Blazor is targeting people that are trying to avoid JavaScript coding experience. Why? Because we mostly know weakly typed language, variable hosting. There are a lot of things that some people don't like about JavaScript. It's worth mentioning here that Blazor didn't came to replace JavaScript. Blazor works with JavaScript. JavaScript will never go away. That is important thing to remember. But in any case, a lot of interaction with JavaScript is removed from the picture. Now, there was TypeScript before that and others. It kind of covered some of these weaknesses, like the weakly typed language. Many developers went to TypeScript, others went to React or Angular. It seems a better choice than writing vanilla JavaScript, right? So JavaScript flavors ruled the front-end world for so long that this loved by many and hated by others language started infiltrating, let's say, the backend with Node.js. It was right about there that strongly typed language thought that they should fight back, and instead of letting JavaScript infiltrate the backend, strongly typed languages should infiltrate the front end too. And ASP.NET team was first to introduce a new approach, completely new, a new solution, the Blazor, which is an attempt to do exactly that, bring strongly typed C# to the front end and write code using HTML, CSS, and C#. Again, you need JavaScript. Now, Blazor comes in two flavors, right? It comes with as a way to write in front end only. It's called Blazor WebAssembly, and whatever you write there, it runs on the browser, which is pretty revolutionary. Why? Because you skip the computational time from your servers. So when you have an Azure App Service or something, you don't need to have computational power there because your browser does the job, or the clients, the visitor's browser does the job. This is very nice, but it has some drawbacks. First of all, you understand that the computational power of a browser is limited, right? You can't just run everything there. So when you're talking about a lot of data or anything, you need to go to the server. And secondly, for the first time only, not every time, you need to download some assemblies, the .NET assemblies, from your browser, which is a few megabytes, like 3 or 4 megabytes, not much. Nevertheless, if you are on a mobile plan, then you might think it twice to go in a website that has to download 2-3 megabytes without a reason. This is happening only once in any Blazor site you have downloaded the .NET framework components, then you're not doing it again. So it's a one-time thing. Nevertheless, for some projects might be difficult. The other approach is the server-side Blazor, which is happening over WebSocket SignalR, and it's also pretty cool because again you download only the minimum in your browser, some assemblies, the WASM, just to make the communication with the server, and then everything else runs on the server, and the communication is transparent, meaning that you don't write anything as a developer to actually make this communication happen, like SignalR or WebSocket. This is completely transparent. We'll see some examples later, but for now, let's see what is a Blazor component now. Blazor applications are created using components. It's a componentized application, actually, which are flexible, they are lightweight, they can be nested, they can be reused, they can be shared between projects. It's pretty cool. You can do everything with that. So components, in a sense, they are self-contained chunk of user interface. There is a chunk of code of user interface that you can include it everywhere you want. Such, for example, a page. This can be considered a component also, or a form, or a dialogue, a photo, whatever you want. Now, this is the simplest form of a Blazor component, and it comes, no, it's not a simple form because it also has some code, but anyway, it comes as a sample when you first create a new Blazor app. What we see here is we have some HTML, we have some Razor components, we have some code, a block of code, and that does an incremental on button click. We have the event there, as you can see, on click increment count. And this has an immediate effect on the browser. You see it without any loading, without any delays, without writing JavaScript. This C# code makes the current count, the first stop, let me go here with my mouse, makes this variable increment. We will see that live. Now, I don't want to go any further because, again, we don't have much time. So let's dive in Visual Studio and see what we can do there. Let me open Visual Studio. I also try to monitor questions here. And there is a question, is Blazor more efficient and has enough community support to replace React, Vue, and Angular frontend frameworks? Well, the answer is yes and no. First of all, let me pull that here so at least you see something. Not my buffaloes. These are actually being images that they are changing every day or 2 times a day. It's really cool. So there is not enough community here, and this is what we are doing, right? Building community. The more of us start writing Blazor, the more community will be, and the more components and everything. Telerik and every big dev express and every big component writer out there already supports Blazor. So you have ready-made components. There is a community ready by Microsoft, including me, to answer all questions that are coming up in Stack Overflow or anywhere. So there is community. Not that much, of course, as you would as you can see from Angular, Vue.js, or whatever. So yeah, it's all about community, right? If it's adopted by the community, then it's done. If not, it will remain in a lower, let's say, level than the other languages. Now, let's create a new project. It's 12:15 already. We just write Blazor here. I know my presentation, this presentation also includes how to create a weather component, but I don't think we'll have any time for that into going into so many details in Blazor, because we also need to see how to create a component and how to extract a component, keeping it separately using Azure DevOps, GitHub, and NuGet. So there are a lot of things. So let's create a WebAssembly for now. Next, yeah, whatever, let's name that, or let's change it to the desktop. Actually, I think it will be easier to find it later. Next, Blazor 1. Come on, didn't I click? I don't know what you, if you have .NET 6 installed, it's a nice idea to install it because it's a long-term support and you can find a lot of cool things, cool additions there. It's not our talk for that, but I have another very interesting talk about exactly that, the cool new things of .NET 6, so you can search and find it. So let's go to our counter component. This is exactly what we see earlier in the slide. This is our component, right? It has some C# code, it has some HTML code, and it has some Razor components here to actually get the job done. This is actually a component. And how is it included? It's included here. This, what you see here, is just Razor, nothing new. So in a sense, you don't see Blazor right now. You just see Razor, what you already knew. So if I click and start that now as a quick sample, I hope it will be quick enough.
Hey George, sorry to interrupt. Can you share the code on the screen that you shared?
It's not shared right now?
No, the screen is shared, but the code is not. The Visual Studio is not. Yep, now it is.
Can you see it now? So it's that screen. Okay. So as I was saying, thank you for this. As I was saying, this is what we've seen already in my presentation. So nothing important here. Again, some code here, C#, Razor components, HTML, the using. This is just Razor, right? Nothing more than that. And if you go here, I'm just repeating because you didn't see it. It will be included here. Plain old Razor, no learning curve. You were doing things as you were doing them before. Now, since we start talking, I run it because it's not that fast. This is a default page. If you create an empty project, you're getting this. And you're getting this because it has two nice examples. One is the counter. And look here. No refresh, no nothing. This is C# code running on the browser. It's not communicating with any backend server. It's just running on the browser. And this is a new PC that I haven't, yeah, it can create some problems. But anyway, if we go here, send feedback. No, I don't want to send feedback. Come on. If you go, let's go here and let's go to networking, for example, you will see here, no communication, nothing is happening, right? Same as this one. Now it's fetching data from the server, and now you can see some communication, but it's only about fetching data. And if we had time to actually see the weather component, you would see exactly that. I will give you all the reference needed at the end to what's that happening, but this is what Blazor is about. The browser is actually making a connection to that foreign service or whatever that is in order to pull data, and then the parsing of that data is happening in the browser, and it's happening using C#. It's actually fetch that. It's this one, right? This code here, fetching a JSON from this remote server, it's here, but theoretically remote server, is happening on the browser. Now, let's go into step 2, how to create a Blazor component, which is really funny. Let's go right click on the solution, add, is it that solution? It's running, sorry. Stop that. Add new project. And what do you think we're writing here? We're writing Razor, because actually it's Razor components that run in Blazor, right? So we're creating a Razor class library. Yeah, whatever name, that's not important right now. Create. And this is it. This is our Blazor component written in a Razor component. We should start here writing our Blazor code, which is actually writing C#. And then we can go, for example, to the counter here and try to include that component. Before we include it, of course, we need a project reference, right? Right click, add project reference. This is our Razor class library, what we added already. And here we can get the name. It is, yeah, component 1, right? This is the name. As an advice, I would say that don't mess around with namespace unless you start learning Blazor good enough, because it's a bit problematic for now. So this is our name of the component, and it doesn't see it. Why? Because of course we need the using. Again, here it's just purely Razor, right? Nothing special. And if we run, now we are okay. Now we are loading a component here. And if we run our application again, we'll see that the data in here will be loaded in our page, in the counter page. Now, since we have this external, this DLL here, this assembly, we can start playing around and we can start creating a NuGet component, because we know what NuGet is, right? A library, a NuGet component. So I hope that will happen fast enough. Yes, and if we go in the counter here, here is our Razor component loaded in the top, because that's what we did. So let's summarize for a minute. What we have here is our component here that we loaded in a random page. I just use counter here, the counter page, to show some data, which means we can revert our efforts and start writing the code that we want inside this component here, because this will be our sample application, nothing more than that. And I think here now, let me open up. I think I have, I don't know, we can see it from GitHub since we don't have that much time. I'm bringing the browser over here now. This is my GitHub account, and this is actually what we would try to build if we had time. So this is the Blazor component, and this is an app that is only used to host the component and yeah, like test it, right? Nothing more than that. This is the code that we want. And if we visit this running on Azure DevOps, we'll see Azure as an app service. We see that this is the default template, and this is a user-defined template. For example, we can search for any city here, like Islamabad, right? And hopefully that's the correct weather for Islamabad. Someone can verify that, I don't know, but it's getting everything from a weather service, so I hope it is correct. Now, what we need to do in order, let's go to the second part. Let's assume we see enough code for now. I'm free and open for questions. I see, how do we share and reuse components across various Blazor projects? Well, let's answer this question first before we go to the second part. which is, did I close the browser already? Ah, it's here. Well, this is a component, right? And since this is actually a different assembly, you can reuse it in any project you want. You build it, it's a DLL, it's a file, you can load it and use it in every project you want. So it's rather easy. Let's assume we can add a different project here. We can just add a reference to this project. It's not a big problem. It's just a common way of reusing assemblies. It's how would you use another assembly? The other question is there any mechanism for local and global state management with Blazor? You mean browser management? Yeah, the state of the browser. There is, and actually there are in the DevOps services that you can have, if you have any library ready in JavaScript that you can manage states in the browser, you can use in the DevOps services and actually do whatever you would do with JavaScript. And let me, I think, yeah, this is an example of in the DevOps services. It comes within a Razor class library, and it's doing just that. It's loading this example JS JavaScript service, which is here. It's a JavaScript library doing whatever you want. And then from within C#, you can call actually the show prompt or the alert that is defined in this JavaScript. So if you want state management, if you want anything that you cannot find it natively supported in Blazor, you can just write it yourself, or you can use one of the hundreds components out there, right? But in any case, Blazor supports out of the box state management. You don't need to use that one. I just found it as an opportunity to show you the JavaScript in the ropes. So let's move forward. Let's move forward and feel free to ask any questions. This can be after the presentation also. It doesn't have to be during the presentation. You can ask me anytime. So we want to upload something to NuGet. First of all, we're going to go up, therefore, to NuGet and create an account if you don't have one. I do. This one I'm logged in already. What we want to see, just quick here, this is a list if you go to your account of your published packages, and this is a list of your API keys. You can manually access your NuGet and upload anything you want, or you can do some have some programmatic access, for example, through Azure DevOps that we will see right now. What you need to do that is to do that in order to have this access is to create a new API key, right? Now, let's name that key test. I will delete it later. Anyway, this is the owner, expires in. You need to update it every once in a while for security reasons. And this is an interesting part of the key creation. You need to define what will this key be able to do. Right now, as it is now, if I add an asterisk here, it will be a key that has access to everything and do everything in my account. It can drop these keys, unlist packets. It can send updates. It can create new packages. So it's like a master key, which is not a good idea. It's never a good idea to do. So what I like to do first is, for now, it's easier to leave it like that, publish new packages and package versions, and then, let me remove that here, and then once I publish for one time, I come here again to the key, I edit it, and I change this to push only new packages. For what? For this Blazor weather widget. So since we have it like that, even if this key goes out, nothing else will happen. Instead, it will publish new Blazor weather widgets. You can revoke them later, versions, sorry, you can revoke them later, but at least it will not affect all your NuGet packages. So let's leave it like that for now. This is our API key. You see that you don't see it, you can, but let's not see it. We copy it, and now that we have it in, again, can you see it now, maybe?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Again, the second screen. Sorry for this. Let's delete it and do it again. So this is NuGet, right? we just logged into NuGet.org. I logged in. I can go to see my packages, or I can go to see my API keys, what we said already. Create a API key. Let's name it test. Here is what I was talking about. Like that, if you have it like that, it creates a master key that can do everything, and it's a bad practice. What you need to do is have it like that for the first time use only, upload your package, and then come here and select push only new package versions and the package version that you want to push. So this will be safer. If you lost your key, you will not have a full access, the one that found it, I mean. So we create our key, and then this is the screen that we are going to. This is the new key. We can copy it. Nobody can see the key. Of course, if you paste it in a notepad, you will see it, but you copy it. And then this is the part one of what we had to do. Second step, Azure DevOps. Or let me write dev.azure.com. Where that goes, I don't know, but let's go to the first screen.
Hey, George.
Yes.
Time is almost up. If you can just wind up.
Can I have it's 3 minutes more?
Okay.
Okay, super. So what we do here, new project, we create a new project, we name it test public, and create what? Test already exists. I don't know, test Pakistan. Let's write. We created. We go to the settings. This is the first screen. We go to the settings, immediately scroll down a bit, close boards because we don't want them, and actually turn on pipelines. And then, yeah, we need the refresh here. Just click somewhere else. We see the service connection where we need to go here, create, let's search for NuGet. Next, the URL is what it says here. We paste the key, and since we don't have any more time, I will not continue. We paste the key, we paste the feed here, which is exactly that. You can have custom feeds if you want, but we don't. And you save the name with whatever, test again. And now if you go and create your pipeline, you can use this service connection to publish to NuGet for free. Now, I know that this wasn't enough time to go through everything, but if you go here, this is the QR code. If you scan it, you will end up in this page here. You can either click to ask me Twitter, whatever you want, or you can go to my GitHub page or to my blog. It's for now just WordPress. In the GitHub page, you will find that component in full. There's your weather widget. Feel free to play around, download it, and do whatever you want. And you will, in the my blog, you will find, let's just search here for weather. That second one, this is also has to do with weather. That second one is what we did now, but in full detail, right? So you can go and study everything that has in here in full detail and reach out, ask anything you want, and I will help you out. So, yeah, since we don't have any more time, I think that was from my side. Do we see questions? We have time for questions, or how is it going?
You can take one.
You want to choose one, or should I choose?
I just put it up on the screen.
In the screen, in StreamYard, you mean? Is Microsoft not building a richer class library for Blazor with some commonly used controls like data grids, etc.? Well, Microsoft doesn't need to, because there is Telerik and DevExpress that they already have these rich grids. To be honest, for now, I don't have any information to give you about the future and the plans of Blazor components. So you really have to base everything in DevExpress, Telerik, and other big companies that they're creating Blazor components. I think it's pretty easy because you can just write Blazor component, and here it is. SyncFusion also has components. Telerik has components. Infragistics has Blazor components. So see, all major companies have components already. This is free if you don't want to buy them. So there are tons of components out there. Don't hesitate and go. Just get one and start coding. It's fairly easy. Any other question or?
Over to you,
So,
Javeria.
George, it was quite a helpful session and quite an interesting one. Alas, we have shortage of time and we couldn't get you for more. Thank you so much for being part of this conference, and um, you have put a very useful information. Thank you so much for being up with us, and that's all for today. Any other question? I guess everyone is finished with it.
Since we didn't have enough time, I just want to note once more, people can reach out and ask any questions, and I can help them out with whatever I
Yes,
can.
for sure reasons. We do have your social media handles with us, and also on our social media handles like Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. So anyone who wants to reach you out can easily reach you out, or anyone who wants to like get on with him personally, so he can contact him through social media. Thank you so much,
Definitely,
George.
definitely.
Have a
Thank you
good
so much for
day.
having me. It was a very interesting conference till now, and I'm sure it will be also tomorrow.
I hope so. But I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Ciao,
Okay.
ciao, bye.
Okay. Okay. Bye. Okay, guys. Finally, we are headed towards the end, but we are not out of speakers. I have one of a very good speaker and a very experienced tech professional, and he has experience of 18 years, but 10 years in management and 4 years in executive management role, rendering service for software and products. So let's not wait for anything else, and let me invite him, Mr. Asif Ghaffar, and he'll be explaining his roles as well by himself and endeavoring us with his valuable knowledge. Please, Mr. Asif Ghaffar, do us the honor.
Ji, Assalamualaikum. I don't
Welcome,
know if
sir.
you guys can hear me. Yeah, okay, sure.
Yes. Thank you, Mr.
So,
Asif.
thank you for having me here, Javeria. Guys, my name is Asim Ghaffar. I am based out of Islamabad. So, right now I'm with co-founder. I'm just recently co-founded Easy Fresh Technology. So, I am a technical co-founder. We are four people who co-founded it, and we are working in the B2B supply chain of a fresh produce, so from farm to market. It's a venture-backed startup. We are incubated at National Incubation Center, but we have warehouses in Islamabad and Karachi. So part of the team is in Karachi. I am in Islamabad, but we have a bigger business in Karachi. So before that, I was with EMPG. Some of you may have heard the name, but you most definitely have heard the name of its sub companies, Zameen.com and OLX Pakistan. So I was part of the engineering team. I was running one of the groups, and OLX, Zameen, they were my customer. Zameen more than OLX, but yeah. And so I was in Lahore for a year and a half, building team there, working on the products. Before that, I was with LM which is an oil and gas company, and I was there for total for 12 years. But last time I was there for 12 years total. So last time it was nine years, yeah. So, and I was last year vice president for research and development, basically, which is engineering. the thing that is about these three things, Samin, Easy Fresh, and LMKR, is that this is like I'm just talking about my last 10 years. I'm predominantly working on the product companies rather than the services one. I have worked before that in services with when I was with Nokia, when I was doing my own thing before, and even in earlier days of LMK. But more recently, my experience is on the product side. So whatever I will be sharing will be heavily influenced or biased by this experience that I had with the product teams, product engineering teams. So I was an engineering person, but working on the products rather than on the projects. So some of the advices or some of the things I will share in this keynote may not be applicable to your context. So whatever I will share, feel free to like think about it and see how it can be applied in your context. And if you want to chat about that, you can leave me a tweet on my Twitter handle. I think the organizers can share, or you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. So the talk will be mostly about two things. I'm assuming that most of the people in the audience are young developers. Maybe some of them are students, some are fresh graduates, or with years of experience less than 3. So I kind of like kept my keynote around two things. One is kind of like the advice that I would give to my younger self. Like if I had started my career now, what are the advices I would just give to myself, or even if I'm in the final year. And the second is related to this, that hopefully if you are like a junior engineer, or if you are just about to graduate, you might be getting a lot of job opportunities. This is a developer market right now. If someone is a good developer, they just have too much say in the whole process, because good developers are routinely getting 2, 3, 4 different jobs. So how to then go about choosing between which makes more sense to you? So it depends. If you fancy working for Google, Amazon, there are certain types of jobs in Pakistan you should try. If you want to work with Accenture or McKinsey's or those type of company, there are other choices. If you want to move abroad to Dubai and to Europe to work for other companies, there are other options. If you want to stay in Pakistan, build your own business, there are other options. So depending what you are aspiring to be in future, it kind of like triggers what type of choice you need to make now. Even if you are not sure about your future, it's fine to just pick one choices. None of these choices are right now bad. All of them are mostly good companies who are offering really good job opportunities. But still, there are certain items that I really want you to consider in your checklist when you are seeing which one works for you. There are some obvious one, like which I will not be mentioning as such as checklist, like the commute time and family situation and all that stuff. But then there are other which are more technical in nature. So this is kind of like so brief overview of what I will be speaking about. So let's first start with how to be a better version of yourself. So this is not something that you can just do one time. It has to be something that needs to go into your DNA. Every time when you wake up in the morning, you need to think that how could my previous day had been better? Like what could I have done that जो मैंने code लिखा था 20 minutes में, how I could have done it in 15, or if I spent 4 hours on something, how it could have been done in 30 minutes and 40 minutes or something like that. So it's not easy to get good insightful answer to all these questions on the daily basis, but if you have habit of asking yourself this question on product basis, you will eventually start finding some small opportunities in your how you work, how you as a person, how you are to improve upon, and that will make you a better professional, will open up more opportunities and so on. So the key word here is reflection. So you need to basically reflect on whatever you are doing. It could be in terms of performance, it could be in terms of the work you are doing, the design itself, and so on and on. And because initially you will not get a lot of ideas, so a quick hack, not a quick hack, but it's a really good hack that will take some of your time, but it's completely worth spending it, and it's in general it's a good habit, is to read some good books. So one book that I generally advise to recommend to junior developers is Pragmatic Programmer. It's a bit dated book. It came out like really couple of decades back, but still a lot of advice there is still valid. So Pragmatic Programmer is one book. Then there are others as well. But see what are the recommended books for entry-level programmers and start reading them. And you will then start comparing that, oh, in this book, this was the advice that was given, but that's not how I operate. So what can I learn? How I can reflect on so things like that. So that is kind of like the thing that I just wanted to start this discussion with. The second point is that a lot of people, even I used to do that just jump to code. Like, okay, if a product manager or a CEO or director, whoever you are talking to, they will say, oh, I have this problem, and so you will say, oh, I can fix it, and so you will start writing the code. It's kind of like something that you will have to control that temptation. It's extremely advisable to sketch out your design first. This is not something that is taught in universities in many of these programming courses, but I was lucky enough that when I was reading CS 101, one of the teaching assistant like really emphasized on that. Unfortunately, he's no longer in the world. He passed away, but he kind of like put this in our training that before writing code at that time, it was Turbo C++, start doing something on paper first, or you can use whiteboards, and so whatever, just sketch something, or even you can do like sort of like mini code mixture on Google Docs. Say, okay, this is how it will look like before you actually write the code and start solving the issues that are related to development. So sketching out your design kind of like forces you to like really think through different things at a high level, and without really worrying about compiler errors and those type of stuff that will take away your focus from the bigger picture. So that is something that I wish I had done a lot more, though I learned it very early in my career, but still I didn't do it that often in my actual projects. I should have done it a lot more. And now I'm obviously in my later years, I was practicing it a lot more. I'm very big on design documents these days. Related to that, but not really technical, is something called morning pages. So this is something that is a practice, and it is valid for everyone, including managers, including CEO, including your HR person, everyone. So the idea really is that when we developers are mostly into something called like which are basically a creative job. We are some problems are thrown at us and we have to solve them. So we need a lot of creative thinking doing that kind. It's not like tedious job that many other occupations are. So morning pages is just a concept. You can read more about it online, which is basically when you wake up, the first thing you should do after like you have dressed up and taken shower, or for some people even before shower they start doing it. They just start writing, and it's not like a really kind of like you don't plan it as such. So you just say, oh, today will be a great day, and this, and whatever is your vision, dream, or even smaller thing that you want to do today or not, whatever random thoughts you are coming, just start writing it down. Commit yourself to write 3 pages. That is what is generally advised. I used to do 1 or 2 pages, but generally advised is just commit to writing 3 pages, and that nobody will read it. It's only for you. It's like a journal, but it not really is. That once you have done that exercise, you will probably not go back to that. But yes, if something insightful came to your mind and you wrote it in that journal, you might want to move it to one of your task lists. But morning pages is a habit that over the period of time has helped a lot of people become more focused and creative. Although most of the time they are writing just random stuff, whatever is coming to their mind. So morning pages was something that I wanted to share. I learned about it like 4 or 5 years back. I wish I had known it 20 years back. Okay, then coming back to the technical thing, and in general, when you will go to engineering management or the architect level thing as well, there's a concept that Amazon popularized. It is called work backward, which is basically like, think of that you want to build a startup. What will be and let's say you want to build an app which will be used by that business, and it will be up, let's say, public facing or customer facing app. What will be in the press release? So just focus on those areas and then see what is the minimum thing that I need to do to deliver it. So working backward is a concept that will help you not do things that are not really creating value at the end of the day for the version 1 or the MVP that you are building. But this concept is kind of like like it can be used in some other aspect as well. But in my personal case, I generally do work backward, so that I can only put like minimum effort required to get something done with the right quality. But the only place where where I kind of like not follow this advice is the data model. So that once I started building a data model, at least the conceptual one, I generally tend to over engineer, because I'm kind of like a bit cautious on this fact that maybe I will do something which might take like 5 or 10 more minutes of my time to review the model, and which will save a lot of time later. But it's a very thin line. So even if you will start doing too much over engineering very early, it will stop you from creating real value to your users. So, but data model, I admit, is one space where I over engineer a bit, but everything else I kind of like follow this thing, work backward. You can read more about it by googling what does working backward means in the Amazon context, and yeah, it should be helpful. uh, so then the thing that comes, this is very subjective. Like once you have figured out what is the minimal scope you have to do, then different people have take different approach. The approach that generally I take is called top down approach, which is basically I will think of the UI first. Okay, this is the UI, it looks like this is the button which will go here, this is how the table tabular data will appear, these are the other menu items. I just think of the UI first, and then I will start saying, okay, for this UI, when I will click this button, what should it be calling? And then, like, so from one end function, I will go to the next function, and then the next function. And initially, I will just write kind of like skeleton code. But this way, the kind of like the end-to-end structure is right there in front of me, and then I can start writing down, like filling all the functions. That's how I operate. There are other people who go bottom up as well, like, okay, let's write the data access control first, and then this API, then write the API consumer, and so on and on. So see what works for you. For me, top down approaches work better, because it is kind of like more naturally, at least to me, it seems more naturally fit with the working backward approach. Then while you are actually writing code, there's a lot of things I learned a lot later in my career, and one of them, which kind of like really hurt me in my initial days, was not doing enough pre-processing. So for example, if you want to, let's say you have a customer list and all the order list for each customer, and you get a query that what are the first orders of each customer. If you will try to write a perfect function that there's just one query that gets you that result, it might be a lot more cumbersome. Easy would be to just sort the data first. Okay, like sort by date, sort by customer, and then just pick that whatever is the first row for each customer. So that pre-processing will help. It means that you are doing one extra step, but it will be probably it would make it a lot more maintainable code, and it might also save a lot of unnecessary back and forth of data between the like whoever is calling the database event. It could. Yeah, so maintainability code really goes up when you are pre-processing. Performance goes really up when you are doing pre-processing. So sometimes you can break the problem and see if the data can be pre-processed this way. It will just help me save. And a very good habit of pre-processing is specifically, so the previous example may not be like really good example, but a better example would be when you have like 3 or 4 different queries, all have some similar first steps, and then the later results are different. In those cases, it's better to just pre-process the common part and then the process the relevant. Just give me 1 second. Someone just press the bell. Sorry about that. Yes, someone just knocked and I had to answer it. So yeah, where I was. So pre-processing is very important part of when you are actually doing engineering. It will help you write a lot more maintainable code, a lot more performant code. Then comes another. So all of this I have actually written it in a blog that I published on Medium or LinkedIn. I will share. You can just go to my LinkedIn profile and see it as one of the item, which is like how to be a faster version of myself. But yeah, most of this advice is all. Then comes the next part, which is kind of like whenever version 1, whether it's a design document, whether it's your actual code that you have checked in. Do review it, like ideally based on the data set, and based on that data set, you will based on the data, actually, so based on the data you will get some insights that, okay, I thought that people will be using this a lot more, but they're actually using this a lot more. So then how you can go back and do some smaller fixes that can optimize it for the actual usages rather than what you are perceived. But same goes with the design. The when you have done let your draft for a day, sleep over it. In the morning, you might get some ideas. Oh, I actually thought about this. I didn't think about this and that assumption. So how I can go back and review the design. So when you are re-looking at your design document with a fresh, how to say, first thing in the morning, you might get something that you have missed while you have already spent 8 hours last night working on it and really, really tired. Okay, so review whatever you are doing. People trying to, okay, I have checked in, that's fine, it's fine. No, sometimes it's important to collect some data and then do some incremental improvement with it, even without your product manager and project manager asking for it. Obviously, don't push changes to live without whatever is the process you are following. But at least if your bar is high, don't settle for whatever you have checked in at the last night. And it also doesn't mean that keep on thinking about something that's done. Maybe there's a bigger problem next to solve. Bit of spending more time when the context is really clear in your mind is always helpful. Lost a lot of bugs and maintainability issues lit down the stream. Then the another thing is the dev environment. I think let's say if you're a Python developer or a Java developer, you really master the language. So sometimes people will read a tutorial or two and will start kind of like working on the projects, but then they never go back and see, maybe I need, or maybe I need to read more how to say, best practices and patterns or that technology or framework. So don't do it. I think if you can master whatever tool you are using, whenever you can find time, do master them. If you want a longer run career, if you are just doing it for 3-4 years, want to do project management, probably you need to use your spare time to read about the stuff you want to do next. But if you're seeing yourself like 10 year, 20 year, 15, 25 years doing programming, then these earlier years are very important. These habits are very important. Like whatever you, unfortunately, a lot of the stuff you will study now will be irrelevant in 5 years. While you are working on it, mastering them will help you do work that will be incredible and that will get you a lot of recognition, and it will be a personal satisfaction that I did my best job and I didn't settle. So yeah, mastering dev environment is another thing that I wish Java I should have learned a lot more about these APIs or that APIs and so on and on. So related to that is kind of like you are using IDs, and I think most of the modern IDs, they already have a lot of tools integrated with them, whether they are code formatters or the static code analysts and things like that. But always keep looking on, right, what sort of plugins are being made available for your environment, how you can use them. Maybe they will only save you 5 minutes every day, but when you see minutes saved over the period of 2 years, 3 years, it's a lot of time. So yeah, customize your environment. So to make sure that it is, if like, let's say if the black and background works better for you, use that. If white works better for you, use that. See where you feel you are most productive. So sometimes people say, I will start typing code faster, I will be a better programmer. That's probably an overstatement. Sometimes you will do things that will help you feel that you are more productive. So whatever those things are, do it. If it means changing the white light to yellow light, if it means changing your position of your desk so that the windows are not distracting you, make sure that you are mindful of all these things, that the environment around you, the tools that you can use to see how you can gain tools. Final thing, and on this, how to be a better version, there are many other things that you can read but even on my blog. But the thing that I want to end this part of my keynote was is the domain knowledge. I think so. Technologies will change. Domains don't change that frequently. Okay, so let's say if I was working in oil and gas, or then if I was working in real estate, or before the telecom or defense or supply chain, most of the things are there just like that, or like 70-80% of things like that for like decades. So learning domain is really important. One, as a developer, it will help you make the right decisions. Otherwise you will make a decision and later it will turn out that you thought of something and it's not like that. For example, you are making a software and it let people sell stuff, and you say, okay, sale people have this quota, will have this quota, the director of sales will have this quota, and the VP of sales have this quota. Later you found out that director of sales and VP of sales and the sales manager are not even allowed to sell. They help the people under themselves. So you will make a wrong assumption, will design it. So these type of things here and there, you need to learn. This will help you make the right. If you are not asking enough question to your product managers, ask them. If they don't have answer, they will go back to the users, will get the information and come back to you. But you need to have this interest. You need to understand how your software is being used, and ask, and whenever you get a chance, speak to those users. See if they are writing, if they are using your application, but they have also opened up a notebook on the Next or a mobile phone on Next and doing part of the work there, or they have opened some other free tool and doing some part of the work there. Why don't you bring all that experience in your app? Ask the product manager that I saw this seems something that the users need. How we, but you can only give this type of feedback if you are understanding the user. For those of you who really want to go into product management, you should start doing it as soon as possible. Related to that is something called design thinking, where you are actually empathizing with the user and not just thinking of him as a user or her as a user, but as a person who is working on his in his at least work life, and see how your software, at the end of the day, your software can help him do his job better and be a more balanced person at the end. So domain knowledge, I think that's something that's if my just a hustle of my 20 years experience is the domain knowledge that I acquired over the period, and some of that knowledge is transferable between the um, so there are a lot of things I kind of like learned in prop tech that are really applicable in supply chains, because they're selling stuff here, they are selling stuff. Similarly, there are some things that I learned in telecom, and they were kind of like helped me understand some of the things that I was doing in oil and gas, because at the end of the day, geophysics is signal processing and telecom is signal processing. So sometimes you start seeing those higher level patterns, and but otherwise you will miss it if you are not learning the domain. Finally, I started with the reflection part. I will end with the reflection part. Best way to reflection is to measure, specifically measure using tools. So there's a tool called Manic Time that you can use. Install it. Just use it for yourself. You don't need to show it as a report to your manager. I spend like 10 minutes on Facebook, then I spend 2 hours in the ID, 15 minutes on Wikipedia, 5 minutes, or things like that. When you will start measuring it, you don't need to do it on a daily basis, but you let's say take a week and measure where your time is going, and then reflect on it, how you could have been more organized with your time and with your contact. The good it. Sometimes you are working with, like, you have 20 tabs open and you're working on something comes up and you forget what you are doing. Many times really help you. Okay, you can go back, and if you were doing 5 minutes, oh okay, I was reading this article on this tab which is on this window, and you can just resume from there. So it helps you in that context as well, but more importantly, it's a good tool to see where your time went on the system at least, and then reflect on it, that how you could have done a better job of being more productive. So yeah, so this is more or less how to be a better version of yourself. I will quickly talk about the checklist that I hope some of you will get on DevOps or wherever you are doing. If you are not installing them, start using them. Number one is basically make sure that there's a version control. Number two, if you are still working in a company and they don't have a version control, you better start looking. I think that's kind of like a no uh, brainer for anyone who want to be a good developer. If your company doesn't believe in version, you should not believe in that company's engineering strategy. I will be little less harsh on the other, but this is kind of like red line. Then there's something called automated testing. You may have seen it in your company. You may have heard about it in another company. That will save a lot of developer times, because if you will build something and there are automated tests running somewhere, if you will break something, you will get a lot quicker feedback when things are really fresh in your mind. So automated testing is important. It will help you become a developer a lot quicker because the feedback is coming automatically. This doesn't mean that manual testing is manual testing is needed on all those features which are new modules and new. But if there's something being broken because of the new work that you are doing, the automated test should catch it, not the manual testers. Similarly, relative testing is unit testing. Try to work in the companies that encourage people to write unit tests. It also saves time in doing the development. Otherwise, things will go back and forth between developer and tester. In one of the companies, LMKR, I used to say that if code, so we had a code developer, then code review, then the tester, and then the obviously customer. So if customer will find a bug, the tester will be penalized. If tester will find a bug, will be penalized. And if code reviewer will be, if I find a bug, then the developer will be penalized. So it's in interest of developer to start writing unit tests so that other people don't catch the bugs. There are still some limitation in the unit testing. So there are tests like integration test and test that will catch those type of issues. But unit testing is the start. In ideal companies, you will find, so there will some companies writing a lot more integration tests than a unit test. That's kind of like an anti pattern. So work if you really enjoy doing that type of work, unit testing, TDD, and then work for the companies who care about these pyramids, that there should be very little end-to-end test, a lot more integration test, and then like plenty of unit tests. So that pyramid kind of like gives an indicator of how much quality is important for that particular company. Um, um, Ideally, these companies should have incentive for high quality code. So if you will find there's more incentive for getting things done a lot quicker. That's fine. It works for some people. It is more like a hacker mindset. You get things done and get feedback. But then there's a high quality engineering. What type of company attracts you? If you want to be a good software engineer working for Google, Amazon, try to work in companies that kind of like incentivize high quality engineering. Very hard to do that in project companies, but product companies, specifically like Series A and onward, they have that type of bandwidth and funding to incentivize these type of things. In pre-seed stage, the incentive is always dev experience. That's important. So in some companies, you will go and it will take you 5 years to get things up, and in other companies, there will be probably Docker environment, and within 1 hour, you might be checking in your first code in, let's say, 2 days or 3 days. So if there's a company that on dev experience, that's a good thing. This means you will be working in amongst the professionals who care about these things. So I think dev experience is something you need to keep an eye on. This was just one example. Docker based development environment, there might be other ways of thinking about it. In fact, right dev environment is another way. Like if like not spending enough money on your hardware, like giving you not good enough machines, not giving you multiple screens, all those things kind of how to say, stop you from doing your best work. Most developers need 2 screens. Some people advocate 3 screens, but I think it's very hard to do development in on one screen. You are not using both screens all the time, but there are times you're using it, and if you don't have it's not that productive to just work on one screen. Similarly, if you don't have enough RAM or processor or battery and things like that, that's kind of counterproductive. Then find the company. If the find have the habit of writing design documents, then this means that you can read other design documents. You can engineer by just reading through those design documents. Even companies like Google, they have published some of their, see what a high quality design looks like. So I think the companies that kind of like encourages this type of documentation is it's indicator of your company. Then comes training coaching. I think some companies have formal coaching, some don't have, some have just informal, and some are kind of like don't just care about it. So yeah, so if you at least go for the companies that have at least informal coaching and training, these are really really good questions to ask when you are doing your interviews. And when they ask, do you have any question, ask them, do you have formal training, do you have formal coaching? If yes, explain me how you do it with someone of my experience, so on. So I think that's kind of like important. Keep in mind that the first team you will be working on, or in the teams that you will be working in your first years, they will do a lot of informal mentoring as well. So that's equally important. So when you are joining a company, try to figure out who you will be working with, who is the team, who are the other engineers. If they allow you, please speak to some one or two of them, and they can tell you about the environment, the learning attitude. But then ask these questions like, do they also provide formal training, and so on and on. Specifically, coaching will be needed when you will be in line of promotion. You are an engineer and you want to be like a senior engineer. So senior engineer is not just in terms of experience, years of experience. It is in terms of the impact that you will be creating and the responsibilities that you will be having. But if no one is coaching you to how to act like a senior, how to what a senior looks does, then you will be on your own, and you might make a lot more mistakes than those people who are formally coached. And finally, if companies have a proper structure for professional development, like maybe they have OKRs where they set on a quarterly basis, which help people see how they are growing in their role as a software engineer or developer, that also shows that the company is a really good. So these are some of the things that I care about, and I wish I had known about it when I started working. I would have like started rating, okay, LM is here, Nokia is here, and so on and on. But I was lucky that the companies had this. So more or less, this is done. Thank you for listening to me. I'm open to
Thank you so
questions.
much, Asim. We have a couple of questions. The first one is from Ryan. Everything boils down to problem solving. One strategy is to break into smaller problems. Are there any better strategies you think?
Yeah. So this is actually the default strategy that we learn, and it's actually a very good strategy. It's called basically divide and conquer. So this is what we all study in our computer science degrees or software engineering degrees. But it's actually it has a flaw. It works most of the time because everyone knows divide and conquer. So the comparison is hard. But if you are really into innovating in a space, then there's a flaw. Why? Because you will think that this is a problem, and you will start breaking down it without like taking a back step and seeing if this is the problem, or if this is a problem. Because if you have not identified the problem first correctly, you will solve a problem that might be a smaller problem. So alternate to that, or kind not alternate but complement to that, is something called divergent thinking, and that comes in design thinking naturally, where you empathize with the user first, seeing what else he's doing. The example that I gave, that you saw someone using your software, but you also saw him open up Notepad and do other thing. So you have to take a step back and see what social sciences and other technology is telling you about how to go about solving the problem. So yes, once you have figured out the problem, yes, divide and conquer, break it into smaller problem and solve it at that level. But first, if you can employ things like ethnography, design thinking, and user-centered design.
Okay, the another one is from Ryan again. I've seen there are multiple fronts to learn that are books, tutorials, blogs, or Googling. Which one would you prefer as a route to go to take for juniors and seniors?
Yeah, so it boils down to the individual person. So different people have different preference for learning. Some are like visual learners, some are auditory learners, and so you have to figure out what type of learning style you have. Like for me, it's very hard for me to concentrate on one. So even if it's one of the best lecture, my focus is not that good. So for me, books work really well, or self-paced courses really well. So I think there's no one solution to this thing, but read a book, attend a massively online course, attend a lecture, and see where you were getting a lot more natural information. But in my case, I do read books, 2 or 3 books every year. I have a Kindle Paperwhite. It's very good on eye, so I can read it when everything else around me is dark. I also use LinkedIn Learning a lot. That those courses, small 1 hour courses, help me get a good grip of overall field. But one thing that people sometimes miss are the manuals. So whatever you are doing, see if there's so let's say if you want to work in Spring, do read this manual that comes, official manual that comes. So also read some books if you are investing a lot of time in that particular stack, but see what the manual talks about, what or the new programming version release notes are talking about. So don't miss them as well. All of these are important, and you have to figure out if you are a visual learner, auditory learner, or kinetic learner.
Well, thank you so much, Asim, for your for sharing your experience and for the wonderful talk and suggestions for the audience, both juniors and seniors. It was great having you with us today.
Thank you. Allah Hafiz.
Love is. So that was it, folks. The conference will continue tomorrow at 11:45 a.m. On our YouTube channel. Stay tuned with our social media handlers as well, and we have both national and international speakers. So I'll see you all tomorrow at 11:45. Until then, Allah Hafiz.